The market is poised to take out highs yet again today, guys. You can see we rallied yesterday. We had a nice battle back here on Tuesday, and it looks like we're going to get another day of this market trying to continue to push higher. Now, this happens, of course, as we have the summit between U.S. President Donald Trump and President Xi of China. That's still happening. We're getting a lot of comments out of said summit. In terms of housekeeping to keep an eye on today, probably still getting some comments here out of China, but we also have right now comments from now former Fed Stephen Myron, supposed to start at 8 a.m. I'll keep you guys posted on that. At 8:30 a.m., expect retail sales and initial jobless claims here, along with some core retail sales and import numbers. Should be a lot to discuss throughout the day, but there's also tons of news to look at heading into the session. We had even more earnings, kind of running the gamut in terms of different sectors, and lots of news out of tech. Meta back in focus once again, and the Cerebras IPO, which I don't think we should be forgetting at all here, guys. CBRS, certainly something that'll be on watch. Lots of stories to talk about, Sharif. What's sticking out to you?
Yeah, building on your point, Adara, with Cerebras, ARM apparently was trying to make an acquisition, SoftBank as well, a last-minute acquisition that was rebuffed, and ARM here starting the morning almost 4% in the Ville of Red. Good morning, guys. Cisco reporting earnings yesterday. They're up nicely, about 15%. Nvidia looking at more all-time highs as we saw Jensen Huang follow President Trump into the meeting with President Xi. And Adara, we got StubHub up 13.5. DOCS is down markedly here, 23%. So no shortage of movers to speak about.
Yeah, Klarna too. I know that was what I heard you guys talking about this morning as well, LUNR. So lots to look at today, regardless of what type of stock you're into. There's going to be something on it. But on Cerebras IPO day, we have to say hi to Joe and Neil. Good morning, guys.
Buckle up, everybody.
Buckle up, man.
Joey
We got the vest on today, man. We're ready.
I guess you're supposed to wear a vest on IPO day?
You didn't know?
I have one in the locker. I go grab
I
a
thought
vest
I thought you got the email.
I don't get any of the how you're supposed to dress memos.
Yeah, I know what happened. We gotta make sure we CC you on those.
Every time you guys are all in dark, I'll be in like something light, and then you guys will wear the all white shirts. I'm like, I'm not wearing a white shirt.
No,
you know, wedding.
You got the nice double button up.
I'm free.
Where'd you get that one then?
I don't know, man. I don't remember. I got it a while ago. But it is cold. It's cold up in here. It's gonna heat up. The weather's gonna heat up here. The market has been heating up at some point every single day. It doesn't matter what it looks like. At some point, the market goes ham. That's basically and it's just a matter of how patient can you be. Cisco, I could make some thong song references or whatever you want, but I'm not gonna bother with it. 15 points. Like this, it was already pretty good and just got more ridiculous. So it's gonna be a big one for any shareholders of Cisco. But there are some things, I think, Sharif had just mentioned that, ARM is down 4 points right now. AMD as well, down about 1.5 points here. Intel, and these are all pretty strong names recently. Intel, 4% down. Don't look now, but Intel, failed a high, down day. This 115 level is pretty big for Intel. If it can hold that right quick, you could have like a shoot up, or you just have a little bit of a flat bottom break. But we're going to find that one out right quick. Randy in the house.
My guy.
You didn't go to the game, did you? No. Okay, so a bunch of people, they won extra innings. Walk-off.
Yeah, that was sick. Oh, yeah, let's go.
The Jays with a walk-off grand slam. And a bunch of people from the office, I couldn't go. Sean couldn't go because sport commitment. I couldn't go because I was coaching practice. You weren't able to go.
We're talking about practice?
Sharif. Okay, first of all, the coach has to show up to practice. Otherwise, it kind of doesn't work. No, but then the Jays walked it off.
Yeah,
so a lot of people around here had some fun at the game, which is what it's all about. And we'll have some fun with the market today. But Cerebras, it is Cerebras IPO day.
Yeah.
That said, and apologies to, and this is so bad that I have to look up and figure out the name, Blackstone Digital Infrastructure Trust, who is also IPOing today. Apologies to them. BXDC on the NYSE. Might be the only time we mention it, and we'll probably say Cerebras about 1,000 times today. So we're gonna get that.
I think Cerebras is. What is it? Are we calling it Cerebras or Cerebras? Is it tomato?
Okay,
tomato.
Where's the hard E? Like, I think it's Cerebras, because think it's like CE, like soft E's, and then you have like the long A, like the ah.
Okay.
Like, I think phonetically, I think it's Cerebras. I could totally be wrong.
Yeah.
Because I think it's kind of similar to Cerberus, which is also not pronounced with a hard E. But
Fair enough. We're just going to call it CBRS for now. But nonetheless.
It sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds right. Fair enough. I mean, NVDA touching into another all-time high this morning, guys, into 232. I was talking about potentially 235 leading into the earnings report, and I think that's just really good for the underlying asset as we head into the report next Wednesday. You want to see the street buying it up, and that's exactly been the narrative. Neil was talking about AMD being down slightly this morning, and the rotation coming into the other king of the chip right now, and that's going to be NVDA. DRAM also on our radar as we look at this name slowly start to come in, but holding these 50 levels pretty well. And that Poet, Neil and Sharif are talking about Poet this morning. There's a lot on the small cap land, but I think the number one focus for me personally, Neil on the floor, Sharif, and Dara is probably going to be keeping an eye on it as well, is going to be the IPO today, and we're looking forward to it. Oversubscribed, it's probably going to come out higher than expected. We're going to be keeping an eye on the tap throughout the whole day. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The
infographic was 150 to 160. At the beginning of the week, it was 115. They actually end up pricing it at $185. And promise you this, it's opening over $200. It will open.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where it's going to open. It will open over $200. So I'm saying I don't know where it's going to open. Then I'm telling you it's going to be pretty big. But we missed an opportunity. We could have done something like breakouts to the left of them, breakouts to the right of them, volley and thunder, because Poet is moving.
Yeah.
It's a famous poem.
Okay.
You don't know about Raphael de la Ghetto?
I unfortunately I do not, but my grandfather was big into poetry, and I used to like it. I used to like poetry.
Okay, first, maybe the single most important and influential poet of the 90s.
Of the 90s.
So if you're from mine, Raphael de la Ghetto, I don't even know, to be honest, like, it's one of those things, like, I have trouble coming up with the words to describe how profound Raphael de la Ghetto was. And for everyone out there, I mean, whether you're into poetry or not, it's not that big of a deal, but I suggest you probably check out Raphael de la Ghetto, an absolute, utter legend.
Do we think that poetry...
And if you know, you know.
Do we think poetry is a lost art? Because I think it was great way back in the day, or no? Is that...
I don't know. Ask Raphael.
Ask Raphael. Wait, you said 1900s, right?
The chat knows.
Nice
you didn't watch Fresh Prince, did you?
Yeah, I did, but I don't remember that episode specifically. It's no Carlton.
Okay. Sharif, you know that episode. Raphael de la Ghetto, Fresh Prince?
Oh, from the ghetto, I get it.
Y'all know what's up.
I thought this.
Everyone else knows what's up.
I thought this was a legit poet.
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Hell no.
All right.
You think I actually know any poets?
Yeah. I think there's going to be some classics. There's definitely some.
Robert Frost is a famous poet.
Yeah.
I've seen that in the crossword before. Legit. I'm not, like 99%. I'm pretty sure, but anyways, it doesn't really matter. Poet is going ham. We'll get off that for a second. This sucker is going absolutely nuts. They got an order from, I'm gonna butcher the name here. Wait till I butcher this one. Lumilins? Yeah, to establish a joint venture and commercial technology partnership, and also Luminous was granted a warrant to purchase up to 22.9 million shares. So there you go for Poet on the move. JKL already. Have a great day. SNDK for a rebound. And stop me if you've heard this before, short MSTR from our good friend. So, you know what? You have to admit that the crypto trade has been relatively weird. Bitcoin's still under 80,000, 79.3, but you like this for the bounce day on SNDK. This chart looks almost exactly the same as that Intel one I was looking at. Like, you make the top, pull back, it's held, 1400 would be the level, it's the same as like the 115 level for Intel, where it gets pretty binary. You've got a huge gap. If it holds, it just dip and hold right away. But if it breaks down and we're closing candles underneath on the 15, there's probably more room to run. But I'm with you on the notion that we're weak here in crypto. Like, the market just keeps on making all-time highs every day. This is MSTR. That has absolutely been right. Most days coming in and being short bias to IBIT has been right as well. And another one, here we go, Peter Hopfee. check on ONDS. Hi, Neil and Joe. Happy Thursday. Well, hi to you as well. We're going to go to Adara because we've got some numbers to get to, and then we'll check ONDS. Oh, you have the numbers on ONDS for earnings, yeah.
Should have made that clear. That's my bad. We'll talk here about ONDS earnings because these actually just popped up for me, and this was already ready on my screen before we had that super chat. Q1 sales, guys, this came out a little bit after 8 a.m., around 8:07, so a couple minutes ago now. 50.122 million, handsomely beating estimates of 39.358 million. Or even a loss here smaller than we were expecting, so losing a little bit less money than we thought they would. You've got Q1 revenue up 66% on a sequential basis, up apparently more than 10x from Q1 2025 and well above the company's estimate. So good look here for ONDS. Send you guys back, I guess, for that super chat, but just to get into the earnings here.
They're appreciated, and that's what it's all about. What is that short right now? We're looking at about 33%. Still short this sucker. Well, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. The one thing it hasn't done, though, see, this is the interesting thing, and I'll point to Klarna, too, for this. Sometimes you'll get these big, massive moves. It's like 15%. You look at it on your 3-minute chart, you're 15. It's like, wow, unbelievable. And then you see all of the chop and resistance that it's pushing into. The shorts aren't really freaking out till it's over 11, till it breaks this level, like 1160, 1170. You start breaking some of those tops. I'm not saying that. The ONDS is way better than Klarna. The only reason I mentioned Klarna is because they had a huge bump on their earnings after all this barcode. Goes right into that first resistance where you'd say, hey, the bear flag is getting broken out. And unfortunately, went right there and completely reversed. ONDS, better chart, better trend. I give it way more street cred, just from a charting perspective than Klarna. I don't want to at Klarna, speak badly about them, but ball doesn't lie. So watch out for if it makes a second push, about $11.50 makes sense. It fits the bill. It's over VWAP. It's got good volume. I feel like this and Poet could be a couple for the smaller cap traders. I know you like to dabble, Joe.
In some small caps?
But the chips have been very good.
Yeah.
Like, the chips have been good. The metals have been good. Like, silver's doing volume again.
Silver was good yesterday.
Like,
did you see K-Web?
Oh, that was sick.
K-Web was it. We're going to talk a little bit about that a little later this morning. But yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing here, Neil, with ONDS. And Nimit, our good friend in the chat, was bringing us, I think the decision on the Clarity Act might be made today, so Bitcoin might be in play. But as you mentioned, MSTR and IBIT just not participating. And the fact that they're still down, respectively, IBIT or Bitcoin still down 40% or so off of its all-time high just shows that the decoupling between the NASDAQ, but then when the NASDAQ decides that it wants to sell, you see the weakness start to step into Bitcoin. So that just shows a weak underlying asset for me. And I think there's so much more to trade. We were talking about Nvidia hitting 232 here today. I think we can head up into 235. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing skyrockets. Jensen and Trump come out of China with some form of a deal. That'd be absolutely fantastic. As Sharif brought to us yesterday, just the fact that they're not realizing any China revenue. It's not on the books, and if they do, then this stock can go absolutely insane. So that's why I'm super in love with NVDA right now. You know, we're going to use the leverage vehicle NVDL. We have the overall market on our eyes, but it just falls right back into CBRS. That's going to be the new toy of the day. So we're going to be using that. Keep an eye on K-Web because K-Web was actually really strong yesterday, and then sure enough, just how these ADR lands typically tend to play out. You wake up and it's given back the majority of the move. So yeah, 31.12, and then you're now back to $29. Maybe you'll find somewhat of a recovery. You do give back the majority of that of this move that you've seen yesterday. So a lot going on here this morning. We're going to narrow it down. We'll narrow it down around 9 a.m. as we allow some more volume to step in. We have ONDS now with 9.5 million shares traded on the day. We talked about the Clarity Act and IBIT, NVDA up to all-time highs. So we got to narrow our watch list. We got to weave some of the bad ones out and pick some good ones. But ONDS, I like it. I like it. When you lose less than expected, the street typically tends to favor you, and it seems to be the narrative right now. So, yeah, we'll send it back to the S. We'll see what the boys and Nadera are up to, Sharif and Nadera are up to.
And in case we didn't have enough earnings names to look at there, I think ONDS, a nice addition to that group. Again, I do sort of remind you guys, because numbers were mentioned, we do have some economic data again at 8:30 a.m. That's mostly going to be retail sales, some import-export numbers, and then also initial jobless claims. So I'll be giving that to you guys at 8:30 in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, though, we talked about earnings, Sharif. Cisco killed it last night in terms of the numbers, and the stock really poised to make some moves to the upside today.
Yeah, Dara, it's quite strong this morning. Let's talk about some of the more underreported aspects of this report. Hidden there was the fact that they're almost doubling their full year 2026 guide when it comes to earnings expectations. Essentially, their orders are jumping from $5 billion on the quarter to $9 billion, kind of proves that hyperscalers no longer looking at their Silicon One chips as, possibly to be integrated into their infrastructure. They're already ordering them separately. We've talked a lot about sort of the refresh cycle when it comes to networking, and you're getting that now from the campuses. They revealed that they have a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar campus networking refresh cycle. Campus orders grew about 25%. The point of this is they're upgrading their internal office networks to handle these higher bandwidth AI, localized AI agents, good look there. And their Acacia networks, this is their optics division, much like Lumentum and some of the others, that grew at 200% year over year, as obviously optics, very important for AI data centers. And last but not least, they announced, sadly, that they're cutting about 4,000 jobs. That's about roughly 5% of their workforce. They're saying it's a classical surgical restructuring. They're shedding legacy hardware roles to take on new initiatives like AI optics and security, Adara.
Cisco, the latest name here in a series of layoff announcements. Solid report. How do you guys feel about the chart today?
It's a little explosive. But I mean, you almost double that 5 to 9 billion for expected orders. Like, what? The full year expectation. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And it tells you a little bit about why everything has been going so parabolic, because demand is through the roof. Absolutely through the roof. Now, this chart, I don't think you're ever going to see something as like 100 yesterday at $100, right? Like, I mean, come on. Like resistance at 100, support at 100, like it's so clean off of that. Like such a great level, and then of course earnings, the explosion. So you don't have any like real key levels to work off of here. It's gone too far to consider pullbacks into prior support. But in the aftermarket, it did have a 115 on it. I don't want to confuse that with a 115 that I'm interested in on Intel. But there is like a 115. If they start pulling back and doing the normal thing this earnings season, which has been you gap up and you're more than double digits, then we see profit taking throughout the day. Most of the good stocks that have done well tend to do more of hold the low and then end up sideways. So like the high may be the pre-market, but once it holds a low, you then get to exist in that range. So I think that's what I would expect for Cisco. If there's even a trade today, it'll be like let the selling come off. Sometimes you have to wait it at 10, 10:30. It could be a little bit longer than that as it drifts down. I don't know that it's automatically going to be the most exciting trade. We've seen it so many times. Something gaps up 15, 20% in the space, and we look at it on the earnings day, and it's somewhat of a chop fest, right? Like I think we can be pretty sure, if you trade like an Nvidia every single day, you're looking at Intel every single day, SMCI, AMD, when they're just all sympathy plays or pattern recognition, it's just easier as a day trader to go back to those wells than try to figure out the earnings name on that one day, especially if you don't trade it most days. But there's that one level that I guess I would look at. But I'm more interested, allow that first hour to happen. If it catches, that sell, look for that little bit of a bottom, because the market's been all about buying the dips. And I'm using the example here for Nvidia. The goal today, I don't know what'll happen. Intel in that 115, it's almost right there, so that could be a different story. But just for Nvidia, if you look at where it eventually got to, it got to 227 yesterday. We sat here at the open. We're going to go to Joe for options in a second. 225 at the open. Got to 227.5. Put this in a context. If you bought it at the open, that's a 1% move to the high. If you look at where it crested at the bottom, 21.6, right, from 225, that's 1.5% down. So in just a little bit off of the open, a short amount of time, it went 1.5% down to then give 1% if you were just long right away. I think just as an example, this is where like waiting and being patient as the market does this dip and rip pattern. Overall, it is all about the fact that it's just not breaking prior day lows, right? Like it's stair-stepping up anytime it challenges a low. Sometimes you'll hold a double bottom, sometimes you'll hold above a double bottom, sometimes you're holding a prior high, like somewhere in this range, but you're not really challenging any lower. Like today, I look at like a prior close at 226.5. That's like the first area if it just happens to get down there. But it's more about waiting for like that inevitable. Every single day, pattern dip by. And understanding that the first 5 minutes, not always the best time to be in that kind of a pattern. We're going to go talk some options at the screen with my man Joe.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity on yesterday's session. A couple of names that were trending, and we're going to kick things off with SLV. SLV on that $80 strike price expiring tomorrow, guys. We had a lot of open interest and a lot of volume stepping in at that specific zone. 22,900 contracts at that $80 mark, still currently open, and volume at 20,100 there, guys. But what I want us to focus on here is a bid in the ask. See that $7, not too bad, but our delta, relatively cool, right? We're still looking at an OTM contract. We're sitting at that $44 mark. Our gamma exposure, relatively high, $10. So you're going to see that lifted on top of your delta for every 1 point change within silver. You can see an increase in the at-the-money IV sitting at 67.2%. Now moving over to the contract itself from 9:40 in the morning, if you were bullish on silver, this contract was relatively cheap in the morning. You're looking at around sub $100 or sub $1, $94 to be exact, and it climbs to a high of $216, giving you a 130% return in that one specific contract. Now, how do we obtain that style of gold? You need to buy it out of the money. That's where those real returns really start to kick in. Now, KWeb, a name I was mentioning earlier this morning, a lot of activity as Donald Trump went and visited China. We have a lot of activity at this $31 marker. Now that we are sub of this, we can classify this specific level as a potential resistance zone in KWeb. $31 is that level that I'm talking about. Open interest sitting at 119,000 contracts still open at that level, so that's a lot. We were using the example with an NVDA yesterday, how at 235 there wasn't very much open interest, so therefore it can give the ability for the underlying asset and the stock to continue to climb higher. Here we're going to be looking at this as a call wall. Volume sitting around 70,000, but for a relatively cheap name, we're looking at an $11 spread there. Delta $38, and then our gamma exposure is extremely high, sitting at that $29 mark. At the money IV, 57%. Now, as for the contract itself, we're going to be looking at it the exact same time as our previous silver contract, 9:40 at the open, the 5-minute time frame to the peak, gives you a 549% return. That contract was worth $7. That's the very bottom. Are you going to get that? Most likely not, but shows you the real returns and potential out of the money contracts. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Wix going from an overweight to an equal weight by Wells Fargo, and a big time price slash here, guys, $137 to $54. And then we have Solstice going from a buy to a hold with a $90 price target by Vertical Research. Moving forward, we have Whirlpool also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a neutral with a $52 price target by Goldman Sachs. And then Qualcomm down 3.42%. Getting the downgrade by Freedom Broker, guys, buy to a hold, but an increase with the price target to $200 from $164. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the positive things. Starbucks, an Adara favorite here. I believe she has this as one of her picks, going from a hold to a buy with a $120 price target. So TD Cowen giving them the nod this morning. Cisco, a name that we were talking about not too long ago, a staggering 15% here, guys, with a price target of $116 by Goldman Sachs. And then we have Alibaba reporting the other day, guys, overweight rating with a price increase to $205 by JP Morgan. And then OKLO with a neutral weight rating, still down 3.5% here, guys, but with a price target increase from $73 to $76 by Citibank. Send it back to Neil.
So, speaking of coffee, I got mine fresh and warm. At some point, probably get a refill on it. And maybe by the time we're having our second coffee, Starbucks will have done something about this breakout. Probably not, but maybe. It's entirely possible. It's been much better than you think when you try to compare anything to what the tech names have been doing. Obviously, it's not going to look. Nothing looks good in comparison to pulling up like a Micron chart or pulling up AMD or SanDisk chart. It's just not going to be fair. But Starbucks is doing very well in its own right. And if you look at this bull flag, it's got a little something going on here. Room to be able to break out the top. What I would caution with this, here, let's do, whoops, BUX, Neil. What I would sort of caution is even this localized breakout, when you pull up, and this is a monthly chart, right? When you pull up this monthly chart, it's still got a much larger pattern where this 120 needs to get taken away. But there's still some room in this rally for Starbucks. I'm not a big Starbucks person. We have a great coffee machine here, and I make mine at home. I almost never, if I'm at a restaurant, fine, but I almost never, unless I'm traveling, go out and get a coffee somewhere else. It's just never been my thing.
I drank too many espressos yesterday, so I can't drink any coffee today.
What number is too many?
Like I had 4 of the doubles.
You had 4 doubles?
Yeah, I was gone. I was at home. I was sick.
Dang.
I was sick, man. I couldn't eat. It was horrible. It was not a good time, man. So
what?
I won't be doing that again anytime soon. So
yeah, that's a bit intense.
Yeah, that was a bit intense. I don't know why, but anyway, sometimes you just black out and you just keep going. Yeah. What's up, Day Trading? What's going on, brother? How's everything? You looking at? Yeah, it's Louise. Are you looking at the IPO this morning? Others think, honestly, it's pricey. Yeah, I'm just being honest here, guys. But other than that, Sharif and I were just talking not too long ago. I was reading up some things on Cisco, but then also President Xi warning Trump about Taiwan. Not much other than that, but U.S. reported has approved some NVIDIA chip sales to 10 Chinese firms. So that can help with the pop that we're seeing back up to 231. I wish I had some Stream Deck things or anything along with the bank. There we go. As NVDA, it's time to shine, and I'm going to be talking quite often about that one. So, yeah, I like this. This is positive news. This is hopefully just the start of things. Hopefully their approval goes through to some more firms and some more corporations over in China so they can start shipping some more products over.
We've seen this positive news before. Yeah. And when you consider they're not, as it's often said, they're not getting anything out of that market and still producing big time numbers. So like just where this could be if things, first off, I'm always a little bit skeptical. I feel like this is the 3rd or 4th time we get a little bit of optimism the channel will actually get opened up and we'll see some real change. And given what's going on in the Middle East, in addition to this, and knowing that you're getting 2 big powers clash, I want to temper some expectations here. That being said, if we're turning the corner, there's not much of a good reason why Nvidia isn't immediately, just worth 10% more at a minimum if you open up China. And at the end of the day, for the trade, we've already sort of discussed. Like I think this is a nice gentle uptrend, which is giving you plenty of opportunities every single day. But that really changes if you truly open things up. I just don't want to crack the champagne on that one just yet. Let's go to Dara. It's just about 8:30, so we do have our first number.
You see, Dunkin' Donuts is coming back here.
Yeah, they're coming back to Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, guys, a whole bunch of numbers to talk about. Retail sales, probably the biggest here month over month, 0.5% forecast here. Prior, 1.7%. So we're expecting a decline compared to last month's print, but again, slight increase here, 0.5%. Initial jobless claims, 205,000 is the forecast. 200,000 was the previous print. Core retail sales here, 0.7% forecast versus 1.9% prior. And then import prices, export prices, import prices 1% forecast, export prices 1.2% forecast. Let's see what we end up getting here for these numbers. Interestingly enough, import prices we're expecting a little bit lower than the prior print. Export prices expecting a little bit higher. Initial jobless claims 211,000. That's going to be a little bit above the forecast here of 205,000. Retail sales coming in at 0.5%, exactly in line with estimates of 0.5%. Export prices and import prices both well above estimates here, guys. 1.9% for import prices versus 1% expected. Export prices 3.3% versus 1.2% expected. So again, retail sales, core retail sales, both in line. You've got slightly higher than expected jobless claims and much higher than expected import and export prices. Interesting look here for the market. I think before we send back to the guys, though, I know Joe touched on this story, but Sharif, I think this Nvidia conversation with China, every time we think there could be some kind of resolution, we get another wrench here in the plans. What are your thoughts on this latest story here?
Yeah, it's going to be to see what kind of announcements we get from both the administration as well as Nvidia themselves. And I also want to hear possible information coming from the Chinese companies, the ByteDance, the Tencent, the Alibabas. They're the ones who are interested in these chips, but it's the H200. We know, as we spoke yesterday, that if they are to realize, that the sales that were projected to be in China for the H200, it could add about $12 to $15 billion in revenue for Nvidia, which is basically at zero at the moment. So I expect a lot of developments, and I think Jensen, he wouldn't be going there unless there was something afoot. So we'll wait for some announcements, I guess. Yeah,
it could be a big boon for Nvidia and these companies. In the meantime, pretty massive, I think, compared to expectations here. Import and export prices numbers. The market does not care, though, guys.
I'd love for Nvidia. This really nothing burger. Like the data today isn't going to be PPI or CPI like we had the last couple of sessions, where even though we eventually ended up higher, you did actually get some movements. I had to zoom in to make it look like the market moved just there, but it didn't. But if I zoom in, look at that trick. Haha, everybody. Oh no, the futures are tanking. It's all the... And then you go back and you zoom out to give some actual perspective. Look at that little trick. I can play with your minds. Now, we're not really moving anywhere on that. Much more interesting, of course, that Nvidia news. I heard Funware just announced a new CEO. Probably not doing anything. I remember the good old days when Funware actually did stuff. You probably don't.
I would, yeah, I would.
But
I definitely.
Funware. The only reason I always bring it up, Funware was the lower hanging fruit trade on the DWAC day until it wasn't. Like the crazy thing was, like, there was a point where Funware was actually a better trade until they halted it and didn't open it back up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like they were both going absolutely crazy, and Funware was going on sympathy. And what was good about it is you could just lead with DWAC and then follow with Funware. It was like a $4 stock at the time. And then there was a bunch of like halt up. And then the halt up at the high on DWAC, they both volatility halted near the top in the morning.
I remember.
And then 10 minutes later, 5 or 10 minutes later, DWAC opened up and Funware didn't. And then DWAC fell, and then there was another halt, and Funware still hadn't opened up.
Yeah.
And then DWAC kept falling, and Funware still hadn't opened up.
That's great.
And fast forward like an hour to an hour and a half later, when the move had already come just significantly back in, and they finally opened Funware back up.
Oh, really?
And just rinsed everybody that chose that stock and wanted to hold it for the big win. To this day, I still complain about it because everyone here was trading DWAC. I will complain about it on behalf of everybody that got burned on it, even though it didn't cost me a dime. It was one of the most disgusting displays I've ever seen at the exchange, because there's no reason, no explanation was ever given as to why it halted for more than the 5 or 10 minutes. Never.
You know, the first stock that I ever seen get delisted was SVB.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that was the first one I ever. I'm like, it's like, okay, it's trading, and then come 4 o'clock, it's no longer existing.
And you're gone.
Yeah, it's gone. And it's gone.
And it's all gone.
And it's all gone. Was the dip on NVDA today, says Travman? I mean, we can continuously talk this one. I don't know. I'm thinking 250. By the end of the year, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing this name, especially if...
250 end of the year?
No, I didn't finish. I'm thinking 250 relatively soon.
Okay.
And I'm thinking $300 probably by the end of the year here on NVDA. So that's why I've just been absolutely loading the boat on this thing, and we'll continue.
I like that.
Yeah, we're gonna hit that home run, that Dalton Varsho home run. So yeah, let's see here, guys. The pre-market, we're at 230 right now, an additional all-time high on this one. So yeah, let's see if we can get rocking and rolling here on VDA today. An additional gap up in a session where AMD not really doing it. It had its turn.
I give it that.
Yeah, it's had its time in the limelight though, Neil. Like, this is a massive move, 135% in the span of like a month or so.
I love when we poop on a stock, it's up that much because but you're not up today. Oh, you're trash now.
Yeah, exactly.
You dare to pull back 2 or 3%?
How dare you?
How dare you? But someone I know that likes all-time highs. Well, I mean, I guess we all like all-time highs.
Oh.
But this man loves all-time highs, though. We got Mitch coming on, so we're going to throw it up to the desk. We got Money Mitch in the hizzy. You have to have a smile on your face. If he comes on and he's not smiling, I get worried. Ooh. But when everything is at the highs, I know we're going to be all happy today.
Certainly all smiles to welcome Money Mitch. Mitch Hoke back here to the show from Trade the Pool. How are you doing this morning, Mitch?
Doing great, enjoying it, having a good morning, and ready to maybe play some China stocks and play some health stocks. It's been a little bit of a fun time, especially riding these euphoria waves. If you're a trend trader and you're not killing it in this market, well, we need to have a talk. Let's just say that much.
Yeah, I think well said here. Let's start here with some of the names you mentioned. You want to look at the tech and the healthcare spaces today. Lumen, L-U-M-N, they had reported earnings, I think, a couple weeks ago. Let's talk about this chart.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for here is to start seeing more of the communication, the equipment names start to make the lift. Of course, this can also fall under telecom, it's fiber optics, but really the infrastructure, right, of AI got a nice lift with Cisco's report. Just shows more and more that the orders continue to expand, right, the backlog, right? This is what you want to watch for these type of companies. Keep watching for that demand to increase, right? If we're seeing that backlog increase, then there's no concern of CapEx spending coming down. And this, of course, just continues to drive to the bottom line. Lumen had been making moves before, of course, and now is kind of charging up here for another move back above 10. I think this one could easily have a break above 10, eventually making a move back towards the highs on the 52-week. Can we get back to 12? Wouldn't be a bad trade right there.
That's a really good-looking daily chart for sure. What other names in the tech space are you watching right now? Can you give us some other, I guess, either subsectors or stocks that you think look interesting here, much like Lumen?
Yeah, so if you're looking into technology, of course, you've been riding the waves of the semiconductor. That's been a huge, massive rally, but it's really all about the trickle-down effect, right? That's what I'm watching, right? What's coming downstream? Right? Because there's plenty of plays to do this. This is why I think traders are looking at China, right? Because if we're doing so good, at some point you expect the China names to kick off. So like yesterday, I know I made a really great trade in C-Web. I'm going to be looking to make another trade there. Names like Tesla starting to turn in the technology outlook. What you want to be seeing, right, is that, let's say for Tesla, in this case, this stock is now going to be viewed as more as a chip stock, a tech stock, really. I know that everyone had talked about this in the past, and some people consider it an auto manufacturer, some people consider it a tech name. Well, really, now we're seeing more and more it is a tech name, and you're going to see Elon drive further and further away from auto conversations and more focusing on that this is a robotics builder, a software builder, and builds chips. So we'll see what happens. I'm looking for Tesla to get to 500 and fast.
Yeah, I mean, that honestly would be great here if we could get this name above 500. But let's talk about a name that is at all-time highs and actually is poised to break them yet again. Nvidia, we're less than a week away from earnings. I know you're watching this name, Mitch. What's your thought on this play, how to play this stock?
Yeah, this is just the ride of the trend. What I would say, if you're trying to ride Nvidia, now it's time to look at monthly charts because that's what cleans it up. If you're looking at this chart, is now a stair step higher. I don't expect to see elevator moves in Nvidia. I expect to see just continued stair step higher. And why? Because of course the GPUs will still be needed, but what have we seen the shift of? We've seen the shift that it's not just GPU. Right, this is what happened with AMD's rally and why you're seeing the semiconductors overall across the board get rallies, right? Because now we've come into the age where we're going more into the agent AI conversation. And as we shift into that, what do we need? Well, we don't only need GPUs, we need the CPU, right? And of course, why did AMD get that nice big breakout? Because it has this kind of competitive advantage against Nvidia, right? Where it has the CPU, GPUs, all in the Helios substack, right? That Helios stack is what's really giving AMD a nice catch-up type of play right back up. And you guys have always remembered, and if you guys have seen me on the show before, one of the things that I've been saying since last year is AMD over Nvidia, and that just because it could catch up. It has the faster trade now. Nvidia is just gonna be little stair steps higher.
Now, I know another sector you've been watching, I think very much on watch here, is healthcare. Can you give us one or two setups within the healthcare space that traders can use right now?
Yeah, I'll give you guys one that I'm in right now. Full disclosure, I'm in Johnson & Johnson. I'm at 227 entry. Of course, got in this yesterday off the 9 EMA, but I've been waiting to start seeing health start to make a lift. We were clearly seeing that rotation when we started to see tech start to fall, right? So when tech started to come down and the growth names started to kind of pull off that euphoria, quickly started to see a shift going back into health. And now we want to take a look to see if we start to get that to push higher, right? Names that are doing well, Johnson & Johnson, are doing well. Of course, Lilly could do a nice little move back above the 1,000 and then start to rip back towards the highs. And of course, what happened in healthcare? Well, what happened is the anchor in healthcare that was the healthcare plans has been lifted, and you guys have seen how the healthcare plans have performed. And now all you need is the drug manufacturers, the majors, to start playing in, and now you can really lift the tide, right? Because now there is no anchor really dragging the sector, and now it just needs what? It just needs some tailwinds to come in and push the big boys forward. So watch the big stocks. If they can lift, this healthcare trade could be real.
Great way of looking at it, Mitch. Where can the people find you if they want to know more? Is there anything you can tell us right now about what you guys over at Trade the Pool are doing? Where can they find you and Trade the Pool on social media, et cetera?
Definitely come check us out. Of course, we're doing a bunch of different streams, and we're even dipping our toes into the earnings streams. I've been giving a lot of previews and specific details to catch in the earnings, right? That's what I'm always about. The small details are what matter. So I'll give you guys a little bit of a nice small detail that's been mentioned in software. And you heard mentions of it yesterday in Cisco's report. Everyone's going to focus on what? Of course, the price action. I mean, it goes up 20%. They're just like, whoa, I want to go trade this. But listen to what they're saying. They cut workforce. And one of the main things they're saying when they're cutting workforce is that this is for AI initiatives. So it's a cut of spending, but it's because that money is going straight into AI initiatives. This is the new kind of hype that you'll start seeing in the earnings reports. You'll see multiple companies start to mention that's the reason we're cutting. And this really started with GitLab and then others. So just start watching for that. That could be a nice little signal to read, and then watch stocks get a nice little quick pop, right? Headlines, right? You got to know those small details and what you're looking for in the reports. Catch us on Trade the Pool. Like always, limited risk trading. Get after it.
Get after it indeed. Thanks again here to Money Mitch Hoke for being with us this morning, guys.
Have a good one, guys.
Oh, we're going to do just that, Mitch, and appreciate you. And to further that point, remember, that's in lieu. If you're going to, you have to, if you're spending big on new initiatives, you can do, there's only so many ways you can come up with new money, right? You can raise debt, you can have a hoard of cash, or you could find efficiency in cuts. And the reality is, if you look at big corporations and look at what their payroll is, one of the most effective ways to save that money is to trim that workforce. So it's not just that they're trimming the workforce, it's that they're not going into debt for the spending, which the market absolutely loves. I really like that J&J. I like that J&J chart, though. I like that entry, too, the 225. Not just because round numbers make math people feel all warm and fuzzy inside when you break a trend at a nice, even round number, and then it looks so clean at that price breaking out yesterday. But what you get is a kind of a breast and breed type of name in an upward trend. And sometimes, you know what? Sometimes if I'm looking at a nice chart, I want to look at an even nicer one. if you pull up this on the monthly chart,
Yeah, it's fantastic.
see that like chill, the ship. The daily charts are great. I love. There's nothing wrong with daily charts, but I find sometimes there's a better perspective if you go out a little bit further. As a day trader, you live with your 3 and 5 and 15, and you go to the daily for trend and all that kind of good stuff. But when you're putting the other hat on, whether it's like a swing or your investment account, be sure that you spend enough time looking at some monthly charts, weekly and monthly charts, so that you can get an idea of the change of behavior. Like, this has been a different stock for half a year, and you're getting the first significant pullback to be able to buy the dip on what is now a new environment for them.
Yeah.
So just make sure you're doing that work. You'll see me oftentimes, flow to my E-signal chart to get that look, and it's really important, especially when you're dealing with some of these more parabolic moves, right? You want to be able to get a good sense of, okay, well, the last time it behaved like this, like what did it look like, or what was the range of the last cycle for like a 2-year cycle or whatever it might be, and just have that in the back of your mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing that. Sharif and I were looking at some charts yesterday, just the NASDAQ on a monthly chart, and it's just like at the end of the day, the NASDAQ 100 is just going to always rotate out the bad ones, and then you're going to see the stronger names be filtered into it. And that's why you just see that continuous up movement. And it's hard to bet against that in the long term. But then when you zoom in, and as Mitch was talking about, you get into the detail of things, you can find good opportunities in both directions when you are heading into the intraday charts. Excuse me. We're talking about layoffs, right? So we already had some of the larger names continue to do so. We seen Amazon lay some up, Block laying individuals off, Oracle doing the exact same thing for different reasons. Don't get Adara started on that one. But at the end of the day, this is what this whole AI trade was about, is how more efficient can we become in our day-to-day operations. And with that being said, with these new tools, you're going to see job loss. But if you're going to be purchasing some of these larger companies and you're going to be a shareholder within them, then it's best for you. In my opinion, it sucks that people lose their jobs, but now margins are starting to increase. Some of companies' biggest expenses are obviously employees. Now, okay, you're eliminating some of that. You're more efficient in your day-to-day operations. You can do more with less. So the spend isn't a horrible thing, but just understand what's on the flip side of the coin. And as Mitch was talking about, you get into the details. And as for Johnson & Johnson, there's trades outside of the actual AI boom, right? Like, you can get into other things. You've seen some of the healthcare names moving. Yesterday, China was moving. I know Mitch was talking about K-Web. I think you mentioned C-Web. I'm not familiar with C-Web, but K-Web definitely. Is C-Web an actual? Okay, yeah, direction on daily CCI, that's definitely something up there. But K-Web, the internet ETF, climbing higher yesterday, now south of that $30 marker. So there might be opportunities in multiple places right now. We just don't need to always hyper-focus on what we're talking about most, i.e. the NVIDIAs, the MUs, the SanDisks, and the AMDs. But it helps, right? Because it's easier to go with the flow. It's like, hey, this sector is trending. Why don't I put myself in the best position possible to be with the flow and go with where the large amount of money is flowing?
But also not lose sight of where some other things might be emerging. I would be careful. Be careful if you're trading C-Web in particular. You got to just make sure you've got all your timeouts. It's very important when looking at that stock. And I just saw that we got some super chat. I just want to make sure everyone is trading safely there. Because knowing the amount of timeouts that you have is going to be very, very important. And if you know, you know. We got Rest on Day.
Rest on Day 7.
Happy birthday at Pops Mafia.
Pops Mafia.
Happy birthday to you, Pops Mafia. You share the same birthday as my pops, believe it or not.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday this morning. Yes. But my dad's probably not watching right now. If there's cricket on, he's watching cricket. I promise you. That's just how he's
watching Kramer?
Cricket.
Oh, cricket.
If there is cricket happening in the world right now, he's retired, man. He's watching cricket because that is his sport. But yeah, happy birthday, Pops, if you're watching. I know you're not. It's fine. And we already talked this morning.
Never know, man. Never.
But Pops Mafia, appreciate you. And there it is. Another year around the sun, and the best part about it is you get to celebrate it with the market at all-time highs with us. Although I guess technically speaking, we are not at all-time highs because we have pulled back in the pre-market. That being said, does it really matter? It doesn't matter. And look at how far, I just keep coming back to this. I know we're going to move on to some other stuff. But I know, we were talking about this with Nvidia. Look at how far we actually dropped going into the open yesterday to move. And if you go from when we started moving, in this particular case, it's around 8:30, and like we had that PPI number. The last 2 days are different because PPI and CPI were moving the market. But for the Qs, you probably have to start from there to a certain extent. Like we were down about $6 on the Qs. And if you look at how far we actually rallied, it's just slightly under that. Like if you bought at 8:30 thinking we're bullish on the event, it's kind of like Nvidia. You didn't get, like that was, you're risking, a point to make 0.9, that kind of a deal. It was really more about when that behavior changed. And here it's like 10:30. 10:30 is where you get this lower high break and then the holdover VWAP. That's like a good hour after the open. Nvidia was a similar story. We look at Intel. Intel, the bottom is at 10:20. Behavior changing is somewhere in here, again, around that 10:20, 10:30 mark. It's an hour in. So if we see something like that today, like if you're bullish, that level of patience it's not easy. Now, this is one of the reasons why I was more focused on silver in the morning, and it's at a support level that I like, is its dip was a higher low dip. If I can find something that I like for its strength, or I like the trend, or I just like the theme, and you see it still with a bit of an upward trend when the market is dipping, it's just a lower hanging fruit, in my opinion. Because you'll get, in theory, you should get the same move, but then you should also be able to get it without having to fight the trend. So that's one thing I want to be focused on here. And before I know we're going to go back to that in a quick little sec, KH just said, what about Tesla 450? Man, I'm glad I didn't take that trade.
The Tesla 450?
No. I had a trend line. It was more of a line of best fit drawn on Tesla. And for my style with these trend breaks, like a lot of people would make money shorting this, right? Like it goes 448 down to 445, $3, right? Like, bam, I actually wouldn't make money on that trade because I'd be in there and I would legitimately be holding half or 2/3 of the trade for down here. So I might get a third out, and then when it runs the high, I'm sitting on half or 2/3 of the trade, and that's not going to end up a win. Like this one would have ended up a win if I, for magical reason, had it up here. But the 450 break, it's like we've already broken 450 and gone back and forth. I think that's a trap dance level because it was insignificant yesterday. You have multiple breaks, multiple holds, like $3-4 underneath. Like it's more like it's barcoding around that level than anything else. Let it take out a $5 level above or below, and I think it'd be a little bit more interesting for Tesla.
Yeah, we got another super chat here, Neil. 20 schmackers on this one.
Hello.
Henny Wasson 2666. What's going on, brother? $20 super chat. Mahalo. Ohana TTV Ohana. I don't know what that means. Is that I feel like it might be it's Samoan, Hawaiian.
It's got to be
something.
I won't pretend to know. So
I'm not
going
to pretend. Yes, but it sounds like that.
Ohana ask, like
definitely sounds maybe Hawaiian.
Well, it's good well wishes. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. Any thoughts on options on Nvidia? Yeah, I mean, I like it, guys. I'm talking about getting involved with some. I am leading into the earnings report. We're not really seeing Means Family. Okay, cool, nice. Yeah. Moana. Yeah. Okay. Hawaiian. Yeah. Nice. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. I figured it was something along those lines, man. I was actually watching videos in Hawaii about Hawaii the other day. Gotta go there. Have you ever been there? Sorry to digress a little bit there.
I've never been. Okay, yeah, it's on the list. It's weird. Like this is West Indian. If I'm ever going somewhere to the islands, I go to the Caribbean.
Yeah, exactly. But as for NVDA, I like what Mitch was talking here. I mean, it's not going to be that parabolic move. Maybe you'll have those one-off sessions where we've seen it continue to climb. And it just kind of outpaces the rest of the market. But this thing is going to be a nice and long, steady stare up. With that being said, if we're really looking to leverage our positions, I'm going far out right? It's just worth it, in my opinion. Say it's like October, even further out, to be honest with you. Nothing wrong with going leaps in this name, especially if you're going to be a long-term investor. Just be prepared. I think the way that we've been trading right now, it's ideal, right? So nothing's bad. Hold on, I want to pull up a specific contract. So yeah, we'll go 246. That's going to be at the beginning of the month. And you can see, like, if we're talking about $3,100 for something that has lower implied volatility, I don't know. It's just really, really attractive stuff, in my opinion. And what I wanted to look at right now is, from a daily standpoint, how long have we actually been broken out? So are we in the earlier stages of things, or has it been kind of that thing that we feel is a little bit stretched? And I'm going to say the first. I don't believe that it's been too long, and I don't think we've gone too far too fast like we've seen in SanDisk, MU, and AMD. And with that being said, we literally broke out of that consolidation on April 14th, so a month ago, like literally a month ago today, right? And then you come back and retest that level at 196. So you breach 200, and then so if we're looking at the actual breakout time, it's at the beginning of the month. So we're in about like a week and a half, 2 weeks within this move. So I would go the leap route, and I think we're in the earlier stages of this name continuing to climb higher and higher, because it was consolidating for quite some time. And as we typically say, the longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout could potentially be as well. So
no questions asked about that. Long consolidations aren't bad in uptrends. They can lead to pretty solid breakouts. Just quickly, this Mobex here, Mobix, whatever, signs non-binding LOI to acquire special project delivery, terms undisclosed. So that is the reason why it's already up, although that's not new. That was from earlier this morning. It just happens to be breaking some highs here, up 40%. Another one of these runners, there's a line I like to use. This one is a habitual stepper of it. And you got to call a spade, as Sharif says. When you're looking at some of these small cap runners, the behavior tends to matter. This one is pretty egregious in terms of its pattern, pretty clean pump and dump, recent reverse split that has only gone down since then. Taking out reverse split highs can be bad. That can squeeze some short sellers that play this game, which wins probably, I don't know the exact percentage, but it wins at least over 80% of the time when they do this. Short the reverse split name. You need to be getting above $4, at least $3.50 or $4 to really scare them. So it is on good volume, 6 to 7 million shares worth of volume already on Mobex. Good turn. The 50 period doesn't really matter when it's not split adjusted, but the $2 level sort of does. I just have that cautionary of, this is exactly the kind of name that has the pattern of pump and dump. So when you get your profit, make sure that you keep it, right? Like, that's the nature of the trading game. You don't actually make a dime until you've sold. Like, paper gains are great, and in your long-term investment account, they're fantastic. That's what it's all about. But when you are trading, a trade is a trade, and no money has been made until you actually cover it. We got some more super chats in here. So what do we got? We got Matthias. Good morning, Neil. What's your opinion on Wix? Yeah, they got dumped after earnings yesterday, didn't they? Well, I don't know anything where I'm ever, like, I don't, okay, how do I say the same thing differently? I guess I don't. If you're in a downtrend, I have zero interest in buying the recent breakdown, ever. For more or less never. And I don't care about, like, in this particular case, I'm not going to try to get into some fundamental case for them. Okay, great, you had double-digit growth. That's absolutely fantastic. You know, you want to see that. There were some positives. Their misses on the top and bottom weren't egregiously bad. Well, okay, the EPS was pretty bad. The revenue miss wasn't that bad. There you go. That's. I just said something halfway nice about them. All that being said, you just lost pig support on the daily, and on a monthly chart, you are at the major support level. If we're thinking that there is a potential bottom here, this on a monthly time frame, this is some support down around the 50. 55 area, which is where we're at right now. That's on a monthly chart. We're halfway through the month. That's like, see this, where this candle holds it? Look at the next month. You're still getting it off the higher low of the next month at 70 into. If you're making a hold on a time frame like that, you don't have to worry about getting in a day after earnings. You really don't. you wait for the confirmation on that same time frame. And look at the consolidation bond down here. That's like an entire quarter that it holds the low. You don't have to be so precise when you're bottom picking. And if anything, that just leads to disaster.
That's a monthly?
Yeah, that's a monthly chart. When you go to a monthly chart, just remember the time frame you're looking at, the pattern has to confirm on that time frame. Chris, gains in trading, habitual line stepper. There we go. Sometimes these come, not Wix, it was MobX that was habitual line.
CrowdStrike.
Alexi, what do you think of Tesla? Is it still early? What's the context for it being early? You mean, we're talking about buying a dip in the pre-market? Are we talking about the chance that it's going to rally to make a final break at this 500 level? I'm going to guess, because we're day traders, that you're talking about buying the dip on this, and we're actually getting a bit of a move to the downside here in the market. We're sliding off a little bit. Yesterday, we were dipping until most of the market until close to 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Some things bounced a little bit earlier, but some things didn't bounce till 10:30. So this was 9:45. Others were after 10 o'clock. So I'm not trying to be early on anything on the dip today. Patience, patience,
Yeah,
patience.
same.
Patience,
Yeah.
patience, patience.
So
For me, I have zero interest in buying a dip at 9 o'clock, half an hour to the open. We didn't catch bottoms until 10:30 yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of spots.
Before we get into the rundown, why are we not talking about some of these cybersecurity names hitting all-time highs? PanW, all-time high, right? Just straight like we were looking at some of these cybersecurity names, the two big ones, PanW and CrowdStrike. Yeah, the CrowdStrike, baby. CrowdStrike. Down 40% plus each, respectively, off of the high. And then in the span of a month and a little bit, CrowdStrike taps into all-time high, but PanW breaking through that marker. So some good looks there in.
Shout out if you bought that 400.
Oh man, I wish I did. So shout out to the cybersecurity names. As for Meta, not participating, it sucks. It's not doing too good right now, and we want to stick with what's strong and what's in play, and I think that's the chip trade. You're still down 22%, but other than that, guys, you know what time it is. It's 9 o'clock now, 9:01. Send it back to the desk and get right into the rundown.
742.5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're above that already. 744.33 is where we're trading, about 0.25% up from yesterday's close. So we're going to say, that 745 area, but it feels like we may breach that right at the open. So if 745 gets taken out and, we don't sell off, we're looking at that clear 750 level as our resistance level 1. If we start selling off, perhaps something happens over there in China. We're looking for 740 Adara as support.
Yeah, and if you're looking for anything in terms of what's moving in the market, what to expect from the day, please make sure to grab this free Trader TV Live watch list. It will go straight to your inbox. It will have info on who is reporting on the economic numbers, any stocks to watch and why. So please join us over there. Again, Trader TV Live watch list. It is free, and we work on it every day for you all. CBRS here, this Cerebras IPO, is certainly going to be one to watch. Now, as of when I made this, we had the expected IPO open range here, 150 to 160. It's all the way up to 185 now, Sharif.
Yeah, this is a really interesting IPO, Adara. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of this because a lot looks good on the surface. We need to talk about some of the bigger details here. So they have these net margins, which are very high for their industry, 47%. They brought home $238 million in profit last year. But let's strip off that one line item, a non-recurring item of $363 million, which was tied to the extinguishing of their contract with G42. That's the Abu Dhabi AI firm. More on that in a second. If you strip that out, that one line item, they actually reported a net loss of $75.7 million. So something to keep in mind. Secondly, we know that they have a big tie-up with OpenAI to the tune of $20 billion. What is underreported about that is that OpenAI also has warrants. And these warrants give OpenAI the right to buy 10% of the company at a very, very discounted price. That's point number 2. Point number 3 is that we're looking here at a pivot away, as I mentioned earlier, away from G42, right? But the problem is G42 account with one other related entity accounts for 86% of the revenue. And then if you add OpenAI on top of G42, those two entities alone account for 95% of all their business. A lot of concentration risk. A couple of more things here. There was also this moonshot valuation from $26 to $56 billion. It really does have a lot to do with constrained supply. The CEO wasn't selling. A lot of the top executives who had opportunities in the IPO phase to sell some of their shares refused. So we're working with very, very small float. Think of ARM. Last but not least, Adara, Nvidia does own the training market, but Cerebras, they really have been quietly rebranding themselves as having blazing fast inference. That WSE3 architecture is supposed to run 20 times faster, if you believe the reports, than the B200.
This is apparently the biggest tech IPO I was seeing since Uber's is what people are expecting. So it's going to be pretty massive, guys. We're going to have to wait and see what it actually does. Now, before we send you back to the guys, I want to mention here, Neil, you were talking about that drop in the market. We got these comments probably about 20 minutes before that happened, but Israeli Defense Minister Katz making some comments saying the Iran mission is not over and Israel's prepared that they might need to act again. Back to you.
There you go. It's not a huge drop, but like the Nasdaq is back to flat. And we look, I can't show you a chart. Obviously, we haven't opened up. This is what the IPO looked like yesterday. There's some things to keep in mind here. There's a big difference between an opening day trade or like the opening push run on any kind of an IPO and what you would swing on it. Because I saw the comparison made. This is FRVO yesterday. It opens, it just shoots up. Right? It never really breaks a low. It's just a trend up. That's a pretty clean trade. That's ideally what you want to service. Now, if you look at what happened with, I believe it was Figma, Figma is the example of, well, you know, you don't want to be sitting around too long in this thing after the first day. It's been a short. It was also one of the most impressive, absurd longs on the first day that you will ever find. So there's two different modes here. Like buying on IPOs to hold forever on the first day is typically not a good idea. And then you throw in the fact that this was, at the beginning of this week, which is only a couple of days ago, this was about a 115. They were looking at the issue. And then yesterday it was about 150 to 160. They were saying its issue is 185.
Yeah.
Okay, 185 on CBRS.
Yeah.
It's going to open over 200. It might open at a double from what they were thinking they were going to issue at on Monday, two days ago. It could easily open at $230. So I get the notion that it'll be overpriced. It does not really stop from just looking at the buy and balance and seeing the momentum and playing that opening push. Two different things. Am I interested in owning this thing here to hold for a year or to hold for no, not at all. Am I interested in trading it today, starting with the long side? Yes, I am. Two very different things that I think you got to keep in perspective. And I'm not saying they're going to do a Figma. I'm just using this as an example.
So, yeah, I mean, I was listening to some CNBC last night, and sure enough, Mr. Altman's name comes up once again, obviously in court with Elon Musk. But as for this IPO, guys, CBRS, this guy's sitting on 89,000 shares of that, and I think Sharif mentioned the fact that they have a deal with OpenAI for $20 billion in compute. Now, if we're going to be looking at some of the previous IPOs, a name that's held up pretty well here, though, Neil, is CoreWeave.
Yeah, that's
right. Like CoreWeave. I mean, you look at the IPO first couple of months, you get 400% just like that, right? So $36.84, and never broke the IPO low, right? So if we go across the board in some of the other names, Fig was one. Circle, like Fig is just absolutely getting destroyed, and then CRCL was a good one last year as well. But all of them, with the exception of CoreWeave, ended up breaking. So, I mean, if I'm going to correlate it with anything, it might be with CoreWeave here. A nice breakthrough, and you can see that it bounced. It held that bottom of 66.41 and continued to pop there, $137 and an all-time high of $188. But this is where we're going to be opening up on CBRS. All right, is at $185 roughly. So be prepared oversubscription. We're going to be keeping our eye on the tap throughout the whole day. It's going to be a lot of fun. As soon as we have the ability to do so, I believe every single one of us, I'm not sure about Adair, but I'm sure Neil's going to be putting in his market on open order, or sorry, his limit on open order. Shreve's going to be doing, yeah, still can't put it in. Shreve's going to be doing the same thing, and I'm going to be doing the exact same thing. So I think that narrative will change as soon as the market opens. I think that we'll be able to probably start to navigate that.
The best part is, it's just one of the things that I miss when I love the show and the studio is unbelievable, as you guys can see. But when you'd have an IPO like this, when it was just like a full trading floor and not the studio, and now it's like all dispersed. Like, if I were to go to like some of the guys from this floor when it turned into the studio, open their own floor like 30 minutes from here, on their floor, you can hear the silence. And then like an IPO will open up, and then it's just like there's like a buzz, right? Like it's not like no one's calling out orders and stuff. It's not like kind of a trading floor where you're calling people on the phone, but you feel that okay, now something just happened. It's a pretty cool thing, and you get a sense of that when you watch with us, because like usually about, I'll call it 12 to 1:30. Most of these IPOs open before 1:30. Sometimes they push closer to 2 o'clock. But the big ones have all been after 12. Like you're done your lunch, or you're done your lunch by the time these open. But it'll be on the midday, and you'll probably hear someone yell "open," and then you flip to the chart, all whatever breaks loose. And usually it's pretty quick, whether it is a rocket ship or a rug pull. Usually you know that within the first minute or so. So it should be pretty exciting. We have a better idea of where Nvidia is going to open today.
Where's it opening at?
Well, the difference is Cerebras is priced at 185. It's not going to open at 185. That sucker could open at 250. It could open at 201. It could open at I think it's opening over $200. But there's like a good $30 range that could actually open at, in my opinion. I couldn't guess. Nvidia is going to open somewhere between 228 and 231. I'd almost bet that. Let's talk about their China sales, though.
We might know when Nvidia's stock is going to open, Neil, but we certainly don't know when their China sales are going to be able to be opened back up. We know we heard some reports from Reuters, though, suggesting there are a couple Chinese clients that they've been approved to sell to. There are some pretty big companies.
Yeah, I don't really get this, Adara. I mean, we already know that the Commerce Department's already given the go-ahead back in January for them to sell the H200. Now there's a report in the morning. The Commerce Department's cleared 10 specific Chinese companies, included among them Baba, Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance for the H200. So I don't really know what to make of this. My understanding was that it was a Chinese regulator themselves that was preventing their local companies from buying these H200. So we'll wait to find out. Cantor Fitzgerald giving them the nod as well. Analyst CJ Muse raising the price target to 350 from 300 for Nvidia, citing reports that Nvidia is effectively sold out of all their compute for 2026 and 2027, if you believe the report. And I want to remind you guys yesterday that deep value focused firm here, Guru Focus, they have highlighted that Nvidia is currently trading at what they gauge to be a 30% discount, $220-ish rather than the 300 and mid-20s, because they're China blackout, basically zero income there. They say if resumption of GPU sales to China goes ahead, they're estimating it there $12 to $15 billion in annual foundry revenue.
Yeah, that's a massive opportunity, guys. Are you watching NVDA today?
We're under VWAP here. I just think that the last couple of days have proven pretty instructive. It's a gentle, as Mitch said, it's a gentle uptrend. Taking the stairs. It's a term I like to use when you see this. It's taking the stairs higher. It's not the elevator, it's the stairs. Step by step. Ooh, baby, gotta get to you, girl. Weirdly enough, my daughter just started singing New Kids on the Block randomly one day. I'm like, do you even know who sings that song? And where did you hear that, sweetheart? It was very, very strange, because she's 9 years old. Why would she even know New Kids on the Block? That was one of the better songs. And if you're taking the steps to the upside, you're just looking for the next place for the dip buy. And sometimes it'll pull back, and I would venture in this case, back 2 days ago to the beginning of the week, it was a prior close and a breakout level at 215, and then the next day, I was more interested in the prior day close, but then this little top in here at 222 ended up being it. So I like that channel. I'll come in thinking about the same thing. Prior day close is going to be this 226 area. So you fill that gap in, and that's the area I want to look for reversion. And if it holds, remember, it doesn't have to be, because this is how I look at silver every time I play the trend break on silver. I don't have to have the bottom. I just want the long after it's held. Right, so there's like the higher low play, the VWAP play, the breakout above the volume weighted average play. Like I'd venture when it held VWAP here, that's no good, but when it breaks it there the second time, it's fine. This higher low, when it breaks out, is pretty good if you like it. So that's what I want to see, and only because there's no other time that I'm going to be able to bring that up, I'm also looking for that for the third day in a row in SLV. Like at the open here, it was trend down, it caught the bid, there's the VWAP hold, it goes. Same thing, it's trend down, hold, catches VWAP and goes. Doesn't give you like a second clean look off VWAP later until it was a short. And I know I was short this one late in the day, but I did say, even though I was short it late in the day, I'll still look for that initial dip and rip play on SLV, just like I will on Nvidia. But it does require some patience.
Yeah, and NVDA definitely requires some patience. Larger float, more money to move this. We say this on multiple occasions, but I'm long this name. You tap into all-time highs. We're slightly below the volume-weighted average price this morning. So sure enough, I'm going to be playing any break of the volume-weighted average price right here. So any break of 123.20, it's back. Tonio, Joe, what's up, man? Anyway, so yeah, this is what I'm going to be looking for here on NVDA. Now, as for Bitcoin, I see some people talking about potentially 82,000. I know we're going to be talking Cisco here momentarily, but 82,000 potentially on the day on Bitcoin. I'm not sure. Let's be patient, wait and see. It's actually one of the first times that IBIT hasn't popped up on my scanner via volume-wise. I don't see it. So something's going on. Maybe somebody knows something, and maybe we get a pop later in the latter half of the session. But again, it's CBRS all day, every day, and maybe some NVDA and ONDS for a pullback or potential fade of that $9.80 marker. Let's go and talk about some Cisco.
It's a really solid report here from CSCO. I mean, we got beat here on EPS, beat on sales, strong guidance. What else people need to know about this report? Sure.
Raising full-year orders, Adara, from $5 billion to $9 billion. That's nearly a doubling in a single quarter. It's kind of indicative that the hyperscalers no longer just testing their Silicon One chips, but they're making them a core part of their AI strategy. That is a pretty good look. And as I mentioned at the top, there's a campus cycle refresh. So a lot of enterprise customers, typically these higher level institutions, are upgrading their infrastructure, their networking infrastructure to take advantage of some higher bandwidth possibilities there for AI, specifically AI agents from how I read it. And their Acacia division, which is basically their optical networking division, 200% year-over-year increase. We've been seeing a lot more of that in the data centers. They're switching from copper to either fiber optics or they're going to laser. Take your pick, but copper is being left behind here in the data center. Still important, though, for other things, copper. And last but not least, that 34.2% efficiency pivot. They announced they're sadly cutting 4,000 jobs. It's about 5% of their workforce. The company is saying this is a classical surgical restructuring, that they're shedding legacy hardware roles to allocate capital into AI, optics, and security.
Not the only earnings name today, guys. DOCX also reported. You had Klarna, you had StubHub. This is the only earnings name we're mentioning on the rundown, so I wanted to go through some of these other ones. But Cisco and or other earnings plays, are you guys looking at any of these today?
Well, we just popped right
popped.
there. Yeah, it just popped.
Well, I was about to tell you that it was still looking like it was sliding back in, like the whole taking profits on parabolic move in this earnings season because you go up double digits, and there was some afternoon support, aftermarket, in the 114.5, call it 115 area. It looks like we're heading in there. Wait for that early dip, maybe give it to 1030, and all of a sudden we're getting a bounce. And this is not, it's only 917, so this is not some kind of an imbalance or anything. It's funny because when I saw this pop, my gut was to go over and check the imbalance locator, but it's a NASDAQ stock, so that wouldn't even be a thing at this time of day. So it looks like it was just a maybe technical through VWAP. I don't know why there was a spike. Nothing just hit the wire or through the year. That wouldn't change the mode that I would think there'd be some profit takers up top here that can get you to that 115. Like, let it settle down. I think it's a very parabolic move, no questions asked. And just because there's a decent, we've seen this before and had huge continuations on things like SNDK, and you can go down the line with a million different names. But that doesn't mean on day one it's going to go up at 930. right? You just keep that in mind and allow it to make some kind of a base. So I don't know that I still probably don't want to be involved at 9:30 here. But the patience on Nvidia, Intel, silver are still where my focus is likely to be. But yeah, good look for Cisco. You can't really say anything bad about it. And we talked about this last night. I'm just going to pull up this chart to remind everybody. By the way, CEG is pulling back pretty heavily, and it's at a pretty long on the monthly chart support line that if that holds on the monthly, it doesn't make sense. I'm going to get involved. But Cisco, when you look at this on the higher time frame, it's just different. It's changed its behavior mode the last 2 months. So you can, in some ways, you can throw a lot of that out. But remember, there's also a trend that it's been holding pretty cleanly. I don't need to draw that way for you. You can sort of see like the trend. And so I think in this earnings cycle, like allow it to maybe pull back and maybe retest that trend. At some point, it's likely to do it, and there's fantastic opportunities when it does. Like there's always dips. There's always dips.
Oh, there's always going to be a dip somewhere. I mean, there's the trend line break on Cisco, as Neil was talking about. I mean, you want to be a little bit patient on that one, but we've been looking at these trends, boom, off to the races it goes right here on Cisco. But all the analysts are really liking this. You're seeing price target increase left, right, and center. Job cuts, they're going to be spending it on AI. So, yeah, a lot going on. Did you get another pop there in something?
No,
or
wrong way. Silver just hit the...
Silver hit the... So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Nvidia, ONDS, and Tesla, actually, for a potential long on today's session. But, yeah, let's send it back to the desk. I see some people in the chat asking us about Meta. We're going to talk Meta right now. Right meow.
We know Meta was going to be doing these layoffs. Looks like these layoffs are still going to stand, but they're doing some other reorganization, once again, Sharif, to seemingly prioritize AI development.
Yeah, I kind of tell you, Adair, I didn't see that headline, so I can't really speak to it. But the headline that I can speak to is more issues with Meta and younger individuals. There's this report out this morning that internal documents are showing that Meta actually sought partnerships with trusted groups like the Girl Scouts, specifically to form what they're calling an alliance where a third party could vouch for their approach to these addiction claims with respect to teen and young usage or young people usage of social media. It kind of proponents of this story and detractors of Meta are basically saying this is a pre-planned legal defense strategy rather than a genuine philanthropic effort. There was also this other part of this whole Girl Scout thing where they required Girl Scouts to track their own screen times and to kind of create digital content to earn badges. So critics are arguing here this is a subtle onboarding mechanism that normalizes, young people usage of social media. The reason that I'm even bringing this report is because obviously this is a contentious issue currently with this in the courts, Adira, but I didn't have any information, sadly, on the other story.
So yeah, Wired basically out here reporting that the company has pressured at least 1,000 of its engineers to join a new unit. Apparently this unit's going to be focusing on applied AI engineering, and if they don't join, they could risk being laid off. Now this is significant because we know they're going to be laying off at least reportedly roughly 10% of their workforce next week on May 20th. I also want to mention, because I'm seeing a lot of comments here in the chat, lots of people talking about the Clarity Act. I've looked into this. Much like a lot of these things, we don't have like a decided day this is going to be voted on. They're still working on it. If and when I get more details in terms of the progress of said Clarity Act, I'll keep you guys posted. But META for now, what are your thoughts?
I think with the Clarity Act, the more important thing is it's like it could be today. It doesn't mean that it will be, and it doesn't mean that it's certain. It's just that it could be, and we've seen this before. Like, you just never know. For Meta, I hate to say the line, but you've rejected the 50 multiple times here. Great, we've held $600. The 50 SMA on the daily since earnings has been a bit of a wall. I know we got pretty excited that you had a chance post-earnings drop to do a little bit of a break, zoom out, now you can see it. In the afternoon yesterday, it did absolutely seem like we were lined up to potentially take this one out. I could draw that a little closer to 625. Okay, that should be 625, whatever. Drew it on the fly. And if you break that 625, you've got a pretty big gap to fill. Okay, well, it looked like we were double topping to run into that. That might be more of if we're really bullish, we do the dip and rip like we did yesterday, then it might end up being a later day trade. It wasn't the top of the list because it doesn't have an overtly big catalyst, nor is it that tight to the level. But if you go $10 from here, you've got a pretty hefty breakout with a gap fill, as we were saying in the afternoon show. Just felt a little bit more likely at 2 o'clock yesterday that we'd be breaking this out this morning than it does right now.
Yeah, I mean, with Meta, it's tough. I feel like these guys got a weighted vest on them right now, a leaded one at that. Just everything that's going on in California, the lawsuits, you now have this, the CapEx, and we don't really know how Zuck's going to monetize this. He's already at full capacity via digital ads. He's spending a lot of money on it. AI, you have the superintelligence team, or lab, they're calling it. They released MuseSpark. Who's using MuseSpark? So can we classify this as somewhat as a tobacco moment here within the social media? I think that's what it's kind of being phrased as. It's a really tough look. Will it eventually start to recover? I think so, but there's just so much in front of us. There's too many headwinds for this name right now, and that's a big reason why it's not participating with this in this overall market rally. Like if we're talking AI trade, what's up, brother? No caffeine for me today, man. We gotta thug it out. I had 4 of them yesterday,
sure?
Man. Yeah.
You don't want a little something?
No, man. Don't get me.
Just a taste?
You're bad. You're bad. Yeah. You're bad,
bit.
Man. You're bad. But no,
I'm
like
your mother,
if
your
we're
daddy, I'm the player in the alley. I'm your pusher, man.
Yeah.
You know that joint.
Yeah. No. But in all seriousness, I just think there's too much in front of this thing. And you would think that, considering we're seeing a lot of the AI trade really take off right now, and if we see one of the companies that's spending some of the most money not participating in the rally, it's not good.
Yeah, no, definitely not good. It just, you could smell, it smells so good.
Is that what you, I didn't know what you were doing at first, and then now I realized.
Oh, I'm not doing anything.
Man.
I'm just enjoying my coffee here. We're about to talk about some Poet. Imbalances are coming out, so let me just fire it up. I still have my, there we go. So EROK is one of the IPOs, one of the smaller IPOs that's coming out. That's already a buy and balance. You got Nokia with a 1.25 million buy and balance as well. iBit with a 700,000 sell. They've really been languishing a bit. You got Klarna out here. They reported 275,000 buy and balance for them, and nothing else too crazy. We'll see some NASDAQ names probably start to matriculate a bit more in a couple of minutes. At 9:28, usually you'll see the bigger NASDAQ names move for a bit because their imbalances flash. But yeah, EROK is one of the smaller. Eagle Rock Land, one of the smaller IPOs today. Today is, Cerebras, I'm supposed to say it. Apparently that's the correct way to say it. And then you've got Blackstone Digital would be the second largest IPO today, but there's a few other ones of smaller size. But Poet, that is a big runner. Is it better than ONDS today as a runner? That's the question.
Yeah, let's find out here what the look here is on POET. We had some good news from them. We know that we had, when Marvell acquired Celestial AI, they ended up canceling a whole bunch of contracts, specifically purchase orders they had with POET, but now pumping back up here on a deal with a company called LumaLens.
Yeah, LumaLens signing a $500 million deal, Adara, which is good for over 5 years. They're immediately going to buy about $50 million worth of their electrical optical interposer-based engines. So $50 million immediately with the $450, as I mentioned, over 5 years. They granted LumaLens as well the right to buy 23 million shares at $8.25 a pop. That is valid for 9 years, so possible dilution if you're thinking about this one. The point of this product by Poet is aiming to fix the GPU interconnect limitations. It's going to integrate silicon, photonics, packaging all into one singular optical stack. Been hearing a lot more about this. And last but not least, engineering samples slated for release later this year, with the ramp up of high production expected in late 2027.
Yeah, Poet has yet to report Q1 2026 earnings. It's worth noting they've had revenue growth across the few quarters where they have actually posted revenue, though it's always missed estimates. Head of that earnings report, which we're expecting within the next few weeks, guys, Poet, LumaLens, is this one speaking your language today?
Ooh, I like that. You know, what we were just talking about this, between this and ONDS, and we'll probably say this, look at it the same way. Like, they both are pulling into VWAP with potential break the trend and then go back into the high. ONDS just seems to be holding VWAP for a potential break, whereas Poet Technologies, It's out and about above the volume weighted average price. The support is a little bit more loose at the 17.5, but it's very similar holding this trend. So I think neither one of them, unless they break this little downtrend since the pre-market high, is, I don't want to say worth a look, but if you don't break this trend line and show some buyers out and about above, then what are you doing? You're waiting for it to base underneath VWAP, I would think. So what did we not talk about that I have on watch? One of the names will be Intel, but I want to quickly flash these balances. Nvidia is a 500,000 buy, did not move. Nokia, that was there before, 12 million. We already talked about Klarna and eRock. That's that IPO. Intel lost that $15 level. If we're not above VWAP, support, I even put this on a note, like actual support's closer to the 109, 110 level on Intel today. It's a bit of a flat bottom break. If we close the first 15-minute candle under $15, this can trend down into 110. And we've already discussed Nvidia, SLV caught a bit of a dip as well. This one will require patience. You've seen some pretty big dips before you rip in silver. But when it's ripped, it's been like all day long trend. So preach that patience as this dip has always been coming in off of that open. The only thing I'm looking for to the south side is SMCI for the third day in a row. Not at the same level, because it's not giving you the same levels before, looking for the lower high. And then that's got some room to the downside. It is I just said Wednesday. It is Thursday. Cerebras Day, and we'll ring that opening bell.
Friday.
That's the second week in a row. It's felt like Wednesday on a Thursday for me, and I have no idea why that is actually.
That's good. That means the week's moving fast for you. Sharif's tapped in. He's ready. I don't know if he's going to the gym here today, man. He's trying to sleep a little bit. He's going to have another coffee. He's going to type in that market order here, that market on, or that limit on open momentarily as we got Tesla starting to sell. NVIDIA, there goes the NVIDIA right through the volume weighted average price. We're talking about this name continuing to climb. Holy schmoly. Look at that one go. And now we go and break everything. Now ONDS to the south side, but back up to 230. What a monstrous pop up there. Almost gives you $1 just like that here on NVIDIA. But Tesla to the downside. Palantir, I know a lot of people talking about that one as it rips up to $131.
That's entirely fair, Lemon in the chat's like, who needs a coffee now, Neil? Yeah, you're right. I could literally called it the wrong day after. I was like trolling a little bit there. But that's true. You got to have your morning, Joe. I believe it. SMCI already broke down. I'm not going to get swept up. I'll just cancel it for now. If we're not going to get that chance to play it off the pre-market highs or VWAP, I can be patient with it. Silver is really accelerating. The market's catching a bid, but that's still accelerating into the downside. Intel did a nice bottoming tail candle so far. Yeah, if you can just get out and about and break that VWAP, we could have a bit of reversal. You already went over Nvidia and Tesla, I do believe. And then that ONDS. ONDS is breaking that trend. Look at that liquidity grab and then break of the trend. I don't think I've ever had the first trade be a small capper in a very long time. Not since like the meme days. Oh goodness. And now it's already breaking out the highs.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh man.
It's got to be it has to be your priority. It cannot be a secondary, can't be a secondary thought. It really has to be your priority to take that breakout. And I can't pretend that it was.
That $10 break was quick.
That's what I'm saying. It was so fast. You got to, again, if you're trading small cappers, that has to be your focus because it's already breaking the high, and I have no interest in chasing it. So I want to see this close over VWAP on Intel. Prove to me that you can hold 115 and get above the volume weighted average price because today is the day that we didn't get any Nvidia on a dip. There was no dip to be had.
No dip, man. I dip, you dip, we dip.
Come on,
yeah, I know, Jesse, man. There goes ONDS. That was the trade that I was looking at, my number one. But it just happened so fast. But sometimes that could be a blessing in disguise as well. As if it just happens too quick, then I mean they're just kind of maybe manipulating it a little bit. I like a nice little slow burner as Tesla continues to move south of the volume weighted average price. But off to the races we go, right back towards that previous all-time high of 232 on NVDA. It's only going to be a couple of moments until we break it. Look at NVDA. VDL go, man. This is a big time leverage play now, $124. I remember trading this thing when it was like 30, 40 bucks, and it's up substantially here. So not too bad. Maybe we can find somewhat of a rebound and a bottom. I don't want to try to catch any falling knife here, Neil, especially if Tesla doesn't want to participate in this market rally. I want to find something that's going to be continuously strong, hopefully, and that is showing some signs of strength. And right now, Tesla is not that one. So yeah, Cerebras price. I don't know if it. Yeah, let's do that right now. Let's see if we can.
You should be able to.
Now we should be able to CBR.
I can confirm you can now get locates, which means you should be able to put the order in. You don't need to have the order in yet. You don't need to have
No, you don't. And I don't have any tap. I don't have a tap on it either.
It's too early.
It's too early. Yeah,
it's 9:33.
Yeah,
it's not going to open. Cerebras is not going to open for hours, everybody.
Yeah.
Like, we'll be good. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Silver is really tanking now. Okay, SLV is getting down into some support levels, and I kept saying preach patience. Down at around 75, 76. You've broken that 77. Nvidia is not really dipping. Intel is not showing me any signs yet of catching that V-shaped bid. It's only 9:34, and yet already it said be patient with this one because there's room to get down to 110 before the long is any good. And I'm already itching to get it above VWAP and take it breaking out. Now a hold of VWAP would be the 115. If it can break 115 bucks, that would be a VWAP hold. Now, SMCI gonna fill? No, SMCI is not coming back up to fill me on the short side at all. So got to focus on, again, I'm only really looking at Intel, Nvidia, silver, a little bit of USO just to be sure. And some people are saying ARM and Dell are going, get up because we just recently bought this. No, already pulling back in is ARM.
Yeah, and Tesla's still continuing to slide here. I mean, ONDS, we're talking about things moving too fast, too quick. Sure enough, it just pulls back. Now bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. This might be a good opportunity for us to get involved on this one, especially if we hold. Oh, there it is. All right, let's get a little bit here. Nothing crazy here on ONDS. Let's get involved to see if we're going to hold this up. If it breaks the volume-weighted average price, we're at a dodge on this one. It started. There we go. Bang. There's our entry on that. If it breaks 10 bucks. See you later, AC Slater, as we would like to typically say. This one's volatile, guys, so be cautious. That downward momentum is totally in play. That's why we're going really small. Half a risk unit here, as Sean would typically say. So half an hour, what we're putting on this one. If it breaks VWAP, ONDS, let's pull it up so you guys can see what we got going on here. We're in right at the volume-weighted average price, right where we want to be for any form of a slingshot move back up. But with this heavy rejection of those levels, we always have to be cautious on what we got going on right now, Neil.
Yeah, ONDS is on the mind, and there we go. We're actually, Intel with a break. Shoot, I was on, sorry guys, I gotta show you what I'm actually in and not the stock that we were just getting some orders on. Intel with the break above that 115 level, scalp into the high, try to reload it off of VWAP. So again, I thought dip buy was going to be the thing, but instead it ends up being like that wick bottom through 115. So the wick bottom through 115, the hold back above, we'll buy dips, playing it back into this top here in Intel. Nvidia, you would have just seen my screen on Nvidia because I'm on the bid to try to catch this one off the volume weighted average price as well. So already into Intel, still looking for the low on SLV. I mean, the market's going ham. Ham's the wrong word. The market's going up back into some of the highs, and really silver, which it's done this before. 3 days in a row, the stock has gone down before it's really giving you a big long. 3 days in a row, we're just going absolutely ham here on SLV. We just picked up Nvidia. I got to stop looking for the bottom on silver and sort of focus on ye old brass tacks, as I like to say, because Nvidia just dipped into the volume-weighted average price to get us in for the first time here today. So in Intel, Nvidia off VWAP, still no bottom here in silver at all. Is the market breaking out now through some of the highs?
Yeah, absolutely. And this trade here on ONDS, you just get out at the breach of the volume-weighted average price as it heads towards this support level. If it's going to curl around, then we'll be patient. We have Tesla starting to find a bottom at 444 there, so that's not too bad of a look. Neil's long some Nvidia. I think that's the smarter play. This 5-minute indecision print is just not a good look here on this specific name, and I talked about, hey, there could be some warning signs. So I'm glad that we just took a small attempt on it to see if it was going to get any form of continuation. At this point, I think it's going to be a fade here to the south side on ONDS, breaking through some support. We can take an additional attempt short as it's heading a little bit lower, but I think just considering, I wonder if we need to order locates for this thing here.
If you
figure it out.
ONDS?
Yeah.
My guess would be yes, but I did not.
No, okay, yeah. So we're in the same thing. Yeah, half
Get
a
up,
risk.
Intel.
Yeah, half a risk unit here on ONDS, see if we can get a break of that support level. And then sure enough, what we're going to see is Tesla start to climb. Bang, there goes, I don't even have anything. We don't got anything. Bang, there goes the ONDS to the downside, guys. I think this one's going to be a fade considering we didn't get any continuation. No VWAP buyers stepping in right there. So we flip the script as ONDS starting to slide. We'll take that one all day, making back a little bit of what we just lost there.
So very quickly, we're able to get the VWAP all the way to the high on Intel. So quick as you like, breaking back that 115. I'm sitting back at the volume weighted average price there. On Nvidia, that bounce see, this one doesn't look as bullish. Okay, Nvidia is going to try to retest this wick. So it bounced VWAP. Sorry about that wick. I tried to get rid of it and it came back. So my scaling, I have to really zoom in to make the scaling work. We pulled into the 231.5 zone and are just bouncing back and forth off VWAP. But that's actually not as strong as Intel. I thought Nvidia would be stronger off the open than INTC. So let's see closes above VWAP or there's no adding back in, right? Like not on the down push, the push is 230.5, 231 is VWAP, so no adding unless it's holding VWAP on this bad boy. Just do not want to let this one get out of hand, as they say. And as I mentioned over there with Intel, if we get a VWAP dip, great. Basically played, I thought we'd be going dip buy on Intel, possibly into 110. Thought we'd fill that gap in on the 15-minute, which is actually even further. And we ended up with a breakout trade instead. So break it into the high, look for the pullback, be able to take it. And now silver is starting to show some signs of life. All right, here comes this trend break. Yeah, Nvidia just dumped out that $0.50. So it looks like Intel was just stronger. I thought Nvidia would be stronger than Intel. So I'm out of the Intel one, which is still going higher. But I'll wait for the actual dip buy over there in Nvidia. But I got to get into silver next. Those are 3 stocks I've been watching off the open. And if this finally breaks the trend, SLV 2 days in a row has been, like, for me, the best long because of that trend break. But this is a little heavier than it was the last 2 days.
Absolutely. Yeah, so there we go. We get that nice clean flush. We like it when it happens relatively quick. I mean, we're thinking the long and just going with the price action. I was like, okay, yeah, if we're not going to get any form of continuation and VWAP buyers really starting to step in, sure enough, at 996, we take that short, we take some off right here, guys, and then maybe we can get some form of a continuation. The price target could be easily 937 on this one, so let's be patient. At some point, we will get a pullback. There is a channel that's starting to be formed here, Neil, on NVDA as I'm looking to the downside. So lower highs consistently on the 1 minute time frame. Yeah. So if we break that, but there is some inverted hammers on the 5 minute right at VWAP. So that could display some weakness. The market is going higher. NVDA, okay, there it goes. There's the trend line break, Neil. Oh, you're not in it on NVDA anymore. Yeah, we should hop back in on this one. Tesla going oppo taco right now, but a big time break on NVDA as it screams right back up to 231. Market going higher. I want to see what Meta and company are doing before we send it over to Adair. Probably some important news there. Meta not doing too much. Adair, what do you have?
I want to clarify, I have yet to be able to verify this, but DELL is spiking to the upside. Quiver Quant reporting that President Trump just filed his personal trades, and one of them is Dell as a buy. So DELL, a company where President Trump has tried to get people to buy their products multiple times, apparently is in his personal holdings. DELL pushing higher again. I have no backup of this. The stock is moving on this catalyst I wanted to mention. Back to you.
Ooh, yeah, I'd say that's probably a pretty good catalyst. It's too far gone. That's not a headline that I would particularly want to chase, but it's very, very tempting on that. It is what it is. Look, you can say whatever you want. We're not here to talk politics, but if it makes the stock go up, you got to be at least somewhat interested in it. I just don't think it's a little bit far to chase that kind of a headline. Ivan Johnson, love what you do. What do you think of CoreWeave today? I got to cop to this. I have not looked at that today, CoreWeave. Been sort of focused on a few other names in the space. Let's see if we can do some work. Silver's still going down. Intel's not really pulling back to be able to find it. Yeah, that's not bad. Liquidity grab under 110 a couple of days ago, a small one, so another higher low there into a potential, but hasn't broken yet top. But if it's bullish, you take out that 114, maybe you got a little bit of something there. Meta, by the way, Meta, nothing doing. There's no break of that 625 level. That just seems like it's going to be a bit of a nothing burger for Meta, unfortunate. That's disappointing.
For Meta?
Well, I thought with the market moving up that was going to make that break. But now SLV is heavy into this low. So it's been lower. This is now where I got to, if I'm not going to get the dip buy in either of those two chip names to get back into them, then I'm going for the trend break here. You got a super chat for some options on Poet.
Yeah, let's get right into
$20.
But what's really kind of piquing my interest right now, Neil, is what is moving the market higher aside from NVDA? Because if you go throughout the rest of the Mag 7, Apple to the downside, Microsoft to the downside, Google to the downside, everyone to the downside here with the exception of one who just put in a new all-time high, I believe, here on the day. Did we break that previous pivot? Yeah, so bang, and new all-time high right there on NVDA. All right, yeah, let's pull up some options chain here on Poet. We're still sitting in this ONDS trade. It's not breaking. There's a big resistance zone at our support level right there at 970. So let's see if we get any form of curl over. If I get stopped out break even, so be it. We take half off right at the low. We just flip. I don't typically do that, flip the script that quick, but I'm like, if we're not going to climb higher, as obvious as this may sound, because a name that's extremely in play, it's like if we're not going to find any continuation at the volume weighted average price, I think at some point we'll get that breakdown. And sure enough, we got that strong flush. So let's see if we can continue to the south side here on ONDS, potentially a target of 938, and that's going to be where we had that initial volatility spike within that. Now, moving forward, let's head over to Poet, and you didn't even know it, $20 options chain. Let's see what we got going on. POET.
You just pulled back off 20, by the way.
Did it? Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Yeah, makes sense, right? Here, Neil, because this is the largest amount of open interest that we see on this specific name throughout this expiration cycle, 1 DTE. Here we go. We're going to get stopped out break even here. Okay, nice rejection there on ONDS, but as soon as it comes back to 96s, I should trail out a little bit earlier, but I'm not going to allow this to come against me just in case it does want to recover. So I have to be prepared to get out when we're supposed to. But as for ONDS, you can see that there's a big supply zone, and as Neil just mentioned, it was really tough for this name to break through. So there we go. We're all out of ONDS. We take half off there. We cover some of this loss right there, but then we were looking for a runner and a break of 970 for that all-day trend, but that wasn't necessarily the case. But Poet, $20 supply zone there, Neil.
Raising. I'm now into the trend break on, finally, on SLV. We've got thoughts on Ford. Where would you buy in, or would you leave it alone? Well, I'm de facto leaving it alone today. After yesterday's move, just very quickly, SLV, bottoming tail candle, other bar break, stopping underneath that. No, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks, Joe, but I'm good. So anyways, just similar sort of trend break, bottoming tail trade over there on SLV. Was waiting for that bottom. Ford, I'm not the biggest fan. So like I like GM a little bit better. It's a good story the other day. That said, you're going into some pretty hefty resistance. There's a bunch at 15 if I zoom the chart even further out. So it's a little bit crazy on the longer term trying to get into it. On the day trade, hey, VWAP's not a bad idea. That usually works out pretty well if you pay attention there. Just quickly before we get to another super chat, there has not been a dip. Intel does not dip the pre-market highs. A little bit stronger. We weren't dip and rip today. We were quickly a breakout trade, so want to be back into that one. The other name that I'm actually just sitting on the bid is VWAP here on Nvidia. Do want to get into that. And I do have one place that I was considering short. That was SMCI, and it is starting to set up. There's the break of the high. If you show me a topping tail like this on a downtrending stock, then I'm looking for the short side of the trade. Jedi Singh, Cerebras game plan, requested allocation shares. Oh, so you're getting in at well, if you get 185s, right, if you get an allocation, you can't really sell right away. Depending on how things look, the only decision I have, don't fall so fast, the only decision I have with Cerebras is whether I want to take like full size on it or drop down to like half size or something. And that will be dependent on what I think the imbalance is looking like in the open interest, like as it goes. If I don't like what I see, then maybe I take 50% or something. But I'm default to just saying I'm gonna go all in at the open. I can have my mind changed. Like I'm not gonna be that stubborn about it, but Yeah, it's really, for a day trade, it's really just play the open off of the first support level and then see how much of momentum we have. But I care about those imbalances as we start to come in. It's way too early to look at them now. They're pretty insignificant this early in the day. So first time, and maybe the only stock that I'm looking short as the market continues to scream higher, is SMCI. Nvidia is doing a little bit of a dip. Might get a chance to get into that one as well. You just scarfed something down pretty quick. Whatever that was, Joe just inhaled it. I don't know. I don't even know what it was. Before we go back to Joe, we'll let him finish that. AMD is actually pumping harder than Nvidia right now.
Yeah, NVIDIA
much stronger move up. And as a matter of fact, Nvidia is starting to come back into VWAP, so I might actually get picked up in here on Nvidia. But AMD is the one at the actual high.
Those are samosa, man. Those things are.
Oh yeah, they're pretty good.
My favorite. Yeah, I like those here.
Yeah, those are solid.
Yeah, NVDA coming in pretty aggressive, guys. We were talking about Poet not too long ago in supply zone at that $20 marker. Let's pull up ONDS and see what we got going on from a supply zone, because if we're bouncing off that 970, what do we have at $10 on the put side for potential support? I mean, okay, that makes a little bit of sense. $9, right? So 29,000 on that side. That's pretty large. That's going to be some of the largest that we're seeing. So you can see that we get that bounce off of that level. We couldn't breach it, which is okay, and $10 as well supply throughout that neck of the woods. So yeah, we're going to be patient and wait. I mean, we're starting to form somewhat of a base here on Tesla, but this could be a consolidation before we take an additional leg lower, because you can see that we're trading below VWAP, and we haven't broken this trend yet. So there's a couple of trend breaks that Neil and I were both looking at, and NVDA just went so quick at that break of that 231 level and just off to the races it goes. Now we're starting to come back in here on ONDS. Maybe we take a second attempt on the short and then Tesla and the market. I was talking about what is driving us higher here, with the exception of obviously NVDA before it started to pull back in a little bit. But I'm looking across the board as Amazon. Okay, that's starting to get a little bit stronger. Excuse me there. Amazon a little bit stronger. Google was to the downside now north of VWAP. Microsoft was continuously selling for quite some time. Where's it? Softy right
Boo
there.
Microsoft.
Yeah, boo Microsoft is right. But I think this is a name that's just a little bit overdone, Neil. I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, we're talking about one of the largest companies, the third largest company on the planet at this point, that's just getting absolutely beaten to a pulp.
Is there an sound issue? Let us know if you can hear properly, Joe, there.
No audio?
Some people were saying no audio in the chat.
No sound?
Let us know if that's okay,
I'm tapped in. I'm live. Assassino. Refresh. You can hear. Okay, some people say you can hear. Yeah, okay, it's fine.
Good.
I hear my boy. All right, nice. Good to hear, Ray. So yeah, let's take one more attempt on this ONDS trade to see if we're going to get a breakdown and continuation. We didn't get as good as a price as last time, but if we break this level right here, so that's about 14 cents worth of risk, a little bit more, 15 cents. If it cracks, then we just get out of Dodge. But reload on this one for a continuation and a retest of the low of the day.
Yeah, and speaking of, Nvidia just popped a second time off VWAP, but it's riding this trend. It's early for a trend line, but it's already starting to ride a bit of a trend line here, just above the volume weighted average price. Again, kind of in on the, scalps them out because we're in on the front end instead of after it bounces, but it's bounced so hard that first time. All right, now we're looking like another bounce. How much do we have till the close of this deal? Yeah, that'll still be another minute to go on that bad boy. So I want to give it a little bit more time. The other thing, I'll pop over to SLV. Like that went one leg up and is already starting to come back in. So it might be a bit early with this. It's going to give it right under here. Not going to give it too much room because we're still a pretty heavy trend into the downside. SMCI still where it was before. But it's really just this Nvidia on that trend line, which I didn't save. And now I got to throw in there again. Along those lines, it's close enough. So it looks like we're really riding it. You break, I'm getting out. I'm not thinking short on Nvidia just yet. And to those that were mentioning, someone said, Neil, what are you talking about? AMD's not stronger than Nvidia. It's up a bigger percentage. Nvidia's up a bigger percentage. This is what I mean. There's more to like the percentage that a stock is up or down from the prior day. There is also the momentum that it has in it. So That has to be a part of your game plan as well. So SLV, first shot at it, keep it relatively tight, like that bottoming tail wick, but I'm willing to, wherever this turns, I'm just looking for whatever downtrend break it wants to give me on SLV. 2 days in a row, that's been the jam for me. And 3 days in a row, SMCI has been an easy short. But again, tight stop. This is a bit stronger than it was. Like, look at yesterday. Sorry, look at yesterday, straight down, one pop, one fade, couple of pops and fades there. SMCI a little bit stronger, but it's the same like entry, give it to the high, and don't try to give it any further. I will jump back in like we did 2 days ago, as long as that's a topping tail candle. Give it a chance to work. SMCI, I'm a little bearish on the stock if you can't tell.
Yeah, I mean,
it's sort of the way I always look at it. When you get, if a stock that I think is a weak stock does this kind of a thing, where it's like a false high, then I think that's a reversal candle, and then you find support to resistance, you short it, and then you short it as a default until it doesn't look like it's good anymore. So if you go 2 for 2, I'm doing it on the third day if it sets up, and if I'm red on the third day on it, then fair enough, then I'm 2 out of 3. I'm just all about playing the percentages.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still sitting in this trade. We got that initial breakdown, but I think at this point, what we wanted to see established was a lower low, and we bounce off it, now printing a higher low, which isn't good. Now, if we sell off a little bit here, then we want to see that $9.80 marker break and us head towards that $9.70. If it heads towards VWAP, then we get out of dodge on this one. We're not going to mess around with it. Why? Because what I'm thinking is potentially going on is some options pinning. All right, so you have so much on one side of the call spectrum and then the other on the put side, and just the underlying is just stuck in limbo. It doesn't really know what to do. You have so much activity going on when you have equal amounts of size, and I feel like that's kind of what's going on. Tesla heading right towards the low of the day, about to establish a new one here, guys, breaking through the support level, not having the ability to snap this trend. So Tesla, boom, there it goes, 442.60. And a day that we were thinking potentially long hasn't been the case. We did print all-time highs here, 233 on Nvidia, but now starting to head towards the volume-weighted average price. But new LOD right now for Tesla as the market is starting to break through VWAP. This is the SPY, and then sure enough, we have the Qs here. So yeah, this might be my green light. Like yeah, there it is. We're gonna get out. We're not gonna play around here with ONDS. You can see that we have consistent higher lows. So yeah, it is what it is. You take a little bit of a loss on that one. So we go 1 for 3 on the trade. But we're down just a little bit, just a couple of haircuts, paper cuts, I guess I should say, on this one. And then we'll put it to the side, right? I took my 3 swings on it, and that's it. We'll put something else on our chart to see. Yeah, exactly, VAR show. We didn't hit the Grand Slam on ONDS here. But I think we can have a good opportunity in Tesla and within the chip trade as well, as we're holding up at 231 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's really holding the line here on NVIDIA. Better than we said, if the third day is going to be red, there's SMCI breaking the high. NVIDIA is still holding the line off the volume-weighted average price, but it's not doing that crazy smash up to the high that we're seeing. But I got to slap the fail. On day 3 of Operation Short SMCI at whatever the heck the open price is, and why not? And this Dell thing, okay, we brought the news to you from Adara. Man, am I glad I didn't chase that move. Like, yeah, well, does that really seem like the kind of headline that makes you want to chase? Not really. I'm not saying it's a bad catalyst, because I think it can be a perfectly fine catalyst. That president likes something, likes a stock goes up, but not necessarily enough when it's already so parabolic in a general sense. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. Ford apparently is going ham again, still at $14.50, I should say. If this was at $4.50, we'd all be crying because bad things would be happening. Ford has been parabolic 2 days in a row now.
Yeah, been strong.
It was more, but this was more steady, I feel like, yesterday. This one is very, very top heavy. Sam's, I do have some thoughts on CEG, but I promise at some point I'll get into that one. I really don't like the price action on CEG the last couple of days, but I still want to find myself involved in it. I just don't like the higher time frame chart yet. There's some things I want to see on the monthly chart that if it can hold this month, then I'm good to go. I believe I hear we're going to be going to Adara. As Nvidia is doing the VWAP dance, it's not shooting off the volume-weighted average price like it was before, though. Adara?
We do have business inventories in a couple minutes, so I'll be brief here, guys, before we get to happening now. But Trump disclosing apparently over 3,800 transactions in Q1. The largest were $5 to $25 million sales each of Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft, all on February 10th. Also selling $1 to $5 million worth each of Netflix, Palantir, the VOO ETF, and a couple other ETFs. Largest purchases, which again, $1 million to $5 million of each name. You've got Nvidia, Apple, Oracle, Broadcom, Adobe, ServiceNow, Workday, Synopsys, Cadence Design, Microsoft, which he bought after selling, Amazon, which he also bought after selling. I'm not seeing Dell here, at least not as one of the larger purchases, but once again, I was also seeing talks that he was involved in Dell. So we have my President Trump's reported filings here for Q1. If I get more details, I'll let you know. I'll see you in a couple minutes for numbers.
Yeah, there goes ONDS to the downside. I mean, we get out, man. We were that top wick right there, Neil, and sure enough, it's heading right towards the low of the day. I think at this pace, it's going to break it. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm still looking for the tap on
It's you know what? I don't see it either, but it's still so early. Remember on Cerebras, it's very, very early. No major IPO has opened up before 10 o'clock in the last decade that I can remember. So let's not get all worked up. But I am going to be a little bit cautious. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This is why, and people get on me for always being short, but like that's why I'm always looking for shorts in this stupid thing. I just got top wicked on SMCI. And by the way, Nvidia was just breaking back out. It was through 232, we're getting the half, and the second I was getting filled, I was actually filled once, was looking for another exit. We're now breaking right back into VWAP. We're on the precipice. Like now that's losing the volume weighted average price. So a couple of scalp trades on Nvidia, but no real follow through there. There wasn't that juice. So we break the trend. I was willing to buy it in front of that trend line, take the scalp trades where we get it, but that fourth salvo in there just not going to end up working out. And should have stuck with the short on SMCI.
Market really coming in now.
When a stock is trash, I said I was willing to be wicked out and jump back in, but I didn't jump back in that time. That's how it is. You know, if the market doesn't care what previously happened or where you got out or that you made they don't give a rat's you know what. If it's a setup, you just take the setup.
You just take the setup.
Setup one did not take the third shot at it, and now, of course, that's the one that's going to be good. We're going to go back up to Adara. Man, SLV still going down. The market's not dying, though. I don't think we're...
Look at Tesla go right there.
Up?
Yeah.
Good. To Adara.
On low volume, yeah. Adara.
Just got numbers, guys. They are flat here. It's exactly what we were expecting. U.S. business inventories month-over-month, 0.9% versus 0.9% expected. We know earlier today we had a whole bunch of data, mostly hotter than expected import and export prices. But again, this number at 10 a.m., kind of a nothing burger, for lack of a better term, is coming out here. Again, 0.9% versus 0.9% expected. We will get Fed speak later today, kicking off with Fed Schmidt in 15 minutes, 10:15 a.m. Then we'll get Fed's Hammock at 1, Fed's Barr at 5:30 p.m., so this is after the close now, and Fed's Williams at 5:45 p.m., so most of this Fed speak after the bell. NASDAQ bouncing a little bit here as we get this number. I also mentioned we had a whole bunch of stock purchases apparently made by U.S. President Trump, as well as sales, both selling and then buying Amazon and Microsoft last quarter. Let's take a look here at some of these earnings plays on watch. DOCS did come out here. They missed on EPS. They beat on sales. Not a well-received report, to put it mildly. But CSCO, at least initially, well-received, already giving some of this back. We had a solid report and strong guidance for Cisco, but they are laying off some employees. So earnings, once again, here, guys, on watch. And if you want to know what other stocks are on watch, including Cerebras with its IPO, make sure to join us on Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Very much, Adara. Well, you know what? What would your trading look like, everybody, if capital was not a constraint? Well, that's a reality for most traders, right? It's not skill holding you back. Oftentimes, it's the ability to have size. Trade the Pool is changing that. Step into the U.S. equity markets with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing your own capital. Full access to stocks and ETFs, long or short, with precision and freedom serious traders expect. and you should expect it. Your performance is measured by one standard and one standard alone: disciplined risk management and consistent execution. Meet the standard and you operate at scale. No subscriptions or ongoing obligations, just a clear path forward. For those ready to trade beyond limitations, this is the next level. Visit tradethepool.com and use the code TRADERTV to get 10% off. Get a deal. Shout out to Mitch. We had Mitch on this morning. Always a fun guest. I think we sort of agreed on, it was a J&J chart, which is not something we look at very often. J&J is kind of a boring, good long-term stock. Went to the next. Oh my goodness, thank goodness we didn't go back to SMCI.
Yeah. Oh, they just decided to
See, if I FOMO this one, right? Like, oh, I missed this candle. If I miss this candle down and FOMO back in on the way up, I'd be crying right now.
Oh, man.
But I wanted Intel off of VWAP. It did bounce VWAP, came back through, give some back we made on the first push. But this is still holding structure for now on INTC, so I don't want to give that one up altogether. Silver, all right, silver finally is another bottoming tail. We're actually pretty deep now into the pullback in SLV, but not all the way at that bottom at 75. This is the place where I want to take that second shot. But again, the trend, it hasn't really put in that hefty higher low yet. All we have is a bottoming tail candle. I really want to see that higher low be put in. Then buy there, take it to that VWAP trade. You guys know the drill when it comes to finding that entry point, because you're still looking weak relative to the market. Like the NASDAQ and the ES are pushing back toward those highs. And SMCI is flying.
Yeah, and
maybe today's an update for SMCI. Who knew?
Meta's moving too, so good call out there, big green stick.
625?
No, 622.
Okay.
Close,
625 is a breakout on Meta.
Close, yeah. Apple to great level. Watch 5 minutes. Okay, Gaurav, yeah. I mean, there it is. I don't know why I still have this on my screen. We take a loss on the long side there in ONDS. We get the nice short. We take half off right there, stopped out break even. We try it one more time. It then establishes the low of the day. So we took our 3 strikes on this one. We go 1 for 3, as I mentioned. ONDS is moving, Joey. I know. I'm looking at it, my friend. Tesla, so what I was looking at here on Tesla is that we had a breakout, but there was no real volume supporting this move here. So I was really cautious on playing this trend line break right here. You can see that we have the secondary, and then boom, it really starts to pick up. I guess the more that I look at it, the volume was supporting, and then same with the second one. So effort and result is there, but now we're starting to come right back in. So some form of a liquidity grab right above the volume weighted average price, and you're heading right towards the lower end of the range. But Meta going up to 622 here today, guys. A nice 5-minute consolidated break on this one. Yeah, cha-ching. Neo Joe, can you look at Wolf 24 call options? Need a sanity check. My friend, you may as well just go sit in front of
TeraWolf?
Yeah, on TeraWolf. 622. Or sorry, $24.
Oh, I don't like things that started here today.
What's it at right now?
It's at 23, but if you look at it, it's not like a strong 23. It's it failed yesterday's high with a topping tail candle on the 15-minute. So the sellers are kind of winning up here at 23.5, but it's still early enough that you could call it choppy. I mean, but you know what? But at the end of the day, it's still in an upward. It's a dip off the highs for a channel up. I just don't like the price action in this very moment on it.
When you guys put in, thank you very much for the super chat. I much appreciate it. But when you guys ask me about options questions, just do me a solid and say when you bought it isn't as important, but when it expires is even more important.
Okay.
Right? Like when it expires is so much important. I said Wolf too soon. I mean, yeah, so that's really important. Why? Because this can determine how much time you have. If you ask us about a stock and certain levels and where we think it could go, well, essentially we have, as long as the stock is on the exchange, we can say, yeah, all right, well, this may happen. But there's another factor that needs to be taken into consideration when we are trading options, and that is time, Neil. So when we're looking at some of these plays, you have to be sure and tell us, like, hey, this is expiring then. And what am I looking at here? What are some of my, no pun intended, options? What can we do? Yeah, the Greeks, exactly. So theta, exactly. Would you ever sell 0 DTE options if you're very sure of sell them? I remember I wasn't skilled enough, to be honest with you, in my earlier day when I first started experimenting with 0 DTEs. I tried it for about a week or so, not a large enough sample set, but I was just still, I wouldn't say it wasn't new, but I was just still in the earlier stages of really understanding what's going on. And I never caught a jive for them. I never really found any form of consistency, but that was me, and that was a long time ago. And since then, I just really haven't had the time to really focus on them. I talk about them quite often in the morning and what we could potentially do without the monies. And once the floor gets those options, then I'll have a lot more time for me to experiment. I already have a good idea, and I have a game plan in which I'm going to try to exercise on a mostly daily basis, just considering buying out of the money call options on the SPY for $10 or so, just to see if it's going to appreciate on the day, right? Like, it's $10, it's a fraction of your risk, and if it works, you can get multiple 100% returns on the day.
People asking why get out of Nvidia. I mean, the read will be the read. I'll give you the explanation. Like, I'm looking for, I don't get the dip buy that I'm looking for, right? So I'm not taking a trend break long. I'm already looking for that whole trend up and hold VWAP, which initially looked like it was okay, but then when we got these bounces off of VWAP, it suddenly found a bit of resistance on a downward slope with support here at about 230.5. So now it's got this wedge that's forming. And when I see this, I'm like, I wasn't priced right. Like, if I'm looking at this wedge, then the long is either off of the low or on the break. See what I'm saying? Like, I'm not on schedule in that trade. And if I'm in something and I feel like my entry point requires fighting it, I don't want to go that route. I'd rather scalp what I can, keep it tight, and then when something better sets up, then be into that. But that's the explanation. It just put in these lower highs. For sure. Like, the only trade that I'm not happy with was this wick out there and not getting back in on that candle. It was just way too quick of a snap back up. Like, it basically ran like the stops at the prior bar. And even then, like, to even idea how fast it moved, it broke this prior bar, and I got filled at a better price than where it stopped. That's how quickly the buyers came in. That shows you how fast it's moving at that time of the day, that your stop triggers, but they're already buying it back through. So by the time your order gets to market, you're literally getting a price that you shouldn't have gotten, which allows you to be filled at a better price. Like, I don't lose as much, but it also means that I'm not even stopping out underneath the support level. It's crazy. And when that happens, it's usually pretty bullish in the moment, and it's really hard to get that upwick when it does.
Yeah.
Because the buyers have come in literally as you're getting stopped, the buyers are coming in simultaneously. But again, that's the reason I got out. Does it look like it's right now? Fine, but it could have also gone to 234 and I could have looked wrong. I just want to be able to explain the logic there. Well, either we hold this bottom or break this trend if I'm going to look for any kind of a long continuation in Nvidia. The other name, which I'm going to, is SLV, because this is still now looking a little bit better. There's your double bottom in here off the 76. Yeah, I think I can mess with this one here. It's better if it holds up here 76.25, but if this candle can close above that number, then I'm pretty fine with jumping in just a little bit on this trend right here.
Dude, Neil, the tap on CBRS is $360.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Let's go.
Those are crack price. It is.
Man.
$363.
Yeah, man, that's already 100% from.
On Monday, this was going to be priced at $115. This IPO.
Yeah.
They last night priced it at $185. The tap is $380. 300 and there it is.
$380. Holy!
Look at it right now. I'm showing you the locate. Come to my screen. $380 auction price.
Man.
All right, that is that's unique. Okay. Buckle up, everybody.
Yeah, very much
Buckle
up. 200 shares still, 380 or what?
We're gonna have some fun. One way or another, we're gonna have some fun on this thing.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun on.
And you know what? At the end of the day, if you got the issue price, you could name the stock whatever you want. Call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
Cerebras,
whatever you want.
I don't give a darn. At this point, that's ridiculous. Congratulations if you actually got the issue.
Oh, thank you. With love.
We should do a poll for anybody that tried to get an allocation.
I feel like that's my mom would.
Oh, shoot, we got a super chat. My bad. Hey man, that's for you.
Yeah, it is
Handsome.
for me. Yeah, I know from With Love to All.
Yeah.
Joe laughs so cute. Good morning, sunshine there. Thank you very much. Lele, what's going on? Yeah, let's take a look for you. That expires 2 days after the NVDA report. Can you give me your take? The stock just took a dip at the open. That a dog. D-dog. See what we got going on.
You know what's crazy?
205 call.
I can't, if I take the amount that I took in Figma, I would literally use all my buying power. I didn't think it would be opening this high. I can't even take the notional amount that I took on the last
Okay, it just dropped $50.
It's not going to open at 400. That's too crazy.
It's 325 now.
That's a little better.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. That's crazy though. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh man, what? So expires, time is ticking, but if you bought this as an out the money call and you've gained some time value on this contract, it's almost a double top right here. We can break through that, but we're running out of time. And if you have multiple contracts, there's nothing wrong with locking some in. And if you happen to get a break early next week, like Monday or Tuesday max, then I would then look to take the rest of the profits. But you can see 205.50 we rejected here, and then we rejected. It's pretty close to a double top. I know it's a couple of points away. But
There's a question in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
If not, if they don't mention it, you're assuming a call.
Yeah. I have the option that expires.
So
22nd for 205.
very often, the way that we look at things here, if you're asking us a question, if you don't specify a position direction, the assumption is that it's a long. So for the opposite assumption that we're talking calls.
Back up to 360.
Otherwise you'd say so.
What is going on?
Nvidia's on the trend line for the break. It's confirmed the hold the low, and it now could break the trend. I'm just going to flash over. Silver is going. I haven't added to it yet, but I think I'm looking VWAP here. So that'll be about 70 pennies to play that into the volume weighted average price. I'm still wrapping our heads around this 360 that we're still seeing for the open, which is absolutely nuts. That's still that's absolutely crazy. That's what we're seeing. But you know what? It's not unprecedented. Snow was insane in that.
That would have been dangerous.
Snowflake was a crazy one as well. For day two, I want to say Leroy every time I look at that name. It's probably not pronounced that way. We'll get to Ford in a second, but this might be breaking trend here on Nvidia, so we'll take our next leg in this and hope it's not just some dinky like scalp trade in here for like 50 or 60 cents. Like give it more than that. But yeah, Ford's been an absolute rocket ship, no question. You know what I can do for you? Because I don't want to get off this chart. I can put Ford up here. Oh. If you look out to about 15 to 15 and a half on the daily chart, you will find some levels of interest for resistance on Ford. But it's an absolute rocket. Maybe you get VWAP pullbacks. It's already done it once. 14.3 could give you something. Yeah, Ford looks fantastic. I own shares of GM, not Ford, so I guess I suck. GM's always been a better stock. But yeah, looking for that VWAP trade. Fantastic look over there on Ford. And market's back at the highs. All right, I'm into this one. Right, I'm going to go to Ford. Someone said look at it on the daily. Yeah, did I say? Okay, sorry, 14 and a half, not 15 and a half. It's at resistance right now. Ford is literally breaking out as we speak at a resistance level. So maybe that VWAP pullback makes a little bit more sense then. We're talking Ford.
Just put your limit at like $500 on this thing.
You don't need to have your order. It's not going to open right now, man.
But you want to be prepared, man. You want to be prepared.
You have time.
You want to be prepared, my guy.
No, it's not opening yet.
No, it's not opening yet, but you want to be prepared. I mean,
that's crazy.
Whoa. That would have been crazy.
$360.
Yeah, I mean, 360.75 on that one. Big time ONDS Friday calls. Feels like it's breaking. Look to scalp a quick 50% profit. Let's say it out loud, my brother. They're listening. I mean, it's not breaking. Pardon me?
Bitcoin broke 80.
Did it?
Yeah, 80K upside.
Okay. Yeah, I like that because I was looking for. It's pretty choppy though. It is breaking. Yeah, it's about to break $45. I like Bitcoin a little bit more here now, other than ONDS, to be honest with you. I'd rather trade that bad boy than ONDS. 422.53, maybe we can find another strong session. But if it breaks that level, then I'm going to suspect some more downside. Market going higher. NVDL starting to head back in towards 232, all-time high of 233. I think it breaks it and puts in another one here today. So, but Bitcoin break of support level of 45.35. That's going to be a pre-market or resistance level, of that level. And then there's also a pre-market zone. So not too bad of a look there on IBIT, guys.
And we've got more super chats, but very quickly, the move into that first $0.50 off of VWAP is doing it again. So I've been selling every time it's got to that first look, and I'm going to keep going on the dip. I think this one can be good off of VWAP, but there's still that back notion that 230.5 is the spot here on Nvidia. Look, I like Nvidia for a hold and a reload and all that, played in upward trend stuff. Silver's different. This could be an into the volume weighted average price, and then allow it to show me some kind of a hold over VWAP that I'll like a little bit better. Like the dip yesterday pre-market, and then after the market was open, you were already into the upward move. But when I look at it yesterday, that big massive run, that was 1130. And that wipeout bottom initially rejected VWAP, and then you could get back in a second time. So I'm not thinking as greedily. Greedily? That's not a word. I'm not being as greedy.
Greedily is a word.
No, it's not. Greedily is a word? You know what? I trust Adara fully.
Yeah,
Greedily. I'm not being as. Am I saying that? I'm not being as greedily is actually a proper thing to say?
No, I'm not. I'm being as greedily, but you could be like I did this in I behaved greedily. Like, you can't be like, you could be as, like, the way you used it was wrong, the word is correct.
Okay, good. Because I felt like what I said made absolutely no sense. That's why I was like calling myself out. I didn't think I made any sense just now, but apparently I can use greedily. I just have no idea how to use that word. I'm not going to be as greedy on silver as I will try to be at this HOD on Nvidia, because I want to keep going back into the trends, looking for VWAP and pretty much only that. Nvidia is going.
Yes,
Silver's on the Amex,
yeah,
but Nvidia is not. That's why nothing just came up on my chart there. But now you're busting through that high. So there's your trend break. There's the play into the high. We are now into all-time highs. Ignore my daily chart's going to show this silly dark pool wick, unfortunately. But this is now all-time highs on Nvidia. 35 is a logical spot, no doubt about it. We'll see if we can get there as we all try to wrap our heads around. Well, the bull market I can wrap my head around. What I can't wrap my head around is $365 tap on CBRS. Because I'm obviously not taking the same size as I was before when I thought this was going to open at $200. It says $370 now. $370. It's just a notional thing at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally a notional value thing. Like, you only have so much buying power. It is what it is.
Yeah,
but we have time to figure that one out.
Yeah, we'll be patient and wait and see what we got going on. Right now, we'll focus on Yeah, I know, man. It is what it is. What if it opened? Like, the chances of it opening now are probably relatively low.
Now? It's not. Joe, you're getting way ahead of yourself.
All right. I'm just asking.
All right. Thoughts on... We'll go to Adara. Thoughts on RUM earnings and buying Northern Data. We'll get those in a quick little bit, but I will follow my rule. So you'll see some traders that like to scalp out into the move. I may hold, which is also the reason, like, I just like the good R&R on the trade. Like, if I get it in good, I want to make the move with the tight stop out for 50 cents to make sure that I average out like $1.50, like that kind of a thing. And then I'm good with that. Like, I'm not scalping a bunch out here to give it the wider stop and then needing to hold it to 235. Again, to each their own. Everyone's going to have a little bit of a different style of trade. But I wanted to make sure we press the high of the day. Like, once we broke that 232 quarter to half range, I wanted to be pressing into the high of the day on Nvidia and then get the win in that regard. But it was more about just different structure today. Like, eventually it gave you like the explosive long, but I was on the wrong structure. I was trying to work it off of VWAP, and then it showed me something else. Everyone asked, why did you get out of it? Because I was looking at it in a different pattern, and once it showed me an entry point off that pattern, which was this wedge, it showed the break of the wedge. Even, by the way, for this trade, if it does the wedge and it breaks it, if it holds the wedge longer, it's just so much better. Like because then you get some more people out that keep scalping VWAP and they give up, and then all of a sudden you're getting it at a better price, and you still have the same room to the HOD. The other thing we just got out of it was silver. Eventually get it into the volume weighted average price, but again, willing to get out, willing to get back in, willing to take it to our trend top. So thankfully we finally get our targets on both, and we'll look for the next available trade, which will not be. Trust me, it's not going to be CBRS because we have plenty of time for that, Joe.
Yeah. Okay, did we go over Danny Boy's super chat there? Oh, okay, let's go over there. We'll go over Danny Boy's super chat right when we get back.
I can actually comment on that Rumble super chat because I know that was mentioned. That Northern Data sales, their acquisition rather of Northern Data, not expected to go through until Q2 of 2026. So could happen at any moment. As of right now, though, it has not gone through. I also want to mention here with Rumble, I'm going to have an earnings preview on that on TTV Research out within the next few hours. It's already ready, just has not been posted yet because I'm rolling everything out. So again, Rumble, we'll have more info there on X at TTV Research. I also have to mention here a couple other headlines. ServiceNow to the upside. I guess this was another stock that President Trump had purchased. And also, Wall Street Journal reporting that a ship was sunk in the Strait by attack this week. The crew was rescued, and it was a ship with Indian flags. That is also being reported here again by Wall Street Journal. So oil news here too. Now, with all that out of the way, we'll talk small caps. SNAL, Snail, day one earnings play, unexpected profit reported by Snail, and sales beating estimates. Then you've got ALP. This is like actually, I guess, a day 3 catalyst now because this came out on Tuesday. Alpha Compute announced that they closed a $32.2 million revenue contract with an AI lab customer. They're worth noting here, too, you've got about a 4.5% short float, $9 million market cap. And again, this is not a day one play. Last but not least, and a name that certainly is a day one play, that's going to be Poet Technologies, POET, with a deal here with LumaLens for advancing wafer level photonic integration, specifically for AI optical networks. POET with a roughly 16% short float. Back to you.
Yeah, Ozan. I'm not loving Tesla right now, to be honest with you. It's just rejecting VWAP. We did have that curl over. The market was screaming higher. I mean, we had the name that we've been talking about all morning, putting in another all-time high. The Q's put in a new high of the day, or sorry, the SPY put in a new high of the day. And Tesla's having the inability to breach the volume-weighted average price, really struggling along this level. So we went long. We had the pullback there. There's a nice indecision print that I was looking to go long off of. But now, if the support system is broken, I'm going to suspect that there's going to be some more low of the day. I'm not positioned very well, considering I'm not wrong until here, but I just don't want to hold it that long, to be honest with you. So I'm not in love with Tesla as it's starting to sell a little bit. So 1 for 4 here this morning to start, a little bit cooler of one. I'm just going to wait for the CBRS IPO, to be honest.
It is going to be a big. I'll be real. Like I think on days like today, regardless of what your style is, there are a lot of day traders that will just be real, just sit around and wait for CBRS.
Yeah, I would love to do that, yeah.
I think for myself, I've never really been that type because like essentially the reason why, I'm burying the lead, the reason why that's true is if you think there's like one thing happening in the day that is your biggest opportunity, you don't want to risk losing and like being down anything significant for any reason going into it because you want to be able to allocate full risk to it. That being said, the reason I don't change anything is, remember, like my style of trade, like even just there on like Nvidia, like I'm going station to station, I'm keeping the stops. Or in everything I do, I'm a little bit more, keep it tight to the vest. So I tend to just trade normally. But for a lot of traders, it is perfectly normal to say, this is the biggest event this quarter, save your risk and be ready for it. If that's your cup of tea, like if you're taking the opening print on this, you're not taking anything it's your biggest risk event of the quarter, period, if you're doing this IPO at the open. Guaranteed. So we'll see what happens next for me. Nvidia happens to be pulling back in the range. It's not back into VWAP. If it does retest VWAP, I don't want to get married to there. Support has been down at the 230.5, which is underneath the volume weighted average price. If I get back into silver because the market's topping out, it's not going to be a long again on SLV unless it holds above the volume weighted average price, right? Like the stock has been a short. Just because eventually we got the move that we wanted doesn't suddenly turn it into a stock which is upward trending. It's not. It's still showing a downward trend. Yes, it's had good V-shaped recoveries, but look how late this one goes out. This is 1 o'clock when it makes its secondary breakout. Yesterday was much cleaner off of the open. So patience is going to pay here. Let us know what you guys are looking at. I'm going to pull up the visualizer. It's been a bit busier this morning, I find.
Yeah, pull up the portfolio tracker too.
Well, I wanted to get the visual. Where's my visualizer? I just want to make sure we're covering the names that people want. Right? So I get the visualizer up. And remember, if you're looking at this and you're like, what is this? It is a visual representation of what you guys are typing in the chat. So if I'm interested in the IPO, which I obviously am, I type $CBRS into the chat. And to do so, you have to be a subscriber. So hit the like and subscribe.
Let's go.
Now, jump in the chat and let us know what you guys are watching. Nvidia, shocking. That's what we've been trading mostly today for myself. Poet, which is one of the big small caps. ONDS, of course. Joe's been on that one. Klarna reported this morning. Microsoft, I haven't looked at it. Tesla, you have. Marvell, we have not taken a look at. Another 4% for Marvell. Only 0.4 for AMD. There was a moment it was looking a lot stronger than this. Mike, why does it say Micron is flat on the day? No chance Micron's actually flat on the day. It doesn't make any sense. MobX, we have talked a little bit about. As well. And Redwire, that's one that we have not mentioned, RDW. I think from that list, the one that doesn't surprise me, I want to take a quick look at would be Marvell. Is this doing something? No. Immediately, I'm like, is this doing something better than the others? Not really. Underneath VWAP here, putting in lower highs, unless I was looking short. CoreWeave is apparently pumping. See, this is the thing.
Yeah, CoreWeave's going, man.
CoreWeave, that's better than. There's always something better.
Look at
that last trade that last move in Nvidia was good, breaking out. But then look at the same kind of thing on CoreWeave. Right, like it's a sharper downtrend, harder to get in, fair enough. But then harder to get in goes even further. That's another way to look at it. So CoreWeave 4.5 points. See?
Yeah.
They put that on the side chart.
Yeah, there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Good look, guys.
Yeah.
And girls.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Sitting in that face slapper, sitting in that 4 spot.
It's harder to look. I'm doing the face slap. You're not scrolled to me, but.
You want me to scroll to you?
Well, I hit the face slap because you added up. But it's hard for the viewers to see on that view. There's a different view which is easier to interpret.
Or to see like everybody's.
It's just visually when you're watching the stream.
Oh, is
yeah,
it?
I know. Yeah,
the summary here?
Yeah, the summary is just easier.
Yeah, okay, all right. We'll tap the summary in there for my guy. Yeah, I mean, there it is, man, sitting in that 4th slot. Okay, we got to take one more attempt here on Tesla off of these lows. Let's see if this is going to be the one where we find a rebound, multiple attempts to get that bottom. But other than that, guys, we have CrowdStrike really helping us gain some ground here. Randy, a couple of percentage points ahead of your boy. But, yeah, not too bad of a look. Walmart doing as good. The name that I thought was going to be our true backbone here, Neil, that's going to be JP Morgan, down 6.7%. Not too good, but CrowdStrike putting in a new all-time high here today. So a big-time move in the crowd of strikes. So we like that one. Now sitting in that 4th spot. Watch out, watch out. All right, we gotta pay some respect to our mod Bravely. Watch Oracle, guys. He's putting a lot of people in the chat. I don't know if he put any shout-outs there. We're not doing roll call or anything along those lines. We'll wait for the afternoon for that. But other than that, guys, a nice little pop-up here in Tesla. Let's see if we can head back in towards VWAP. We're in this name, TSLA. A nice little continuation right there. Shout-out to Bravely and all the individuals watching on TikTok. What has Oracle been up to? Have you seen that name here today?
I have not.
Yeah, up to 195 here, ORCL, with a strong uptick, guys, and some strong price action throughout the intraday session so far, and a big-time move back towards some of these key pivot highs of that $200 marker on ORCL.
And I'm going to get a pull-up in a second, but I was just asked, Neil, couldn't you have, if you like the exit here, couldn't you go short on silver? You can always flip if you get a good price level. You have to keep in mind, I say this every single time I get a top wick, right? I'm long at the bottom or I'm out at the highs. Okay, it's good, but sometimes I'll do that same thing and it goes like another $1 or $2. What it comes down to is I think silver on the daily chart, I like it for a long right now. I think it's an uptrend. So I have a bit of a bias on it. And when I have a bias on it, until it shows me a really good reason not to, I want to be looking for long entries. That's why I want I'm looking for that next push to get back into it above VWAP. This is something we did on IBIT. IBIT's a great example of this yesterday. It's the best example I can come up with. Because on IBIT, I played the long reverse, same thing, trend down yesterday, we were long into VWAP, I got out, it then consolidated over VWAP, I just went long again. Right? I just got back in and then continued the trade. It happened right away, but that's where I'm at with SLV. Like I'm looking for that next push and find another entry somewhere else on it. I'm just a bit of a bias to the long side. Before we move on, this is an easy pull because I'm interested here. Right now, Cerebras IPO, the issue is at $180. Its auction price right now is if it opened right now, it would open $200 higher than that at $380. So my simple question to everyone in the chat is, are you trading this today? Type 1 for yes, type 2 for no, and then what is CRBS? I don't know how you could be asking that question if you're actually watching us right now, but I am absolutely trading. I'm gonna type a bunch of ones in there and let's see what everyone's doing. I feel like this is one that's it's getting priced so high that it's gonna price some people out of trading it. Not us, but I think a lot of people.
Bro, dude.
It's $380. That is, even I think that is a ridiculous price. But there's a difference between trading and investing. I'm not asking if you're investing in it. I'm asking if you're going to trade it today. Else we'll leave that poll up for the rest of the morning show and go to the desk with Adair.
So to let you guys know here, they are currently streaming on the GOP Banking X account the markup here of the Senate Banking Committee for the Clarity Act. So currently marking up the bill, different amendments being suggested by different Senate members. I do also, as always, have to recommend if you're interested in the Clarity Act and in crypto legislation or just crypto news in general, I would recommend following Eleanor Terrett on X. She is a crypto-focused journalist. She has a lot of really great information here, specifically with regards to legislation on crypto. She is how I found out about this event. I'm currently listening once again to the Senate Banking Committee live on X, marking up this Clarity Act. Back to you.
Appreciate it, Adara. And speaking of the Clarity Act, IBIT that's a nice looking trend. That could be something worth joining. If we can find it. It's very clean. You're back above the 80K. This is the only day this week that I haven't traded this week. This is probably the only day this month that I haven't made a morning trade on IBIT.
I think you trade IBIT as much, if not potentially even more sometimes than I do.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Well, not today.
Not today. Yeah, I haven't taken it today.
I liked SLV more, and that obviously you got to be able to admit that you're wrong.
Yep.
You know, this was a better long. Oh no, I just had a chart crash. You got to be able to admit that this was a better long trade back through. But there's a lot of room still for it to go. Now, keep in mind, everyone's ear to the ground to see if this thing passes, like it happens today. But that does give it a lot of potential. So maybe look for a VWAP retracement trade. Over here, it's still overwhelming no's.
Come on, Tesla.
And I do think it's because people feel priced out of this. It's just opening too high. I bet you if this opened at half the price, if it was indicating 190 instead of 380, understandably, I think you'd have a little bit more interest in it. That's incredibly pricey.
So what are we thinking about? Like if we're talking to IPOs right now, I was listening to Ronnie B last night, Ron Barron. He was on CNBC the other day, or yesterday, whatever it may have been, and he's thinking that SpaceX can be like a $30 trillion market cap. Did you hear that, Adara? I don't know if Ron Barron said that he believes that SpaceX could be like 30 trillion.
I want what he's smoking, man.
Yeah.
Whatever. I was trying to be the pusher man with coffee.
Yeah, but now you're.
But whatever he's getting hooked up with, give me some of that. Get the hell out of here. Crazy. I like you, but you're crazy.
I think. How about? Do you think you can get locates now on CBRS, Neil? Luis is. Yeah, I think as soon as we see. Yeah, Neil already has them. I think at the point. Yeah. So as soon as we seen that tap.
I think I probably paid too much though. I paid $8. You know what?
$8.
See, now here's the thing. If you're at Real Trading, when they give on an IPO day. Maybe wait a few minutes after, because the second they were available, I paid for them.
Yeah.
And I paid 8.5 cents. I'm willing to bet if I look now, they're probably 5 or 6 cents. Per share.
Oh, but
per
okay.
share, per share,
No, I thought you were
share.
going to say $8. Dude, we're not going to be complaining about 8 cents here.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh. This is a saying I live by.
Yeah, okay. If you can get it cheaper.
Principle is priceless.
No, it's fair. It's
I
fair.
don't care how much I'm saving.
Yeah.
You know how many times I'm paying for over the course of a trading career? How many times am I going to pay for location?
I agree.
If I get 20% off every single time over the course of 20 years, I've saved money.
I agree.
If you add liquidity as much as you can and make a rebate as opposed to crossing the spread and paying a fee over the course of 20 years, how much money do you think you have saved? You better believe over time.
I'm not
and then
argue
ask
that.
yourself all those little drips. Maybe you make an extra 1% a year on your trading commissions, and all of that extra 1% goes into investing into the market.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that for sure.
Now the other way
I do
is
that
to say
from a
that I'm
day-to-day
cheap.
basis. No, it's not saying you're cheap because you know what? I think a lot of people do this, but it's
I'm
smart.
saying I'm cheap.
Selena,
I'm cheap.
I'm okay with that. I'm like, if I can save $1, I'm going to. Right, like, my guy. So it's like the example at the grocery store, right? Back in the day, I used to do grocery store shop, go one store, that's it, just get it all done. But now it's just like, okay, well, we go to this grocery store for that, and then you go over there for this because it's cheaper. It's like, but she's like, well, it doesn't even matter. It takes up time. But yeah, but when you add up the $2 or $3 that they add on top of the other price, it all adds up for sure. So yeah, other than that, guys, we did get a pop up into 1675 here on Tesla. Oracle is really moving up to 195 here, and then we have an additional all-time high on Nvidia. So we're loving this. We can't break VWAP. This thing is so weak. I mean, come on, break 1675. The market's all-time high, and then we have a laggard here that's just not participating in the rally, and that's Tesla. So it's really unfortunate. We're still negative about 0.5% here, a little bit less than that. So yeah, let's break, let's go, and if we have the ability to do so, maybe we can get some more buyers stepping in, but right now it's not looking too good. 1680 is where I'm looking to take a little bit off, but if we don't get that, now I've already hit almost a 1.5, close to a 2 to 1. If it comes back to my break even, I have to accept the flat trade. Now, Adara, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it's worth noting here already some expression of bipartisan discontent with the Clarity Act as we go into this markup session. So we're going to have to wait and see if we get any updates on this today. It does not sound like anything's going to be changed or updated imminently, but I will keep you all posted. Right now, though, let's look at the sector board, which is actually quite nicely, like nice light moss green today. Weakness in health services, UNH down about 1%. Non-energy minerals getting hit, both Freeport McMoran and Newmont, so copper and gold names respectively down about 2 to 3% each. Retail trade generally kind of mixed to blank, but Amazon down about 1%. Health tech, you've got Eli Lilly down about 1%, and tech services have been generally very strong, but Google down about 1% here. That being said, Palo Alto Networks near all-time highs, or at days highs here anyway. ACN here at intraday highs, Intuit up 3%. Electronic tech, you've got Nvidia and Broadcom each up more than 4%. We know that Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is meeting in China, and there's some indication we could hopefully get some kind of update here in these China chip sales. Cisco is still up 3%, though, below its earnings reaction high after its Q3 2026 report. You've got SanDisk and Intel to the downside. So these tech names kind of all over the place, but generally the board is giving us a slightly positive picture. Back to you.
So I'm going to address some questions here about NVIDIA. Everyone has to have their own trading style. I've been trading for 20 years. I will simply trade what works for me, right? Like I'll wait all day, scalping out, keep tight stops, scalping out, keep tight stops, to get that one trade where I'm taking the break and then I'm playing it to the high. That's my style. Some traders like to find something where they're going to hold it all day long. Again, I will do what works for me. I've been doing this a very, very long time. I will promise you, you will not trade my style without giving up upside. What I get out of that is a lot of consistency. Right? So when people say 90% of traders fail, I find niches and setups that allow me to make money every single month. I'm not doing this to toot my own horn. And yesterday when we were talking about this, what was the question yesterday? It was something about doubling down or whatnot.
Martingale?
It was something along those lines. Yeah, whatever it was. And I was sort of getting into like why not to do it. There are ways that you could do that profitably. Absolutely. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. If your style of trading is, I need to have it in here and hold for assume the bigger move, perfect. That's great. If you watch me on this show, sometimes I might like it for that, but I'd rather look for the next one and then the next one and then the next one. Win, win, win. Only need one win to make up for like 3 that didn't work. That's going to be my style of trading. And again, everyone has to have their own style. I'm only ever here to trade my account, show you what I think, tell you what's worked for me. How could I ask yourself this question. How could I possibly have any credibility trying to explain or trade a strategy that has not been what I do to make profits for over 20 years? You shouldn't trust somebody that tries to do that. It's just got to be, I just got to trade the way that I trade and let you know that it is what it is. And I could say things like, I've never had back-to-back losing months in over 20 years.
Ooh.
Have I ever said that on this show?
No, but you just did.
I know.
Yeah.
But like, would you prefer if I just said that and said, I don't care what you think, I make money every single month?
Yeah, I think that's as real as it gets, though, man, because I think...
No, but I think that's a douchebag thing to say.
It is a big time.
No, but that's why I try not to say
it. But
I just want to explain what I'm looking at and what I'm trading.
Let me put it.
I'm always going to give up the bigger move. Oftentimes to have a higher percentage.
What's more of a D-bag thing to say? Oh, why didn't you stay within that trade a little bit longer, like someone's backseat driving your positions, or you being like, hey man, at least I'm profitable every month.
No, because here's where they're right. Here's where they're right.
Of course they can be right, but you can't be a backseat driver at the same time.
No. You have to. Everybody's going to be different. Now look at the other days here on Nvidia, right? So this day, the buy and hold, great. This day, the buy and hold, no. This day, the buy and hold never makes a fresh high. The opening range at 11 o'clock, you could make an argument this one does. This day, the buy and hold doesn't. Like you're coin flipping this uptrend whether you get continuation or not. But if you play it consistently in your style, then you can win. I like a style that wins every single day on the uptrend or on the downtrend, right? As opposed to just picking which one. Trust me, Tyler Batty, get it. Get it. That's going to be you. You've got to only ever do you. What you don't want to do is jump out of your style of trade if it's what's profitable for you. Don't worry about it. Yeah. That's what it's all about here. It's all about, you just have to try to keep it real. And I'm never going to be the person to tell you that I'm always holding it. No, I'm more than likely to just get in one good trade and then look for the next good trade. Speaking of which, I don't think it's going to be Intel.
$ Neo.
I want to be back into Intel.
Yes, sir.
And again, I will look for shots where I can just take, boom, one chance, go or don't go. Look for the re-entry, not a good re-entry. I don't think I like this one again, but the only thing I'm looking at now for Intel is this. Right now you got some higher lows on Intel. It can play into here. It can be a bounce straight into the high, or it can be a trend break down into the low. And then if it get the trend break down under 115 later in the day, I'll take one shot to just get that one move. And if it goes to 110, great, but I don't care because I'll be looking for that into the 113 level. I already know what I'm looking for so that I can just execute without emotion, so I can execute without, you won't ever see me fighting styles or freaking out over stuff.
Yeah.
Because I already know what I'm gonna do before I get into the trade. And that's where I'm at. You can already see me befuddled by Cerebras right now because now it's indicating 400.
No way.
Yeah, I literally could not take. The amount of shares that I've taken on every single IPO when I think it's big, I actually can't take that much today.
Yeah, I might not even limit on.
I don't even have it's crazy. What I had on Figma, I don't have enough buying power to take the same amount of shares as I took on Figma. That's the only reason I'm sizing down on it. Notionally, it's the same thing because actual dollar value.
You're saying you're capping right now.
It's 400. There's a limit to how much BP you have in your account. It's a $410 stock. You can't, if you have 5 million shares, you can't even take 2,000 shares of this thing, bro. It's crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, $410?
410 smackers. Sharif's ready to take 2,000.
No, I'm going to take the print. This is getting a little bit insane.
Yeah, it's getting up there, man. Lots of lots of demand on this one.
Is stupid.
Man, I wish I had my stream deck. I got to add a couple of things here. Bang, 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 bang. I'll just make the sound effect. Boo, 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 boo. Is that me or SSC, or was that you? All right. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that one there. Okay, no, that wasn't me. Tesla, nice move. We hold that one, guys. We're still holding on to a little bit here for a continuation. The market continues to climb 235.74. NASDAQ at the high of the day. SPY, is this all-time highs on the SPY? Neil, before we send it over to Adara momentarily. Oh, my chart is loading.
Yes.
But yeah, a nice play here on Tesla. You can see we took that stop out. I talk about this time and time again. What happened? Where did we go wrong on this one? We buy the top end of the range. We're patient. We get the lower end of the range. Our risk to reward ratio is drastically better. And then we just hold literally for 20 cents. We get out at a 15-cent loss here. And before we take anything out, we hold that for a 13-cent gain, 23-cent gain. So a 2-to-1. Nice look. Let's see if we can break 1685. Let's send it over to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. USO on watch, seeing some reports from the New York Times that both Saudi Arabia, excuse me, and the UAE separately carried out strikes in Iran in retaliation for attacks conducted against them during the Middle East conflict earlier this year. Apparently, this is the first known time that the two countries have directly attacked Iran. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia reportedly telling the U.S. to end their war with Iran and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
You know, this
is silly. Because the other thing, thank you, Adara. The other thing I'm thinking out loud with is, if it rugs and then tries to go, I'm talking about CRBS. If the first move is rug pull and then it tries to bounce, do I want to leave myself 2 shots at it instead of 1? Which is a question I have to answer for myself here. Because I already know that no matter what I do, if I trade this thing, it's going to be the biggest risk trade of the quarter. So like a lot of what else you do is a bit irrelevant, right? Trump Xi offered to help on Iran. Oh, shocking. You don't say.
Ooh, in which way?
Well, help can only be. Well, I guess there's a lot of ways.
There's a lot of ways. Like which way? And like which way? Are you talking dropping bombs or getting this straight open?
I'm gonna guess not dropping bombs.
Yeah,
they're not offering milk. You know what? I don't think so. I shouldn't say they're not. I should say I don't think that they would be.
IBIT's really moving here. IBIT's really starting to pick up some steam. Yeah, so things are looking good over there in Bitcoin land here, Bitcoinlandia. There's a good question there, Adara. If you could go over what Ian Rispetto asked us, I would like to know as well. It's a super chat. We'll get that pulled up here momentarily, but let's send it over to Adara.
With regards to crypto, which I know this is not crypto time, I just want to mention that right now they're kind of all arguing with each other. Like there's nothing actually crypto related being said except for a lot of, at this point, kind of partisan issues here with the crypto bill. Who is this bill for? Who will it benefit? Et cetera, et cetera. Like there's nothing to really, I don't think from what I'm hearing, and I've listened to this whole thing, there's really nothing to explain why this is moving up, at least if it's moving up on the Clarity Bill or Clarity Act. But let's talk here about the US dollar. Day 3 of pushing to the upside for the DXY. We did have hotter than expected import and export month-over-month changes coming through earlier today. Really kind of a boring day for economic data, especially after those CPI and PPI prints on Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. Yesterday, we got the official confirmation of Kevin Warsh as the chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. That term will start, I guess, on May 16th. We have Powell's term ending on May 15th. Now, he is the governor of the Board of Governors. Myron is out. Now, it's worth noting he's still being credited as a Fed when he makes speaking engagements, which he did earlier today as well. But Myron no longer a Fed as of right now. That being said, if and when Powell decides to end his term, or should he resign early, they could always appoint Myron again, I suppose, but it's worth noting he's not currently a Fed. It's also interesting here. I know some people were thinking maybe once you get the confirmation of Warsh, you get better chances of rate cuts. So far, that's not been the case. In fact, actually, if you look at the CME FedWatch tool, going to October 2027, we're now seeing the possibility of a hike. Now, earlier, we weren't seeing the possibility of a hike until December of 2027. So if anything, rate hike odds have increased. It's not been the odds of cuts increasing. If you want to go over that super chat with me, you can put it on the screen. But back to you.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you. I never really understood. Gaslighting, is that a bad thing? If you gaslight someone, is that bad?
I mean, usually it's considered to be a negative context.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
sorry.
The context is usually negative.
Sid, Guduri, sorry if you mentioned this. Are you guys looking at Cerebras today? I don't think we mentioned it yet today.
No.
So we'll pull it up one more time. Yeah, we are looking to. All of us here are looking to trade that. Nizad, yes, gaslighting is always bad. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is that in?
It's.
Okay, the title of our stream is about Cerebras there. So as you clicked, you would see something along those lines.
From Ian Rispetto, can you please recap what Trump bought and he sold again? Thank you. We can have Adara do that.
That would be fantastic.
So the biggest sales here were Amazon, Microsoft, Meta. However, he kind of negated those. We sold them all, I believe, in February 10th of 2026. He bought 2 of them back to a lesser extent, those 2 being Amazon and Microsoft, I believe, March 9th. Now, ServiceNow, probably one of the best movers in terms of like what's actually moving on the Trump buys. I'll pull up NOW for you. ServiceNow moving up here nicely. This one was purchased by Trump, I believe, in the quantity of 1 million to 5 million shares. You also had Dell, which earlier on was reported to be part of this. I didn't, like if he did add this, I didn't see it anywhere. So I think this was maybe perhaps incorrectly speculated, but either way here, Dell was on watch with that in mind. But again, in terms of like major buys, I think you've got like obviously the sales there of Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft, 2 of which were purchased back. ServiceNow probably the one that's reacting the most, I think, to this. I believe I saw Palo Alto Networks as well. It's a lot of tech plays, guys, really. And again, I think the sales there are significant, but again, negated by the fact that he did repurchase 2 of them. President Trump also speaking to Fox right now, saying that Xi Jinping of China wants to help with Iran, and that he apparently promised Trump he will not give Iran military equipment. I hope that helps and answers your question. Thank you for your super chat.
Yeah, I like that. I like that partnership.
But
There goes Tesla once again, man. Big shoes to fill here with Katina, man. Hopefully he's hit the road. I know they rented the Jeep Wrangler. Have fun with that. I know what we got going on in Toronto right now, Neil, may not necessarily be top-down weather, but who knows what's going on in Minneapolis over there. But other than that, I hope him.
Well, I'm guessing it's probably not that warm.
It's definitely not. It's not. I don't think Minnesota is going to be warmer than what we got going on here, but I could totally be wrong. But other than that, guys, a nice little move on TSLA as it continues to climb. IBIT still strong here today, guys. And then we have Oracle back up to $196. So I know someone was asking, I just have that up on my chart, but I'm sitting on a couple of percentage points here, about 20% in this Tesla trade. So not too bad of a trade here. And I mentioned, so we take the loss initially on this one, ONDS, pull that bad boy up, and we take 2 losses on that one. So we're just on the brink of being profitable. So yeah, there it is. Not too bad. Some unrealized gains there, Nia.
Unrealized.
Oh, ONDS right back towards the high, eh? Yeah, there it goes, man.
Like this crypto move is getting a little bit intense.
Yeah, I like that.
Look at BMNR absolutely go ham to the upside. I'm starting to think bias is getting the better of me. It's getting the better of me, and I'm looking what's happening right now in the market. What the heck? Hit enter again. There we go. I'm looking at what's happening. The market is at the highs. If you're at a resistance point and tailing it, then I'm supposed to be right now usually looking for a short on a downward trending stock. Well, the only reason I'm not short SLV, which is a downward trending stock, is because I looked long and happened to get a long. But yeah, it should have been a reverse in a lot of sense, but my bias could have gotten the better of me. Market's at the top and pulling back. I can look over and play a reversion in something ridiculously strong, or I can play for the south side in something that is weak, which makes a little bit more sense. And for those, there were some that are in the chat that were like, well, then why even trade CBRS at all? I understand that sentiment. You have to understand that if over the last couple of years, taking big IPOs at open has been one of the most profitable strategies for somebody, then I'm very unlikely to completely ignore it. I don't mind saying take 10%, 20%, or 30%, some smaller number on the opening print, because it doesn't profile as well, because it's opening at $380 and not $200. That being said, I still want to have it because it's been an A+ setup. So I'll be more inclined to look for a short at some point. I'll be more inclined to maybe not take max BP or something along those lines at the opening print, but I'm not going to go to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's not even the analogy I want. I'm not going to walk away from it completely. Way too big of an IPO, way too much interest, way too much potential upside to completely ignore the opportunity. But even just but the funny thing is it's priced so high that couldn't even take the same shares in Figma anyways. And I don't know that I'd want the same amount of shares in a 380 open that I would want in like a 75 open on something else. But yeah, it's still going to be that big event. Until we get to that, we have about 3 minutes left. So the next trade for me is market at the high and potentially pulling. I'm just going for the reverse on SLV. Thankfully, I'm getting about the same price that I would have gotten had I made this decision an hour ago or like 30 minutes ago. Oh, speaking of which.
Hit it.
I do have the key. I have to work on. Usually, Sean hits the key. So
I've seen it. I'm not going to give it away.
Oh, you have? I have to go open it up.
I've seen it
here. So I'm going to open it up to see what's for lunch. It is.
Yeah, don't chase is right.
It's a Portuguese flag.
Dang. Oh, that's not what I've seen over there.
What? Today's Thursday.
Today is Thursday.
I see a Portuguese. Am I in the wrong week? Yeah, this is the right week.
Wow,
Thursday, Portuguese flag. We've got baked Portuguese chicken with mashed potatoes, grilled vegetables with garlic.
Okay.
That'll play.
That's
and
not what I've
and a
seen
mixed
over
green
there.
salad. What do you? I'm literally reading.
I know, but I'm telling you what I've seen.
You've seen the.
I seen the lunch.
Oh, I thought
yeah,
you
yeah.
said you
no,
saw
I
the
didn't see
email.
the menu. Yeah,
that's not what we're actually getting.
No, I did. Well,
apparently lunch is already here. That's what he's.
I don't know. I may be going crazy, but I swore I seen like a butter chicken or something along those lines. I didn't see anything Portuguese.
Butter chicken?
Yeah, I could be totally wrong. I only seen a select few of them. The guy was still bringing in some of the other ones. So
I mean, it's chicken and mashed potatoes.
I understand in Sparta, every messenger is accountable for his words, but
no, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. So just a quick one. We have like a minute and a half to go here. We got some super chats to get through. Nicole Vada, SMCI, thanks team.
No problem.
Well, I don't know. This is like the first day this week that I lost on SMCI because I've been only bearish on it. Well, I mean, look, did I even trade it on Monday? I think I only traded it Tuesday and Wednesday. Either way, it's like short, today, go for that same short off the open, like just don't break the pre-market high kind of deal. So I went for that today, but this is why you give it a shot, and if it doesn't go, you gotta have an out. And eventually it did, and now now it's bullish on SMCI. So it's a strong one, you gotta respect it. We got another super chat in here, NBIS from Ivan or Yvonne, could be Yvonne as well. I know an Ivan, and Sean would be able to co-sign this one. We went to high school with an Ivan, and every time I see him or we talk about him, I just say, "Why couldn't you set that pick? We had a chance to win the game, and no, I missed a pick." Ivan, no, you didn't, and you didn't miss with NBIS either. Absolute rocket. See all these red candles on the 15-minute? That's how you know it's not in an uptrend. NBIS is a rocket, but there's a lot of rockets today, no questions asked. We are still getting that topping tail candle. It's about 11 o'clock right now. We are still getting a bit of that reversal candle here on the Qs, so that's pulling back off the highs. Gonna play silver back into the LOD here. And another super chat, Portugal in the house. I like it. I got a little bit of Portuguese blood in me. My grandfather was half Portuguese. Although I never cheer for them in football because I had a cousin that played for England. So by default, I cheer for Canada and I cheer for England, and that's just how I roll in the World Cup. But I don't hate on Portugal because I got some Portuguese blood. I'm actually guessing that this lunch is just going to be chicken and mashed potatoes, and the Portuguese flavor is going to be a little bit non-existent. That's what my experience tells me. But we'll let you guys know how it goes. We'll be having some fun either way. Remember, this IPO is huge notionally. It is going to have a lot of volatility, probably more from a dollar sense. It's just priced so high. It is very likely to move in a way that you haven't seen if you haven't traded these before. If you remember way back when, a few years ago, trading like Snowflake on the IPO or way back to Rivian, expect a little bit of that, I would suspect. If you have not, this one can be wild. So buckle up, it'll be a wild one. I don't think it opens up till after we've eaten lunch, but either way, it's certainly gonna open with the gentleman to my left. So you will have the pleasure of Joey Options and Sharif the Professor giving you that Cerebras IPO open whenever it does happen. All eyes on that. All eyes on all-time highs for the market as well. We'll see you back at 2, or I'll see you back at the lesson. Although sometimes, you know what, we'll see. Because sometimes I don't like, if it looks like it could be opening up soon, I don't want to be distracted. I hate to be selfish on that one, but either way, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck on Cerebras if you're taking it, and if you're not, maybe you learned something watching it. See you back at 2.
Music's good. I like. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And on my screen, Assassino, is Cerebras. We are waiting for the IPO that's showing a top of $325. Get it, Neil. We'll be keeping you guys apprised.
Oh, you put your order in already?
No.
Oh.
I messaged Neil to find out kind of a little bit of what his trade plan was, because I don't want to go into this blind. But here we are. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on this one. We're going to do the shout out in a second. I do apologize to everybody, so keep throwing in your names. We just want to have a quick look here at the paired volume. CBRS, the number one right there, currently with a sell side imbalance of about 5,000 shares. Much, much anticipated IPO, of course. Let's say hello to everybody. Elevators make me fart. Shout out to my man in the chat, Brett Green. We got the OG Benton, keeping it simple for me. Hit the bang. Absolutely. Bovin. Shout out to my man Taylor. Upright. Sorry, what is that? Upright double bass? Sure. Mike PD Ryder, Grunfeld, Mr. Kevin, Los Polos, Hermanos. We got Dewey 001. Shout out to Great Gamecraft, Nico, and other Zinc, the OG. Hangry Wife also is with us as well. Customer, ATH, Ash. We got Jacob Savage, Trade Sniper TV, and Carlos Verdino, Random Bratley, and Ozan. Hit the move for me. It's on the Katina Man stream deck, Ozan. That would require me getting up. You Guy 33 and Oh Ya Pinoy. Shout out to him, Hinsey, Kirk D. Any new names, manifest codes now. And one more, Joey. Toe Cutter 2026. Because the toe cutter technology of 2025 is just too outdated.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm assuming a toe cutter, Joey. Let's have a look at some of the small cap gappers that are making a move right now. QUCY was, the best looking one in the market with a 397 high. It's coming back down now as a whole bunch of lower highs into $3. We're going to see if this one can set up a little bit better because it's not looking great right now. Nor is MobX, which is also putting in a symphony of lower highs, but this one seems a bit more consolidative between the volume-weighted average price and essentially that 350 area high. So we're going to keep a close eye here on MOBX. We want to see if it changes trend, especially with that more prolonged consolidation. But there goes SNAL. This one is ripping in $1.56. It is now officially halted up. This one didn't actually make it onto my side charts initially because, well, it was trading below the volume-weighted average price. It looked like it was going to break down. But here we are, just a skosh below that 159er high. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on SNAL as it is now halted up. There's been a lot of halters today, some of which have already lost their spot on the side chart because they've broken down. Case in point, YOOV. It is now negative since the bell has rung, so we'll get to that one in a moment. DXF as well has been quite strong. This one really started ripping towards, I want to say, in the aftermarket, essentially. Not quite where we were yesterday, and if I really had to do a bit more of a thorough TA take here, this one is continuing to put in lower highs. I'm not really liking the look of this one's jib, despite the fact that it is still up a respectable 109% on the day. Double top into 168, 169. We'll have to see if this can take out the pre-market high, but it certainly hasn't even tested the aftermarket highs from yesterday. A bit of a slower mover here, guys. LESL. It is a bit of a wider spread as I see it. Currently 1 penny, not bad. Easy to short on my platform. 183,000 shares available to take the other side, but it has been stair-stepping up, as you can see. Made that 260 high, dropped pretty aggressively down into that 2.25, but there was support there from the initial resistance area. And now we're trying to recover back into that 2/3 of a dollar. It is up a very respectable 77 2/3%. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. But Poet as well, Joey. I know you guys were talking about this one in the morning. I have a bunch of failed attempts, I should say, of a breakthrough 20. Multiple topping tail candles that do breach that $20 area. Neither of which was able to close above, and now it is kind of straddling the volume-weighted average price. So, well, this one will have to set up a little bit better. So right now, to be honest with you, the best lookers in the market in the world of small cap gappers, SNAL, DXF, which is just continuing to rip into day's high. Let's see if it can take out that 180, 190 area. And then LESL and PCT as well, but a bit more of expensive of a name. RDW is not a small cap gapper in the strict sense, but this one has all sorts of commercials on TV. It's pretty much respecting the 10 EMA on the 5 all day. So if you want to try to ride that trend until it fails, that's another possibility there, but not really, my favorite setup of the bunch, Joey.
Good stuff, man. All right, guys, we're in some Tesla. You guys know that. You can see we're short some Bitcoin here if it breaks that top, but I'm looking to take some out relatively quick here, folks, as it's started to cook up for us a bit with a nice inverted hammer candle. Gorv, did you see that one? We're going to take some off here. We didn't put too crazy of size, but we just want to lock this in just in case the pullback does get slightly aggressive. But there it goes, a nice 1-to-1. Yes, sir, Sharifio.
Sir, man.
Bang, we take that on. Pew, 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 on IBIT. We'll wait for an additional leg off. We'll remove another 33%. And sure enough, there it is. We get it as it's now printing 81. So a nice little move to the downside on IBIT. We're patient enough to wait for it. I'm going to pull up momentarily exactly what I'm going short off of. Gorv, Loss, I haven't seen you in the chat here today, and everyone else, all my VPA traders. There it is, a nice inverted off of that high. We play the break of it, and then we get a nice little move. How deep this pullback is going to be is a different question. If it's really strong, it finds a base, and if it starts to bounce, we got to get out of Dodge. But you guys see not too long ago, we're in this Tesla trade off of the lows. We're now in IBIT short off of the highs, and then sure enough, we're looking at Nvidia as it continuously prints. But you know what the name of the game is here today.
What is it, man?
Everyone. It is that IPO without any form of questioning, Sharif. Cerebras or Cerebras, whatever you guys would like to call it. Tomato.
Yeah, I've heard both.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, other than that, it's going to be...
CEO calls it.
Yeah, it's whatever the CEO calls it, man. It's whatever the CEO, the guy who's behind all of the logistics of everything, that is the individual. All right, there goes TSLA as it's continuing to climb. This one's really starting to work out for us, guys. Let's take a little bit more off here. Nothing substantial as we print. And we would like an additional leg lower here on IBIT. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that. We did take half off. We're ready and prepared to take an additional 33% off. But I want to bring this up is the options chain on NVDA as we are getting closer and closer as we inch closer to the earnings report. Signs of strength leading into it. I really like this. To me, that's telling me that somebody knows something. What do they know? We have no idea. But we were talking about on NVDA that 235 marker and that being a potential target and where the next high level of supply was going to be. Well, yeah, okay, that's starting to grow now. It's grown a little bit, but nothing substantial, nothing to be too worried about here. 83,000, that's doubled in the past couple of days from when we were referring it. So now we've bounced off of 235.95. This is fishy stuff right here, guys. Let's keep an eye out on 235, potentially here on NVDA. Let's go a little bit further out, as we typically do, but no size. This is going to be expiring on Friday. Next week is going to be a massive teller of which direction we could potentially be going in NVDA, but I believe that it's going to be up and to the right, a nice stair step, as Mitch Hoke was talking about it this morning. Hey, man, you're not going to get those crazy parabolic moves. Maybe you have that one-off event, but more or less a nice steady climb higher, and I think $250, $300 can most definitely be in the works with this bad boy, Sharif.
Get it, Joey. All right, halted down. SNAL, not good. In DXF, 179, rejection. Not surprising. That is the pre-market high, but here comes 79 again. We got shares on this one. There's 80. That's the official high. Looking for more. Watching at 80, huge seller at 80. We almost flashed 81s there, but you can see how it takes off the size at 80, but doesn't quite make it up to 81. There is a monster hidden seller at 80. That is unsurprising because we know that was the pre-market high. Let's watch here. Let's see if we can take through that 80 seller, or are the sellers going to be stronger than the buyers here? Who's got the stronger arm, Joey? Is it the sellers or the buyers at this level? There is basically an equilibrium between both. There's 81. There's 83, Joseph frickin' options. Looking for more. There's 88. Shout out to my man. You know who he is. I'm not going to say his name. I don't want to upset Neil. There's 90. Looking for more. There's the move up. There's 95. Still looking for more. And boom, into 2. Good trade there. All right, nice scalp into 2. Resistance at 2. Watching. Let's see, back down into 90. Okay, let's see where the buyers step in. Where's the buyer stepping in? 89. Big buyer at 89. More size coming on the bid at 89. It's growing. It's actually not getting smaller. There it is, right into 90. But look how it moves into 90. Then that like 89 seller, like almost as if he didn't exist. And there wasn't even that much size that came in on the time and sales. I was watching that. But here we go again, looking for that move back into the 90s. We're still holding high 80s. I would suggest, you know, this is what I do anyway. I mean, you can do whatever you want. However it floats your boat. 5-second chart is nice for areas of local support and resistance. And the way I see it, a lot of support right now at 180. However, lower highs ever since the 199 pop. Look for support at 180. If that means you pick it up at 81, 82, whatever. Now we have selling at 89. Remember the buyer at 89? Well, he's gone. Now they're selling at 89, Joey. Here comes the 84, 83, looking for the looking basically again for 180 to see is that buyer that was holding us up and initially preventing us from ascending at 80, are they going to come back in? So what was that candle low there? Candle low there of 82. Back into 89. Let's see if we can shake that 89 seller. Nope, not yet anyway. I want to see if this one can resolve above 2. This should be really interesting into that $2 level, the 199 high. Silver has double bottomed and launched the last 2 days. If I didn't watch, I would miss the money. Of course, brother. Thank you very much to Skate Trader 1. Look, man, you're absolutely right. You know, a lot is said about, hey, set up resting orders here, breakout trades here, stop losses there. Sure, all that works, but a lot of the times you have to make decisions in the moment. And if you're not watching, you can't know. Okay. Joey, QUCY is also ripping. Where the hell is my QUCY screen? QUCY. Remember this one from yesterday? Here it goes again, right into that 3 1/4. Now, here's the deal. There's been a 3 1/4 seller for a hot minute since we lost it at around 1050. We got a lot of bottoming tail candles that go into VWAP and go into 3. There's aggressive, 3 aggressive bottoming tail candles on the 5-minute chart on QUCY. To me, that's indicative of aggressive buying in and around that whole dollar. Question is, always is, whether the aggressive buying there outdoes the aggressive selling, as we've been seeing and continue to see at the 3/4. Here's 24. Let's see if we can kind of shake that level. We have a 397 high in QUCY. It's not going to surprise anybody. This is a second day play. Moreover, it's still up 141% on today's price action. So it's going to be on a lot of people's screens, and it is hard to borrow at no shortable shares on my platform there. So nice to know that. We'll continue to watch here, Joey, QUCY in and around the $0.25, simultaneously keeping a close eye on DXF at 2.
Nice. Good luck there, brother. All right, let's take a little bit more off here on... No, actually, no, we'll wait. We're going to post up at 17s on this bad boy. We'll take some more off there if we're fortunate enough to get that marker as we're starting to climb a little bit higher there, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, it's only a couple of pennies away. So we'll catch that IBIT. We got a dodge on that one. We did take off half of our position, which we are happy about. Bang, we got to, but then we stopped out break even, no continuation. Once I seen that it wasn't breaking down, I'm like, we have to get out of this, all right? Just in case it decides to really start to move. 45.70. You gotta change this. 45.70. Yeah. Jeez Louise. So yeah, there it is. Let's see if we get that candle fixed for us. If it doesn't break, I mean, like we had that initial flush. It worked for us right away. It would have been nice to hold it a little bit longer for a move back into VWAP, but I'm also okay with Bitcoin being extremely strong. So I'm not gonna fight this one or ever get to try not to get too rattled on the short side. Getting rattled and trying not to get rattled are two different things. I think, Sharif, if we didn't know that already, because if you try and you still get rattled. But anyways.
Yes, sir.
I'm honestly just messing around, as I typically do. IBIT. I knew, but see, you went to the game. I knew you left early, and I'm like, man, the game really.
I said I was going to leave early.
Oh, yeah,
I made it very clear I was going to leave early. It's no secret to anybody, bro. I'm up at 5 a.m. and I would not be able to function. Dude, I had to come back to the office, pick up my stuff.
Oh, you did?
Right? So that means I had to get off at Wellesley, right? Walk all the way over, then schlep all the way back to the subway station. I didn't get into bed till about midnight.
Oh, man.
Yeah, which to me doesn't work.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
like I'm not
anymore. I can't believe
that way.
Just before my knee injury, I can't even believe I was playing hockey at like 11 o'clock, being home at 1. I just tried.
Like we all did that. It's just it's not repeatable. And then maintain good health, right? Like you're just asking for it there. But.
Exactly. So yeah, let's get right back into things. There it goes. Oh man, I would like to hold this one here. I don't think I make Neil angry.
Well, I think you upset Neil a lot, to be quite honest with you,
Really?
because of your statements about the food.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
He seems to,
he's tapped in right now. I think he's got his thing, and he's tapped in right now.
Would you consider Neil a foodie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
He has very specific ratings, 7.7, 7.2. You don't give that kind of specificity unless you're a foodie.
No, I agree. I would think Neil's a foodie, yeah. All right, so there goes Bitcoin right back towards the downside. I think it might get a little bit more continuation here, guys. But let's rock and roll on Tesla. We're posted up on TSLA. Let's get past this one. We took our one attempt, and if it breaks down, then so be it. We missed out on that opportunity. It would have been nice, but you can't catch them all. But what we do want is catch a fill over here on TSLA. Yeah, let's go, Tesla, man. A couple more upticks. We're going to catch this one as the market is screaming. Is this all-time highs on the NASDAQ? Yes, sir, it is. All-time highs on the NASDAQ. All-time highs on the SPY. All-time highs on the CrowdStrike. What do you say?
Joe.
What's up?
Don't give up on your hair. I can't believe I'm reading.
I can't take Rogaine.
I fully regrew mine with microneedling and Rogaine.
Yeah.
Microneedle stamp is $20 on Amazon. Do it once a week, and Rogaine twice a day. Give it 8 weeks to start seeing growth.
Yeah, I can't do Rogaine.
Pardon me, Rob? Just go to Turkey, yes. But Rob, even when you do go to Turkey, you're going to need to maintain those bad boys. So you're going to have to get on it again. So
I'll tell you guys.
Still then cheaper than Rogaine, Rob says. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that chemical in astracine or something in Rogaine?
Minoxidil.
Minoxidil.
Yeah.
I wasn't even close on that one. Yeah, I can't take it. I can't, guys. I already tried the Rogaine. I can't take it. I had a very bad.
That's why I said finasteride, but you don't want to listen to me.
No, I'm all right. I like my new look, man. I look at myself with hair.
I like it.
I was just a different person. So I got to accept this is a new chapter, new me, man.
Dang.
So no, in all seriousness, it's just I like it. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's bad at all.
It's all right, man.
When I do see pictures of you with
hair,
I like that as well. So it's like they both work.
It's hard for me. Like I feel like that's such an old person. Like that person is no longer existent. Anyways, aside from that,
deep, eh?
No, I truly feel like that.
Yeah,
I truly feel like that, man. I'm like, whoa! I couldn't believe how much hair I actually used to have. And then trading started happening, and then it just fell out.
Trading started happening. Life started happening.
Yeah, exactly. I want to, before you go on there, Sharif, we're still in this trade. I'm glad that we got out of that IBIT short. But anyways, as for minoxidil, was taking it for quite some time. I got Selena brought it over from the States while she was visiting one of her girlfriends there. Anyways, I'm taking it for quite some time. I'm at the gym, and what it does is that it can lower your blood pressure.
Yes, that is
so what happened was, as I'm working out, I moved too quick. Everything goes blurry. I try to leave, but little do I know, I pass out and I smoke my head against the wall. And sure enough, from that, I got a concussion, and then I later suffered post-concussion syndrome from that, which was actually worse than the actual concussion itself, and it lasted for months where I was just, even on the show, going through excruciating headaches.
I remember that
day after day, which was not fun.
Yeah, and I remember you had periods as well too, like where you felt like effects.
Bro, it was my quality of life was so garbage during that time, man. I was like, yo, I couldn't even imagine what people who suffer from like consistent migraines and headaches. I'm like, yo, I at that point I was just existing. I wasn't living, man. It was horrible, horrible, horrible.
No, you don't need that, bro. Forget the hair when it comes to that, man. All right, guys, let's get down to work. I'm watching QUCY here. I'm displeased with what I saw. Moved into 340 where we had another area of resistance and it failed. And it failed pretty clean. And here it is back into the low teens, almost single digits, 12 holding on by a thread. There's 10. So yeah, QUCY, I don't know about this one. But there are others. Specifically DXF is really getting my attention here. The only thing is I just hate these prolonged downtrends. I talked to Luis about this yesterday. And you know, whatever time frame, like I'm looking at it on the 5, but if you look at it at the 15, it's basically the ones that we look at intraday on the 5, where I've been yelling about for the last, I think, couple of months, these ones that have prolonged downtrends and then break the upper down trend line only to make that lower high. And then lo and behold, look where that lower high may be coming in. We don't know what the future is, but it's at a $2 area, so 199. So that does concern me a little bit. Now, that's not the end all and be all. I have seen these trends go in a good way. In fact, I used to actually look at this trend as an A plus setup. I've since changed my opinion. I think it's really kind of market dependent, to be honest with you, how these setups work. So I'm going to keep a close eye on DXF, man. If it's moseying on into $2, it's putting in a higher low right now. Relative to the prior hammer candle there, which dipped in, I believe, into the 72 or whatever. Current bar low is about 78. And you have basically the same area here, whether you're looking at the candle that got into 1110. Look at the closing print into the high 80s. Opening print on the red candle, 87. Current area, 87. So clearly a seller in and around that area. So DXF with the higher lows, but we know what this has done to traders in the past, myself included. RDW, though, looks fantastic. When we were talking about this one, we were on a 2-candle red pullback on the 5. Holds again cleanly at the 10, and here it is trying to break through the intraday high at 390. You got to make the assumption this one, if it does break 390, may be on the way to 14. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending it to the big desk with Adair.
DJT pushing to the upside here. It looks like TAE Technologies, which DJT is supposed to merge with, just announced that they're entering their next phase of commercialization. This announcement coming in a form of a blog post that they shared. So again, TAE here, which is set to merge with DJT, announced commercialization phase, or I guess the next commercialization phase here as such. DJT pushing higher. Back to you.
Shout out to Kevin, Mr. Kevin G. Well done, sir. Trailing the ES from 75.04. We're up bigly, he says. Bang. Love the energy. Shout out to my man, Mr. Kevin. First time I'm seeing you in the chat, man. Perhaps I've missed your earlier messages. Let me know if you've been with us a while or are you new? Scott H. Small cap gapper trader. Joe. Sharif. I ordered... I'm not reading that.
Yeah, you can read it. It's funny. I find it funny.
All right. Okay, as long as you give me authorization. I ordered a Joe toupee off Amazon. Why you like that, Scott? Should arrive for you tomorrow. Nice 80s rocker style, too. Wear it with pride, Joe. Okay, so remember that I was talking to you about clavicular and clav and all like that whole streamer. So there's another guy called Andrew Jen.
Yeah, what's up with that guy?
I don't know. He's so funny. He was wearing a toupee and someone pulled his toupee off.
That's his thing, though.
But I think he set that up, though.
No, he always does that.
Right?
Dude, who's this guy they're calling Unk? You know the guy that they're just ripping apart?
No.
Who's trying to like act tough and be like, no, but I don't know his name. But everybody's like, Unk's trying to be tough, but he's trying to be like Andrew Tate, and he's just not doing it.
Yeah. Does he actually have like a fighting background?
He says he does. He like says all these things like he went and trained with like the Shaolin monks and all this stuff.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Where is that from? An Addy? Why? Are you talking about Adderall?
No, he was around his friends, and then the guy's literally like dying around him. And then the guy's just like, "Do you need an Addy? Do you need an Addy, man?"
You're talking about Clive, I'm assuming, right? Because he was doing all the pills. It's a tough look there. But androgenic. Oh, come on, strobe. I'm gonna unblock that for strobe, but we can't use that word obviously on the show, not yet anyway. Okay, I gotta digress for a second. Have you gone down, some of the stuff these kids are doing? Do you know that they're knocking they're hammering their jaws?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know about this?
I don't know if that's
Assassino, are you seeing what they're doing?
It's called bone smashing. They even have a name for it.
Fantastic. I mean, they're smashing their jaw so they can get more defined jawlines?
That's weird.
Come on. Bone smashing, says Laurel. Yeah, Dara just told us. I mean, I don't know, bro. It could work out your neck, yeah, from what? All the resistance? I mean, I have no idea what the hell is going on, but yeah. Apparently, that's part of the looks maxing culture.
This guy.
I've seen him.
Yeah,
Bring him in.
They're just ripping this guy apart, man. Like left, right, and center. He's like, yeah, I trained with like the Shaolin monks and stuff like that.
Assassino, can we put the Joey's screen?
Yeah, this guy, man. I see they're calling him Unk.
Oh my God.
I know it's fearless effort. Just like some of the stuff that they're just tearing this guy a new one, man, is absolutely.
The comments are crazy that are coming in. Green Day Dean, I'm going to unblock that, but that's funny.
What happened?
Well, Green Day Dean, you know how he is, right? Thank you very much for the €5 super chat to AXPM. Sharif, what type of percentage price moves are you looking for on a successful small cap trade? What does your R&R look like? Okay, really, really, really good question. So first and foremost, I never really want to define it on a percentage basis because it's so dependent on the day. For example, today we've got 3 names that are above triple digits. You got DXF, QUCY, SNAL. Sometimes the best we'll be doing on the day is like a 50, 60% mover. So it's contextual by day. How are the small caps biting today? So percentage-wise, I don't like to kind of give a flat answer for that. It'll be on the day. Number 2, R&R, let's bring it in right here. So let's bring in DXF. Sorry, let me just bring in my risk calculator over here. So let's look at the DXF trade, for example. So this is my risk calculator right here. So right away, I'll throw in DXF. It'll show me the price, trading at $1.80 to $1.80, right? And then look over here. I got the risk amount. I want to risk $100 on this trade, and that's what, based on my stop price. Well, I wouldn't put it 158. I'd put it at prior bar low, which would take us into, pardon me, 171. So let's go ahead and adjust that. And then right here on the bottom, you'll see it'll show me my 1R, my 2R, and my 3R. I'm always aiming to at least get 1R. Okay, for the majority of the positions. Sometimes I'll wet the beak on the way up with a very small size, but I'm always trying to aim for 1R. What I've noticed is 2R, at least for me, doesn't really fit my profile because it usually takes a lot longer to manifest. So typically what I'm going for is 1-to-1. Right? Sometimes I'll get 2-to-1, and those will be the ones that are really moving in a parabolic way, not the ones that I'm picking up off areas of technical support. So that's my observations about things. I would suggest you use something like this, and I vibe coded this, by the way. Ooh. Super simple. If you message me on Instagram, I can send you the entire vibe code script, and so you can run it basically locally. I think you just have to install a couple of things. And then it'll run no problem. So shoot me a message on the gram if you'd like, and I can definitely send that to you. And that goes for everybody else as well. Message me on Instagram, and I'll absolutely send this to you. I know I promised I'd make it, I'd put it up there, but I haven't been able to get that on there because it's kind of hard to put programs on behind the paywall here. What in the helly?
Yeah, man, big time, man. Appreciate that.
$100 super chat, Joey. Flying auditor. I love that.
Yeah.
Old Texas Air Force vet, day scalp trader. You Canucks are good people, eh? Enjoy lunch. We love you, man. Thank you very much to Flying Auditor.
I love Texas.
I love the vibes, yeah.
I love Texas, too, man.
Wow. You said some stuff about Dallas.
I told you, I took it back.
You took it back.
Yeah, I took it back. I want to go there or maybe go Houston or something. All right, guys. So, thank you very much for that, man. Lunch on you. Much appreciated, Flying Auditor. Don't forget, we love everything is bigger in Texas, and so is that super chat. So, thank you very much, man. I hope you have a fantastic day, sure. You and your family, and thank you for your, even though it's not our country, thank you for your service.
I love Texas, bro.
Yeah, I love Texas. You love Texas?
Yes.
You been there?
No.
All right, then. All right, come to San Antonio. Dallas sucks. I like Dallas now, guys. Deep Ellum and everything like this.
Come on now.
I'm not messing with Texas. I like everything. Dude, I heard they have like drive-through. You can go up there and pick up ammunition through a drive-through and stuff like that.
Where was all that energy when you got back?
It wasn't there. It took me.
Where was that?
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, I full disclosure, I'm like, hey man, I thought I was like, it's kind of boring. It was during a holiday. But then as I thought about it a little bit more, I'm like, yeah, I really like it.
You digested it.
I digested it, exactly.
So you're gonna come to a Cowboys game with me then?
Absolutely, man. I'll go to Arlington with you any day of the week. We can go pass by Dallas.
Pass by Ford Center.
You know what I really like about it? It was early April that we went, and it was warm, hella warm.
That's great. Yeah, well, that right? I would definitely expect.
Exactly. So how Jonah. Yeah. So other than that, man, guys, we're still in this TSL trade. I'm thinking about taking an additional short here on IBIT. It's worked for us, but this name is really strong. So we're gonna allow it to consolidate around these highs, 45.91, and then maybe it will start to break down. But I wouldn't be surprised if it takes an additional leg higher. What is going off here is the Nasdaq and the SPY once again printing. It's day after day. We're getting new all-time highs. highs within the overall market here in the indices, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. Here's 721 on the NASDAQ. This is an absolutely insane move, guys. We don't talk about this quite often, the fact that we have the ability to participate in some stuff like this. I know that was during COVID. Things cooled down a little bit, but this bull market is in full effect, and if you go back to 2022, we've just been steady up and to the right with pullbacks, the deepest one being during the tariff tantrum. We're up 30% off of those. That's multiple years of returns right there in a span of a month and a bit. So not too bad of a look whatsoever on the overall market. The NASDAQ, the SPY, all-time high on Nvidia, and then we're climbing higher in Bitcoin. What more could we ask for? And that's going to be CBRS coming up momentarily. Sharif and I are going to do our orders together most likely, and we're going to rock and roll Adara.
My man.
Here is Bitcoin, which is very much up on the day. We're pretty much erasing all of that move down that we had yesterday, and I guess trying to correct a little bit after that 3-day losing streak. Now, BTC here, right at 81,000. We did bounce off of that area of resistance I talked about yesterday that then switched to support. It's going to be just above that 79,000 level. And as of today, like all day, we've had, well, I guess since 10:30 a.m., we've had the Senate Banking Committee debating the Clarity Act. What's happening is a lot of people just putting out, I guess, different amendments, a lot of these amendments being rejected, a lot of these amendments not really even that related to crypto. Coinbase just got mentioned in not a favorable way. Long story short, it's a typical Senate hearing. If you guys like them, I highly recommend watching this because it's pretty entertaining for a Senate hearing. If you don't, I don't think you have to. And you know me, I will be keeping you guys posted if there are any big pressing Clarity Act updates. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, but I will mention again, I was made aware of this hearing because of a post from Eleanor Terrett on X. I do highly recommend following her if you're interested in the crypto world and specifically crypto regulation. She is a crypto journalist. And again, you guys can check this out, this live crypto hearing if you are interested. It's streaming live on X at the Banking GOP account, but I'll be covering it for you guys as long as it goes on. Back to you.
Before I send it back to you, we came multiple times getting close to the $17 fill. Here, we're going to get it now. It just needs to hit that bid. We've tapped into it on multiple occasions. One more clean flush to the top side, and then sure enough, we're going to catch that fill. It's starting to come back in once again. Come on. Give it to us, Sharif. I'm being patient. We're only a penny away, and it's tapped in, and it must know my order is there or something. Obviously being sarcastic. But no, there it is. One more additional clean flush. That was a nice, strong engulfing print. The volume was supporting it, and bang, we caught it there live on air. We didn't even do this yet today. Stone Cold and IBIT finally starting to sell a little bit here, guys. Yes, Joy, drive-through ammo pickup at 2 warehouse in Houston. Yeah, that's sick, man. I've had some cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, and you can pick up beer too. Ammo and beer, great combination.
Yeah, what could go wrong, bro? Nothing at all. Man, first time I went in at the range, what kind of caught me off guard was I hadn't been in the range before. The echo.
Here?
No, I went in Orange County.
Oh, okay.
We're in
in California.
Yeah. Obviously, you have to wear things over your ears, but before you get into the range, you don't have to keep them on, like in behind thing, and just the sheer noise. And some dudes in there were shooting is it called a Magnum, the long revolver one?
Yeah.
Bro, the noise, man, it just echoes, it reverberates.
So what people,
really
you know how we have all the war, not to get too deep into this subject, but I was just listening to some veterans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we have all these movies and they're pretty good, like Saving Private Ryan.
Right.
I mean, we would know. But one thing that they say is completely underestimated is the sheer noise of what is going on, which makes it so terrifying. All right,
Bovin, no, I got to cover this.
You got
Bovin,
something.
I took QUCY as you told me to do. Bovin, we're in at 14s. It's ripping. Into 350. Good look here for QUCY. Simultaneously, I'm about to get stopped out of DXF. And here comes QUCY right back down into my entry. That ends the trade. Way too many topping tail candles on this one. Unreal. It just has this tendency to be met with crazy selling at the $0.50. But here it is again, trying to reclaim right back into the third of a dollar. So I'm happy that I was able to catch the top on this one, but displeased that it did not break the $0.50. Here we are right back into that $0.50 again. So continuing to watch QUCY, but as Luis Barbado made very clear to us yesterday, this one is bid non-compliant, and it took them multiple attempts to move it above $1. So let's see how far away from the dollar it can go so they can rest a little bit easier here. So continuing to watch this one. Disappointed in myself though, because I had a really good trade set up on LESL. I didn't take it, and look at this thing rip from 255, which was essentially the flat top that we had rejected multiple times on the day. It went essentially in a straight line through $3, through to 275, and has a high of day of that 3 1/5. So 320 HOD currently on LESL. It's really going here. Now, this one did have an issue with it earlier, that the spread was a little wide. I'm seeing between 5 penny spread to a penny spread. That's manageable. I think that is something that most of us can get behind. You can just work around that using your risk management strategies. But here's what I'm watching. So the trade that I'm currently in and that I'm out of the money by 9 pennies on is DXF. Now, the reason I'm not stopped out is because this area right here, to me, is a clear area of support. And that was an area of resistance, of course, right around 10:45. It seems, for the moment anyway, to be finding a little support here. So let's see if we can kind of double the shareage right at the area low. And we're going to look to move up our stop just a little bit. Now that we've kind of made an area bottom, we'll see what this 160 has to offer us. That's where I'm going to put my stop for the new ad there on DXF. So let's go ahead and throw that in. Now, keeping an eye, of course, on QUCY. This one is failing and failing 3 now. Oh, boy. This is no good here, Bovin. This is no good. This probably lured a lot of people in. Let's see if it's able to recover above 3. It is losing the bid. It is losing VWAP. It just dropped down into 275. That's an area low. We haven't been at 275 since 10:30, so that was an hour ago. A big loss on the VWAP there, in addition to the loss of 3, and it is really bleeding its own blood now. It's about to lose 70 pennies. I just saw what limit down was. I think it's in the high 50s. It's moved away from it, so won't be able to quite see that yet. When I mean limit down, guys, I know my top level 2 is moving pretty quickly, but there will be this red rectangle, on this side of the screen right here, right? That's limit down. And that will show you what price we would halt at. Now, sometimes that changes, right? Based on when the timer started for the limit down. So keep your eye on my level 2, and you can kind of follow along without me having to call it out. So QUCY, continuing to watch here for that. Watching DXF now, we're only about 3 pennies out of the money. I want to see if this one can kind of reclaim that 180 level. It looks like a bit of an ugly double top. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of resistance at about $1.95. So some trouble there. FRMI is moving up, says Bovin. I don't know what that one is. Let's take a quick look. FRMI. Oh, that one is ripping, Joey. So, yeah, cover that, and I'll look at FRMI.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go, man. We're patient. Nice re-engagement here on TSLL as it's continuing to climb here higher, guys. We take some off at 17. We take a little bit more off at 1705, and then now we're catching 1715s on TSLL. Let's continue to rock and roll and ride this. I might even mark this position, to be honest with you, to see if we're going to continue to climb a little bit higher, but a nice look for this specific trade. We tried once, and how many times do I talk about the fact that it's like, okay, we get in at the top end of the range? That's wrong, incorrect, okay? Unless that breakout works relatively quick, we fail, and then I re-engage once again right at the lower end of the range, and we're fortunate enough to head towards the opening drive here. You can see that 5-minute open print at 449 on Tesla, and then sure enough, we're right at that neck of the woods, looking like we're going to head towards the pre-market high of 452 on this bad boy. You see we're continuously knocking on the door of this 235 level on Nvidia, right? What we have going on is that supply zone, 80,000 plus contracts at that specific level, grew from what we were talking about earlier in the week. So keep an eye out for any form of rejection at that zone. But what we got going on Tesla right now isn't bad whatsoever. We're happy. We'll lock it in. Are we monster screen? Absolutely not. Could have managed it a little bit better. I thought it would have came in differently, but that wasn't necessarily the case. We did take a little bit of a loss on ONDS, but I think we're like 2 for 4 here today and positive, so we'll take it, just making sure our risk to reward ratios are right. And here's the NASDAQ on the daily, once again printing a new all-time high. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on over there. If you guys have any options questions, just put them in the chat. Feel free to tag me. I'm like, hey Joe, this is what we got going on. We had Leanne talking about something this morning. We're happy to talk about what she had. Leanne, so yeah, I love having the conversation with you guys. You guys are the best and absolutely hilarious as well too. So Nvidia, there it is now, under the water 235ers right there, guys. We'll head over to the watch list, run through the Mag 7 and see what we got going on. Oh, I do have something. Actually, no, I don't. Anyways, Nvidia, there it is. We talked about that. AAPL up to almost $300 again, but not quite towards those pre-market highs or the opening drive. Google $399, insane, starting to recover. So if Apple and Google decide that they want to bounce back, then watch out for the market to take an additional leg higher. Right, that just, it's lagging. 621 on Meta hasn't fully broken out. This drive seems to be that is being carried by, you know what, I'm going to say it one more time, NVIDIA, $450 on, this is insane, on AMD, $450 and $87 on Netflix. It's not doing much whatsoever. Qualcomm is hot garb, and Oracle almost tapping into that 202 or 201 level, a high of around 201 there.
Did you see Elon yesterday at the meet and greet, when he was standing behind President Trump and Xi Jinping? So it's like Xi is coming in with Trump there. He's introducing him to all like the delegates. He's got his cabinet there. You got the Rubios, you got the Bessents, and then behind the cabinet are the some. It wasn't all.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think it was most of the business leaders, and like everybody's like watching Xi, you know, and Trump interact. It's like Elon's just like taking his camera and he's just like looking around. He's such a child.
Yeah, man, I love it.
Do you remember during the inauguration he did the same thing? There's that meme of him and Barron. Barron is all like stoic and Elon, exactly.
He's like
that
so
guy,
happy,
bro.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
He doesn't care, man. I told you, there's a number in your bank account. Yeah,
that guy,
but also,
Fabian, we know how much you love him, Fabian.
I had some. Oh, did you see what? Did you see
super chat for Adara?
Yeah. What are you trading today, Adara?
You got €2 super chat, Adara. They want to know what you're trading.
Well, thank you for the super chat. I've been in a BIIB short basically all day, and that's been really nice. That's Biogen. Just honestly, like, it's one of those ones where like there's nothing I can really do except see if this, you know, goes any further or gets stopped out. It's like a couple dollars in the money. That's good. I am like, I don't know what the average is here. It's at least $5 in the money on Micron. And I'm waiting for the Cerebras IPO. Had some rough times here with LITE earlier. But yeah, I mean, guys, I'm just, you know, trying to stay light, waiting for Cerebras and always keeping you all informed because the news is always my priority. Very lucky to be able to do all of this stuff at this desk. And I always want to start and end with that when I talk. And thank you very much for the super chat. And honestly, always just like, you know, surprised people are even curious and flattered that people even want to know what I trade.
No, of course.
Good luck.
Did you see what Ron Barron was saying yesterday about SpaceX?
Yeah, well, he's been saying that for a long time. You know, he's obviously an early investor of Tesla, right? And it took him years
to get involved with Tesla.
His story.
Yeah, for him to get involved.
Met Elon earlier on, like I think 14 or 12 or something like that.
He didn't invest until 17.
17 or 18, he started putting a lot of money in.
But now he's thinking. He said that he thinks that SpaceX can go to $30 trillion.
Look, you know, I think a lot of these valuations are a little ambitious, obviously. Of course. But when you look at what SpaceX is doing, and then you look at where some of the future revenue could come in, I think it's, say that again? Luis.
Yeah, that is a great
How
question.
is it possible
that is a great
that
question.
the SEC is not forced to specify the open time in an IPO? What a joke. Yeah, they want to keep us all guessing, Luis, you know, so we can sit at our desk all day and basically be unproductive. I know you're absolutely right. I mean, I don't really get some of the rules that they have there. I'm not going to say that, Fabian. That was pretty close. You almost had me there, Fabian. This guy, bro. All right, Joey.
Yeah, I'm putting in.
See where Broadcom is?
No, I'm putting in my limit on open order.
You're putting your limit on open. Well, I want to look at Broadcom at the moment. I'm going to bring it up.
You got to do, my guy.
Yeah, I will. AVGO, did it get all-time highs today? 439.79. Is that all-time highs? 439.79. Yes, the highest print before that, 439.50. So we've been kind of ranging at this 440 high for a hot minute. Marvell's also up nicely today too, by the way. 4 2/3 for Marvell, 4 4/5 going on 5 for AVGO. So this is a nice, I would say, accumulation zone here for Broadcom before this rips into 500. Yeah, keep your eye out on that. Obviously, custom ASICs game, we've been talking about that for months and months, so nothing new there. Guys, continuing to hold this position on DXF. It's not stopped me out. There's a buyer. It looks like between 65 to 64. I want to see if this bases out at the prior area of resistance. I'm talking about that 167 area. We'll see if it can kind of catch a bid, try to get back above 175. We're not really giving it much in the way of room, but I want to bring in this FRMI chart that Bhavin brought to us earlier. Very, very directional. Look at this. I mean, it didn't really show its hand in the pre-market. In fact, it looked a little bad. Quite frankly, it failed yesterday's consolidation area at $6, having dropped down into about 5 2/3. But that really all changed when the bell opened. A little zig and zag in the initial 5 or 10 minutes, and then it's just been ripping up. 732 high. And you've had very few in the way of opportunities to pick this up off the 10 EMA. And you can see that because, well, there's only been a couple of touches there since we claimed that level right after the open there. So it's something to keep an eye on. Did you set up your trade on Cerebras or Cerebras?
I'm trying to right now. I don't know why my hotkeys not working.
Well, let's take a quick look, Joey. Let's see where it's at right now. We got $325 tap right now. Let's bring in, of course, the imbalance locator and get a gander. It keeps showing me sell, man. I mean, I haven't been watching it all that much, to be quite honest with you, but the sell side imbalance now for about 112,000 and a half shares. The paired volume, 2.27 million, 2.256, million shares have been paired so far by the exchange. But it continues to show a bit of a sell side imbalance with the current tap showing $325. So
I think Sam Altman's involved.
Well, you heard what I talked about this morning, right? About OpenAI's warrants.
How they have a $20 billion deal with these guys?
Not just, but they can buy more. And they have like a while to buy more of it. I think 10% more at a very, very diluted.
All right, maybe we wait for this thing to open up then. Maybe we don't.
I mean, I haven't decided quite yet. I didn't felt like I really needed to at the moment, but I could be wrong, right? This thing can open at any time.
And Sam Altman's starting to get this little bit of a gray cloud over his head.
A little bit?
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, okay, so you know how I feel about Altman. We've talked about this. We've kind of said what some of his former employees have said about him, this, that, and the other. However, his performance on the stand is being viewed by market analysts as quite positive. In fact, when you actually look at the prediction markets, you look at pre-Altman testimony versus post-Altman testimony, he's substantially down in terms of the likelihood that Elon wins. It was like a 50-some-odd% chance that Elon, and again, winning here is a little subjective because, you could win like $40 million that he gave initially to OpenAI. That's not really what he's going for. He's obviously going for, I think, $150 billion he's asking for, as well as a dissolution of the for-profit and the resumption of the non-for-profit. So winning here is a little subjective, but the point is, it dropped like 50-some-odd% into the high to mid-30s. So well viewed was Altman's testimony. All right, took some profits there, guys, into the high on DXF. Second trade in. The first one that wasn't on the show. Well, actually, we did it on the show. Popped off to 180, found resistance. So if this breaks down below that 165, then I'll know I'm wrong on this one because that'll be a lower high and then a break of the lower low. So continuing to watch. Want to see if DXF can kind of mosey on back into that 199 high. SAM N99. I'm not sure what
yeah, that's a good one.
Currency that is. Hi, guys. Been watching since January. I'm stuck long on Netflix, 91.37, and Palantir at 138.01. Would love your thoughts. Your analysis has been super insightful. You're awesome. You're awesome, Sam. We appreciate you. I'll take Palantir. You take Netflix.
Sounds
you
good
have an
to me.
affinity.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I do have an opinion about it.
Go.
You want to go first? I thought
Sure.
you were going on Palantir.
All right. That's rupees. Thank you, Bhavin, for that. That is rupees. Thank you, Sam, for the 500 rupees. Let's bring in Palantir. Full disclosure, I've never been invested in Palantir, but I still think it's a great company. Like I think about Anduril as well. All these military tech AI
I
companies.
watched a Vice bit on it yesterday.
On Anduril?
No, yeah, I forget what the word is, but it's AI. You see that what they're doing in Africa with all these tools and stuff, like all these machinery. AI machinery, crazy, dude. But watch the Vice bit. So they have essentially like these kind of like not droids, but these four-wheeled vehicles that are just strictly manned by individuals who are on computers far, far
And they're
away.
doing mining?
No, they're war machines.
War machines.
Yeah, yeah. But so it's like unmanned AVs and everything. Yeah.
And who's running these?
I can't remember. I can pull it up here momentarily.
Dude,
I'll pull it up
super
for you.
interesting.
Yeah,
I know about that, man.
It's dude. It's crazy. Like multiple mounts. Like they have obviously the what's the droid or the drones, and then they have the four wheelers that are huge.
It's going to be so much
stuff. Yeah, exactly.
All right. I've never read it, but I've read the reviews. Fabian, but yeah, Fabian's asking if I've read 1984. Okay, let me just give my quick opinion on Palantir here. We are at a very critical level. This 130 level takes us back all the way to about February of 2025 and April and May of 2025, when essentially a 130, 125 was a level we couldn't really get through. That was a key resistance level. Lo and behold, that same 125, 130, look what it's been doing ever since early February. We have been holding up at this 125 level. So a key area of support, that's pretty obvious there. Now, so the question then becomes, well, do we bounce off it or do we lose it? Never really know, but what we can look at is trend. And I think you kind of get where I'm going with that. Area high, lower highs all the way through. So this could be setting up for what some call, Joey, a flat bottom break, where you're preceded by multiple lower highs only to hold the same area support, and then you end up failing. If you do fail, it could be one swift move into 100, who knows? But there is support there at the $100 vis-a-vis the double bottom that we put in from mid-early March of last year to the tariff tantrum in early April. Double bottom there, ripping through that $100 area, and then we had trouble with 130, as I mentioned. So Palantir, if you're asking from a strictly technical perspective, not good with these lower highs and a flat bottom. I would say wait for either the loss of 130 and a move into 100 to pick this up, or the reclaiming of that 200 simple, which also happens to be, ironically enough, that 160 level, which has been acting as an area of resistance. So that's my view on Palantir. I still think it's a good company, Joey.
Yeah, good stuff. So I'm just listening to what these guys have going on here. Yeah, let's get right into Netflix. I don't think you're stuck in this name. All right, I'll pause this here and then we'll get into what we got going on. I mean, there's a couple headwinds for this thing. We thought that we'd see this climb a little bit higher, but that hasn't been the case. I know a lot of individuals don't like some of the child content on there. I mean, it's a headwind for the company, right? I mean, and you see it kind of just not really do its thing. They're not posting their subscription, but from a streaming giant standpoint, I don't think you're stuck. You're long at $91. It's $88.17, and you had opportunities to get out of it at $108. All right, so just be patient with this name. If it's holding up too much weight in your account and you can't trade and you're just literally just bag holding this, I'm a shareholder of this at, I believe my average price is $90. All right, so just be patient. I don't think it's going to stay underwater for too long. At some point we will see. It's the second largest streaming giant there is, and it's going to continue to grow. They're adopting, obviously, live sports. The content is great. It's better than what some of the other streaming platforms are providing. Is it losing market share slightly, but nothing dramatically? Are they increasing their subscription premiums? Absolutely, and you're seeing that reflected in the revenues. So just be patient with this one. I think it's only a matter of time until we see a rotation. And I don't know what the PE is on this thing. We can figure that out right now. And if it's relatively cheap, just be prepared for it to get bought up. But don't panic. Continue to hold your horses a little bit here on oh, okay. Sitting at, that can't be right. I got to double check that. Because if that's the case, then it's still classified as cheap, and then someone's going to find it, they're going to pick it up, and they're going to be happy that they've started to purchase some Netflix shares all the way down there. Post-split, things typically get a little messy, all right? So just be prepared for that. Okay, it's trading at 28 times. So, I mean, a little expensive, but nothing crazy. Maybe we'll see. At some point, maybe by the end of the year, I wouldn't be surprised if we're back towards all-time highs.
All right, in LESL, looking for a bigger move up here. There's a seller at 14 and 15. We got in at 305s. It was a nice recovery of the $3 area and a clean hold on the 10 EMA on the 5. Another hold of the 10 EMA, and we're kind of just dancing up here at around 13, 14. There's 14 again, looking for the move into 15. There it is. There's 20, rip up. There we go into 21. LESL is on the move, waiting for the third of $1. Adara's got breaking news.
We'll take a look here at Boeing. BA on watch. President Trump announcing that she of China has agreed to buy 200 Boeing jets, as reported by Fox News. So again, President Trump saying that she has agreed to buy 200 Boeing jets. BA, I mean, it looks like dropping and then bouncing right back off the lows. Back to you.
She's my friend. Did you see that little bromance that they had yesterday across the table from each other?
No, that's good,
it's
though.
Like such an honor to be your friend. And it's like, it was nice. I did like...
blazing.
Yeah, it's great. And the thing is, I got home right in time for it, too. Like,
oh, really?
I was walking back from the subway. I'm like, all right, let me see if Trump and she met. Literally just started meeting, so I felt that I caught that one off there. But LESL is looking good here, Joey. 327 high. We're showing 22s. I'm looking for a bigger move up now into the third of $1. There's 28. Let's take out a bit more here as we're still holding. LESL is on its horse and could be on the way to the $0.50. There's 26. Let's see if we can get something in the 30s here. I haven't quite seen anything in the high 20s, low 30s quite yet. The seller is pretty aggressive, aggressively getting in or taking profits right around this $0.25. So I want to see if we can rip up here. LESL looks the best of the bunch. Here's 26, 28. Okay, looking for a little bit higher, looking for the move into 33. That's where I'm waiting. There's 30, Joey. So there's the first time on the day we see a 30 print. We'll wet the beak there. Big seller at 30. There's 32. There's 33. And boom, into the high. 35 showing up, Joseph Options. 30 pennies in the money on this one. Need a little bit more. Looking for the $0.50 now, maybe to add into this position if it does retrace aggressively. And it's already shown you that that's kind of this one's intentions. It makes area highs, as we saw with the topping tail candle that manifested at 1135, made that 317 high, then dropped all the way back into 250. So get ready for a drop on this one. It could happen. Not saying it will, but that's something you have to keep an eye out. Shout out to Robert Lewis, 8344. Can you read the chart on Intel? Do you think it's another buy? I'm just going to tell you, without even looking at the chart on Intel, there are geopolitical reasons why Intel, I think, will be a good play for a little bit of time now. And it's just simply the fact that way too many chips are made in Taiwan. The Taiwan issue is not resolved. We know that. And we can't really rely on that island, given its proximity to China, because without Taiwan Semiconductors chips, all hell will break loose.
Yeah, exactly. Not right now, anyways.
Well, how do you feel about the chart, though?
About Intel?
Yeah.
I don't even, I'll pull it up, but I'll just tell you one thing. It doesn't matter. You can have all these things going for you. Too far, too fast is real.
Good point.
Right?
Fantastic.
I mean, it's been consolidating and do anything for so long, but you got to take in that, like, it was a high of 132. Now at approximately $115. So that's a 13% pullback right out of the gate. I think you get a little bit more here. I mean, a little bit further, and then you're classified as in bear market territory, which I think is kind of comical. $100, I think, is reasonable. And this is what we can do, right? Like, instead of chasing price, this is what the beauty is, especially if you have the cash. I don't... There's other names that I want to get involved with, not necessarily Intel. Unfortunately, I can't have them all. That would be nice, but otherwise I'd be in it's pretty much every tech name that you can imagine. But if you have the cash and you're looking to buy this name long term, just do this. Like, it's just so you don't get FOMO too much. You know what I mean? Is you head over here into this neck of the woods and you're like, oh, hey, okay, I want to own INTC at $100. But I don't want to pay anything, but I also want to have the ability to collect money while I'm waiting. Where can you do that? Oh, yes, you guessed it. Sell some cash secured puts. Like, you collect $1,300 just to sit on your hands. And if you happen to get a sign, that's your objective. If not, okay, congratulations, you just made $1,300 without even owning the stock directly. right? If you want it at a lower price, same thing. So just be patient, and there's ways, especially if you're sitting on immense amounts of cash, where you're actually looking to buy 100 shares at a time, and you're not willing to chase price. Cash secured puts is the #1 thing to do. It's the
generates
easiest
revenue, right?
It generates that passive income, and then you get the stock at the price that you want instead of chasing it all the way up here, where I feel it might be a little bit stretched. Can we take an additional leg higher? Absolutely. But I can't say I've been doing it as long as Neil or Sharif or Sean, but I've seen it before. Chasing some of these moves, you only get frustrated and your risk to reward. Unless you're a long-term investor, that's a different story. But if you're looking to swing trade it, by no means am I going to be buying this stuff all the way up here.
Did you throw in your order?
No, I don't think I'm going to.
You're not gonna. You're not liking what you see, eh?
No, 325. It's up substantially.
325 too much, eh?
Yeah, I could. I mean, I could hate it, but if it's really strong, I think there's going to be another opportunity to get in, right?
That's fair. All right, it is 12 o'clock. It is happening now. There's not going to be a lesson of the day today because I think Neil's going to take CBRS. So we'll be right back to us, guys. See you in a bit.
Let's take a look here at the S&P 500, which is just on a run to the upside. Here's the 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. We'll have to wait and see if we get a 9th straight green candle here on the market, as we have digesting comments here now from President Trump speaking to Fox News about the China situation here in the meeting with President Xi. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, but before that, I do want to remind you guys, Cerebras, whatever you want to call it, CBRS IPO. IPO price range was 150 to 160. It was priced at 185, currently poised to open at 325. So big IPO here for Cerebras. Highest that I saw here for the tap was 400. So lots of volatility. Let's see what happens here with CBRS. Now, I want to mention here again, this Trump meeting, Boeing, Kelly Wertberg over here, he, of course, came with President Trump to China. President Trump telling Fox News that China agreed to purchase 200 Boeings. Boeing only wanted them to purchase 150 jets, but apparently China decided to purchase 200 big Boeing jets. So BA stock does not like this. It's down in the day, just pushing lower, actually. But regardless, keep an eye here. Could be more companies making an announcement. Last but not least, there are still some earnings of interest after the bell tonight. Figma is one of them. Rumble is another. AMAT is a third. You can find this infographic on X and TTV Research. You do have visuals on AMAT and Rumble coming throughout the day. But guys, whether you want earnings news, whether you want IPO coverage, whether you want live trades of stocks big, small, and medium, please join us every single day on Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Join us. All right, here it is. So you want me to show you my settings? I'm just going to do it for everybody.
I know it's my gate. Yeah, show everybody. I know it's just my gateway.
Sorry, Assassino. Thank you. Yeah, I have the NASDAQ. Okay, so I have market, NASDAQ, and let's just double click. I have destination NASDAQ and NSDQ on my for my limit on open key. That's why. Okay, it's pumped up now. 336, the new tap on Cerebras. So we will let you know as soon as that is open. Let's take a quick look at the imbalance locator to see, okay, it's a buy side imbalance, not by much. 11,500 having paired 2.59, so almost 2.6 million shares. And I'll just take this opportunity to explain kind of what some of this means for the newer traders out there. So buy side imbalance, what does that mean? So what's happening? I think probably should explain what's happening behind the scenes at the moment. So the NASDAQ is getting a whole bunch of orders. They're getting buy orders, they're getting sell orders, and they're trying to pair all the buy orders with the sell orders. And sometimes they have more buy orders than they have sell orders. And so what ends up happening is that you see the bias. It says side. So that means that there's 500, 1,300 more buy orders than there is sell orders. And so this is indicative, at least, on a, transitory basis, of the sentiment at the time. Is it bullish? Is it bearish? Based on which side it is. And then obviously the number here makes a big difference. If you're seeing constantly buy side imbalance of like 500,000 shares, you kind of get the idea there, okay? So, and then the paired volume, essentially what that means is the amount of shares that they've paired, all the buy orders with the sell orders, and when they pair those, that's called paired volume. So what we look for, right, is you want to see good buy imbalance. From the most part, you want to see buy side imbalance. But Katina Man gave me a really good trick, and it's not really, you know, applicable in every context. But if this is a big number, the size right there, if it say it was a few 100,000, and it had been that way for the majority of the morning, or however long you're watching, and then it drops down like it is right now to single digits, sometimes that's indicative that it's about to open, because what the market is trying to do, or the exchange is trying to do, is they're trying to do their best behind the scenes before it opens to pair all the buy and sell orders so that they've got that fixed before we actually go into regular trading. So keep that in mind. We will see exactly how this ends up coming out, but for the moment, we're going to go back to Adair.
CoreWeave just spiked lower here, already, you know, pushing back. But it's worth noting, I'm seeing a claim here on X, circulation of a claim rather, that CoreWeave experienced a full data breach. Apparently, this includes S3 buckets, EBS snapshots, and workload logs, which reportedly contained personal and financial records. So again, breach here being rumored to have occurred here, or at least someone claiming to have breached CoreWeave's records. CRWV did briefly spike lower on that. I wanted to keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Clean hold of 3 here for LESL. This one popped off into 340. That's where we took it out. Dropped down into 3, and here it goes again, making another high of the day. Into 348. This one is about to break that $0.50. 49 seller of note. Shaken out 55, ripping up. Here's LESL up 150% or thereabouts. This one could be on the way to 4. And then who knows, man? If things get really crazy, we could be on the way to 5. There's 360, 365. This one's really ripping up now. Watch now for a move, possibly back down into the $0.50. Observe how it trades at that level. Are the buyers backstopping the descent to pick it up at the $0.50? Let's see. We're going to pick it up here. We're going to give it to mid-40s. Let's go ahead, 243. We'll see what happens there, and we'll give it to, like, if there is a bit of a drop. So we got 56s on at the moment. Let's see what we can get up in the mid-60s. There's a buyer here of note at 53. There's 55, looking for another attempt here at that 60-ish penny area. The high of the day is 65 on the dot. A lot of selling here, though, Joey, at the $0.50. Perhaps this one's going to be ripe for another retracement back down, perhaps into the $0.25. We shall see. But I want to pick this up and try to take it into 4. What do you got, brother?
I don't know why mine's not accepting it. Every time I go to, I change the gateway up as well to NAS, and it doesn't even give me the option to create one.
How can it not give you an option? Your Joey option.
Look, see?
Okay, there was a way to do that. Okay, let me load up mine.
Even know why.
Let's do it again. Let's just make sure that all my settings jive with your settings.
Changed.
Pardon me?
I don't know why it's changed.
Let's just do it again here, brother. Let's just bring it in. Let me just make sure I keep my eye on this trade. So let's go ahead. Let's go down to NASDAQ, and then we're going to move on over to the actual key, which is M, Shift M for me anyway. So here's what we got, Joseph. Got single order. You got single order on that bad boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see your gateway is at 24x, though.
Where are you looking?
See your gateway at the top?
Yeah. Okay, for that, though, I thought you were talking about destination over here. That's what I thought you meant.
Mine's still not doing that. Like, I have the exact same thing here. Like, I'll do exactly what you did. 24x. I'll go to my key. And then when I go select my limit, my order type, it doesn't even give me the option to limit on open. So, yeah, good times. I'm
not really sure, but
yeah, it's all right, man. I'm not overly worried about it there. I tried on my ARCA. It gave me the ability to do so on my ARCA, and it doesn't want to allow me to. So, yeah, we'll figure it out once it opens, I guess. So, no, not at all, Mr. Douglas. I care less. It's just frustrating with the platform because it shouldn't be that complicated. Anyways, Tesla, 2.2%. We're still sitting in this one here. Other than that, guys, like, look at Bitcoin go, right? Like, Bitcoin continuing to climb, 46.18, as we see some popularity start to step back into this name, which is good, right? Like a consolidation. We were thinking that the trend line was going to be broken. Hasn't been the case whatsoever. So bang, off to the races. It holds exactly where we want it to. We didn't want anything to open up on the backside. Now, this is going to be a key resistance zone. If we can crack 47 and obviously 48, that's a big level as well. $48, watch out for this. But if we can get into the middle of the zone, I like it more and more. All right, so not too bad of a look there on IBIT as any form of a pullback. I'm happy that we got out of that one, to be honest with you. And then I'm like, all right, we were looking for the short, but just too much confidence behind it at this point. Nice out, and then we get out. And good thing, like, this is why we don't bag hold, right? So 30 cents OTM as it climbs the opposite way, 2.5% roughly here on IBIT. So not too bad of a look. We're still sitting in this TSLA monster. We're just going to rock and roll with this one here as it's been cooking up since the low of the day. This curl over and how tight the volume weighted average price was, yeah, exactly. Clarity ag play for sure. I agree, save man. But you see how VWAP was hugging price very tight, and then sure enough, we slowly start to curl over. It took us 2 attempts to get this working, but I'm glad that it did. So yeah, not too bad of a play on TSLL. I'll take a little bit more off here and just leave the rest for a runner. We might mark it on close that bad boy just for giggles. Right. So yeah, nice play. I think we're about 60 cents ITM on that one, so not too bad when a 2x leverage trade right there, Sri.
All right, there goes LESL ripping into a new high at day 408. Multiple entries on this one. The latest one is 380, failing 4 now. Looking for continuation into 4.25. And let me tell you, I'm thinking possibly 5 here if we can catch the right bid. Seller at 88 locally, but also a buyer at 87 locally. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Failing, flat. Nice trade. Definitely would have liked to have a bit more continuation through 4. This is topping tail though. Watch for the loss of current bar low. That could end things here. 365.5. Current bar low showing 75, 74, 73, 72. Okay, here we go. Coming back down. It's turning into a really ugly topping tail candle at the moment. Let's see if we can backstop this in and around $0.75. There does seem to be a buyer in the low 70s, 73, 75, in and around that area. Look for support there. It's about to fail 70, and as I mentioned, 65.5 is current bar low, but there's a big buyer, as there was at 75. There's one at 70 here. So there's somebody backstopping the price descent. Let's see if they're big enough, convicted enough to push this back into 4, but continuing to watch here, LESL. It had been, not that great of a name initially. It was a wide spread. And it was, I think as wide as 7 pennies. Now it's really tightened up to 1, 2 max. Here it is back into 385. Funny enough, this 385 level keeps coming in. There was a monster seller at 385 before we price spiked up into 408. They seem to really like that level, but here we are into the mid 90s again and trying to make a move into 408 high. This one actually ripped up through 95 as well. So there was an 85 seller, there's a 95 seller, but there was an area of liquidity where we popped up from 95 into 408. So this one is quite interesting here. It's very, very respectful of trend, but it has a propensity to kind of put in these topping tail candles after making area highs. Just take a look at the 5-minute chart at 11:35. It failed and failed miserably. But Joey, man, dang it. RDW is ripping, man. Unbelievable. Look at the flat top break through 1390.40 right there. You're not even looking, but he's saying damn. This guy's a gaslighter right here, man. My guy, unreal. I heard the discussion this morning about that whole thing, but 1442 high on RDW. Very clean trade today. I think this is one of the better trades I've seen in a long time, man. Especially if you're using the 10 moving average on the 5 exponential, of course, as your area in and out. But RDW looking all sorts of fantastic, making me feel silly for not getting into this one. So is FRMI. RMI continues to stair step higher, 762 high. Looks like there's a buyer here at around 50 pennies, 750 give or take. A lot of area defends at that level. All right, time to clean up my all my stops so I don't get triggered into anything. And now that we're out of this trade, let's have a quick look here at what we're doing on CBRS. We're showing 332. 330. I just canceled my order there. So I got to put it back. Oh, no. Assassino, take me off the screen over here so that we can. Yeah, because I canceled all my orders.
Must
so that was
nice
a mistake. To
be able to get one in at least here.
But now that puts me less in priority here, man. That sucks. All right, we're throwing it back in. We'll see what comes of this. But I'm not going to make that mistake again. I did a shortcut key to cancel all my orders, something that I do just so that I don't get triggered short on any of my stops. Sometimes you don't clean them up. That's why the order got canceled for CBRS. Thank you, AXPM, dropping €5 in the chat, Joey. Joe and Sharif, can you please explain your go-to trading strategies for different types of days? Trending up, flush down, sideways. That's a great question. I think it's more applicable to Joey than it is for me, but I'll just speak about my small cap trading style. I try to gauge a couple of things. Are the small caps biting on the day? And usually there's a couple of ways you can gauge that. Trend continuation on them. If a lot of them are failing at technical levels, that's a bit of an indicator there. Also, how many triple-digit winners we have on the day. Is like the best-looking small cap gapper up 50, 40%, or is it like today where we have 3 above 100% and 1 MOBX just a little bit below 100% on the day? So I try to gauge it that way, and then you're trying to get a feel for the entire small cap sort of market, for lack of a better term. And then looking specifically at the name that I'm trying to get into. Is this a name that fails at area highs? For example, like we were talking about LESL here on the chart, Assassino, where it makes that 320 area fail down to 250. Like, are there a lot of topping till candles on the chart for the small cap gapper? If there are, then I don't end up holding for that long because I'm almost expecting it to fail once it makes an area high. So it becomes dependent on the name. So for the specific day, I look to see if they're failing, the small caps. For the specific day, I look to see, how many triple-digit winners or high double-digit winners we have. And then for the individual name, I try to get a gauge of its characteristics. How is it trading? Is it consistent or does it constantly fail? Obviously, it's a bit more nuanced than that, but that's how I approach my day. And yeah, how about yourself?
Yeah, that is a pretty good question. I mean, the thing is, it's so subjective. We could talk about strategies, but you got to come up with your own, interpret your own DNA into certain things. I mean, I'm a VWAP trader. I like to say in a volume weighted average price. So no, VWAP and VPA, volume price analysis type of guy. And I mean, at the end of the day, go-to trading strategies for different types of days. So if you have an initial sell-off, I'm going to be looking for some form of a bottom or a continuation in selling. I would classify myself more or less as a trend trader, to be honest with you. I try to just go with the flow and stick with things that are strong. Obviously, you want to look towards your retracement plays, right, where you start to see pullbacks and maybe you can get a move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. There's just so many things, and like you have multiple strategies, but I'm not saying it's tough to quantify because it's not. It's just to say like my go-to strategy. It depends on the day. Depends on the session. Range trading I'm not very good at. When the market's just moving sideways, I tend to get chopped up pretty aggressively because I like to play breakouts. I like to play continuation in trends. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question, but I was going to show you guys something here. I don't know. Actually, I wasn't going to, but I might show you guys something a little later. Let's see how this Cerebras IPO goes. And then I'll pull it up for you guys. But I was telling Sharif, I created my best algorithm yet. I created. Sorry, got a headache here, guys. So thank you for saying it properly. What's that, my friend? Cerebras or Cerebras? Same thing. I don't know what they're calling. I'll call it Cerebras, anyways. But yeah, anyways, aside from that, guys, like there's so many things that you can do. And I'm happy to show you guys them here momentarily. Starving. Congrats, Wendy's. 100K. You hit 100K today? Nice. Wendy's Tendies, 100K by 4th of July. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking as well, too, to be honest with you. I would love that. I missed out on some things. How do you create your AI platform? I don't have an AI platform. I just literally vibe code. I know nothing about coding, but when you've been doing this for quite some time, you understand what you're looking for, and eliminating the subjectivity that comes, I guess, with the human, comes with human emotion at times it's pretty easy. Oh, I thought it was open there. So what I've done is just essentially just taking what's in my mind, what I've seen and what I've learned from other individuals, implemented it myself, and then just type it into ChatGPT and tell it to spit out in code. And the more specific that you are with the criteria, the cleaner the code comes out and the more easier it is in order for you to implement that specific trading system into your day-to-day trades. So I'll pull it up here for you momentarily. I do have I do have a couple of my codes here. So this is the list of ones that I find highly, highly efficient. I guess I could pull them up here regardless. So view whole file. And so here it is, right? Like, so this is, I know nothing about coding. I just type in, I vibe code, and I tell it to spit back things, and then I refine and I just fix the certain criteria within it. There's metrics within that code that you can just change and adjust yourself. So I'll show you guys momentarily once the Cerebras, or maybe in the latter half of the day when it's just Neil and I over there at that desk. But right now the focus is on this IPO and then Tesla continuing to climb. Now 90 cents, almost $1 right there on a 2x leverage. Uncle Sharif, are you doing Lou or Moo orders on CRBS? I believe he's done a limit on open.
Yes.
I'll let him speak for himself.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Limit on open. I have a market on open key. It doesn't really make a difference, I guess, in this case, because I put my limit at 500. So, and that's just so that I don't have to deal with not getting the print. Yeah, so that's what I'm using, brother. I'm using a limit on open. And if you don't have to super chat again, but thank you for the $5 super chat. Are you using P8? Are you on real trading? Let me know if you are, and if you want any sort of setting advice or anything like that. Guys, DXF, as you guys are astutely pointing out in the chat, is ripping here. Here we go, 190. Watch out for the rejection at 2. Of course, it is a 199 high, so we need to be on the lookout for that. I want to keep everything near CRBS, so we're going to put DXF over here on the MX, right? Yeah, the MX. Sorry, guys. Let me just take that off and then put something else over here, like AIIO. And the reason I just want to do that is because when things open, I don't want to be going far away from the screen so that I can get right down to it pretty quickly. So DXF is looking fantastic. LESL is looking pretty good, but it has a lot of topping tail candles, sadly, into $4, bottom right of your screen there. It's still putting in higher lows, so I don't think it's a bad trade. It's south of 4, putting in higher lows, but a lot of topping tails. And then, as Bovin astutely pointed out, I'm missing the trade on FRMI. Boy, am I ever. Because this thing hasn't even glanced at the 10 EMA. This is a buy program. Look at this thing go. 28.33% in Greensville here with nary a breach of the 10 EMA. The only one that I see is at 1045 bottoming tail candle, which got immediately bought up and in fact closed yellow. Yellow means the opening and the closing price were the same. And then it ripped right at the candle subsequent to that at 1050, and it really hasn't looked back since. 774 high, a couple of topping tail candles into 774, showing some possible sellers at around the $0.75. So there's been a lot to trade today, guys. There's been LESL, RDW, if you were inclined to that, DXF, FRMI, and there's also ones that I've just taken off the side chart because they've kind of lost trend, but that were good initially. So something to look out for there. Rip. £5. Shout out to Wally Jaw 3D. Thank you very much for the £5 there. I like how you use the ripping statement there. Where are you from, brother? In jolly old England. Yeah, it is quid, hangry wife. That's what they say, baby. Let me know where you're from, Wally Jaw 3D. And if you like soccer, who do you support? Or sorry, footy. Who do you support out there? I'd like to know. I'd like to know all our viewers from jolly old England. We have 420 Bud Monster as well, who's from there. Joe, I haven't seen him in a minute too, though.
Yeah, where's 420 been at?
It sounds so goofy. Well, you know, come on now, man. Nice. All right. Continuing to hold on here, Joey. Watching DXF as it works back into 90, though. Looks like it's topping tail a little bit. Yorkshire, darlings. Okay, Yorkshire. I like it. Good look. Yeah, I'm interested here in executing on DXF. I just don't want to get in when this is making yet another lower high, because didn't quite make it up into that $192 area again. Shout out to Peter Hope, dropping 2 in the chat. Thank you for that. ONDS, that's your world, Joey. Hi, Joe. Sharif, my count is up 84%.
Okay, there we go. We're in. Finally, man. Let's
Happy
go.
Thursday. You got it?
Finally.
CRBS, good?
Yeah.
Put it at 500?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
My guy.
All right, so Joey and I, we're going to take the same trade. If we get shut down, we both get shut down, and there'll be no trading for the afternoon.
Yeah,
no, of course, we'll switch to Sim, but it is what it is, man, you know? Say that, yeah, okay, Neil, calm down over there, buddy.
Stop that,
Neil's gonna get shut down. Yeah, nice try, buddy.
Brother.
Nobody's buying that. 330 tap right now, Joey. But do you want to cover ONDS for Peter Ho?
Yeah, absolutely. We took a trade on that earlier this morning, and it didn't work out. But like shortly after, it just absolutely decided to go bonkers. So, Yonkers, New York. That's a place, right?
Yonkers, of course.
Yeah. Have you ever been there?
No, I have not. Have you been to Rochester?
No, I've never been to the state of New York.
No?
No.
You never even passed through?
No.
Neil doesn't like that comment
I might
at all.
have passed through maybe when I went to Cleveland, but I was young.
Doesn't like that comment at all.
Yeah, I got to go there. All right. ONDS, man. This thing is going absolutely nuts. Yeah, Neil looked at me like, ooh. Anyways, $9.60 was that low. We caught the initial short. We tried it once again, but you can see that it failed to put in that new low, and then it broke through the volume-weighted average price, and off to the races it went. As soon as it broke through VWAP, it was a nice, strong move. So, yeah, good work there. Happy for you. Let's see if there's actually a specific question. Hi, Joe, my account for happy Thursday. Oh, that was just Super Chat telling us about it. Yeah, man, congratulations to you. Impossible you have never passed through. No, brother, I've never. Maybe when I was younger. I don't think so. What do you mean?
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe.
No, actually, no, I have. Okay, so I played hockey on the Buffalo side. Okay, so, yeah.
It's like across the road.
But when we're talking New York, we're talking like New York.
Yes, but Buffalo does count as New York, right?
New York, yes. So when I've crossed the border, I have been to Buffalo. Yes, I guess that is correct. Buffalo is elite. Joe got to get down there for a Bills game. I don't know about that, man. You guys get, yeah. Other than that, what are we sitting at? $330 is the tap on CBRS. Let's rock and roll on that one. I got a message Jose to see if he's going to be limiting on openness.
I talked to Ben. He's not.
Ben's not?
Ben, no.
Did you hear anything from Obi?
No, I've been messaging Obi, but wow, LESL, this is ripping. Here we go again. I just finished my entire trade so quickly. I set up all these orders. LESL is ripping into the highs, guys. 468 high. We're doing it again. There's 75. That's the high on LESL, up 230%. It just keeps going and going. I told y'all we'd see 5 here, man. It's just, it's an instinct into these bad boys. There we go, 4 2/3, looking real good. Where was the breakout trade that I took? I took the $0.25 there. Best print that I got was 64, so we didn't get quite top wick yet, but LESL continues to make the move.
Here.
Top dropping. That means we may be ready to open up. Oh, 325. Yeah. 325 still, Joey. All right, not a bad look. Not a bad look.
Yeah, Jose is not looing. He doesn't know the spread. He's not getting involved with that. Yeah,
it is a bit of a lottery ticket. Let's just call a spade a spade.
It is at the end of the day. You have no idea.
You try to put the odds on your side, obviously, by trying to gauge sentiment.
Look what Obi says.
What?
I said, what are you doing with CBRS? That we cannot repeat. I know he's having a good day. Of course he said that. I know he's having a good day when he says something, just trying to play.
Yeah, he's been a jolly mood.
Yeah, totally respectable. I'm going through all of them, you know it. Okay, so yeah, I have one of my friends taking the Lou. Obi's just looking to play the price action. Print and maybe this has to be halt down. Yeah, okay. So if I'm long off the print, then my risk has to be halt down. So I'll size according if I'm taking that, we'll see. All right, so he's getting prepared for that. People's chiming into me left, right, and center on what they're going to be doing with this IPO. It's going to be a big one. You know what it's going to be like between Sharif and I. If it happens to work out for us. So one's never seen anything like this. So if Katina Man was here, it'd be a different story. But we'll try to make it as entertaining as possible. Adara, are you doing anything on this IPO, or are you going to wait?
So I did get locates on it, full disclosure.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Lou, but I'm much more interested in what it does after it opens.
But yeah, totally understandable. Good stuff. Yeah, so we're going to have fun. Let's see what else Obi has to say here. So if I size according, more of that letting the trade show me, it's already trading CBRS USDT on crypto exchanges. So watching that a bit as well. Okay, I didn't know that. Did you know that?
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard about this before. Okay. Where some of the secondary markets are trading there. I think it's a European thing, though, no?
It could be.
Yeah.
Could be. It could be. It's under USDT.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
So yeah, I don't think it's a European thing. It's on the crypto exchanges right now.
FRMI is coming back down to 7.5, which is a 10 EMA on the 5. You don't get many opportunities with FRMI. Bovin, what's your move here, brother? Because here it comes into that 7.5 FRMI. We've been looking for reasons to get into this one all day. You get in here, give it to maybe to 740, maybe even between the 10 and the 20. If it fails the 10 moving average, the money fills sometimes are in between the two. Ostentatious productions. I'm in London. Where's my M3? Where my M3 got totaled. What is your second? I'm unblocking it, but I'm not answering it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Ostentatious productions. I'm sorry, brother. Your M3 got totaled, but I don't know what that has to do with the next question there. But FRMI continuing to rip up. We're going to take off DXF over here, throw in FRMI on the NASDAQ, I'm assuming. There it is, right off that 740 into 756. Looking real good here on FRMI, still obviously below 774 high. Bovin is saying QUCY is moving up. I haven't had eyes on that one in a while. QUCY, yeah, it's still lower high trend though, Bovin, but I get you. Can you please take a look at AMD, says Vinny Vici.
Ooh.
I must...
What?
Oh, man, ostentatious, bro. You're a joker. Love it. What was the question? AMD.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Do you wanna look at AMD because that's more around your world?
Yeah. We can take a look at advanced money duplicator.
Oh, it's a duplicator now.
It's been the duplicator.
It's been the duplicator.
It's been the duplicator. All right, man. Open up. We're printing threes on that top. Let's pull up AMD. $448. Did it go into all-time high today? No, not quite. What is that all-time high? $470 flat, we shall call it. Just letting this Tesla trade ride right now. There's no point in us getting it. We don't have anything. This is going to be our make or break, like CBRS. People are getting involved heavy here. We see what Obi and Jose are up to. Here's AMD. We can talk a little bit about this name. Strong move, right? Like a nice, strong uptick. $453. Has AMD ever split? I don't think so. So, I mean, continue to climb. And I like what Mitch was talking about earlier, is just ask for room to grow. There is a little bit more here because once you get so big, you just, I mean, you get happy with like 10%, but when you get into those higher double digits is what AMD, I think, has the potential to do. But just pick your poison, right? 128%. With that being said, I think a little bit more volatility comes within AMD. Now, when you're the king, everybody's coming to take your throne. And with market share standpoint, there's only, when you hold a majority of it, there's only one way you can really go, and that's down, unfortunately. But I'm not worried about anything to do with NVIDIA, and nor am I going to be. Here it is, a high of $236. After that breakout, you get $40 there, and AMD just went up 130% since the beginning of last month. So a lot positive going on. Am I buying it up here? I've went over this spiel before. There's zero chance that I'd be buying.
0% chance.
0% chance I'd be buying AMD or INTC all the way up at these highs. I'd be waiting for a pullback to get involved there without any question. Other than that, man, Bitcoin's still strong. So the long-term account looking out here today, we like that one.
Bang.
Tesla has been an absolute beauty here for us. We were patient and waited for that one. Traded two names on the day, ONDS and Tesla. We go 1 for 3 here on ONDS and then shoot a 50% clip rate on TSLA, putting us a little green here on the session. And we're going to be patient and wait for what we got going on in the IPO here today as things start to ramp up. We're now printing $350 on the top, my guy. So that's starting to climb. We like seeing that. Let's see what Bravely in the chat. I know I never gave any shout-outs to him today. He's putting some things out there. Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Neil. Much appreciated, brother. And then here with Bravely, who do we got? We'll give a couple of shout-out names. Here we got Jeff Jerzik. What's going on? T-Rock, who's in the chat all the time. From here to there, I like that one. Jose Garcia, I like from here to there. Randy's World, oh, okay, dang. Hey, that's my second favorite word. Oh, I'm not going to repeat that one.
Joe Dirt.
Vision.
Dang.
He's always like, dang. Digital Product, Lucky, Lauren, Celeste, and we have Val. What's going on? Athletic Nick, and we have Zoo Rush. What's going on, everybody? And our mod over there on TikTok. And you'll catch him here on YouTube. bravely. So say what up to him in the chat there, guys. Joey Options Gianos, what's up? Christ Godson #1. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. And I know Neil put the question up there, but is it right for us to ask, like, hey, just put it in the chat, say yes or no, are you going to be trading the CBRS IPO? And has what Sharif and I have been talking about changed your opinion on?
I think I want to get your opinion on what's your trade plan here? Are you just strictly looking at price action, or are you going to wet the beak at a certain level, waiting to be 5 in the money, 10 in the money?
It's either I'm going to get shut down, right? Like I'll get stuck. Like, I mean, you got to think about it. It's opening up at $350. There's so much that only so much we can let it go against us, and I think it'll be telling. Out of that initial reaction. If it's strong right out of the gate and we're instant ITM, then I'm going to try to hold it for as long as I possibly can. I need as much data for me to print as possible, but I'll also get stopped out so that I don't get obviously destroyed.
Let's go to Adira. I just have a couple more questions.
Yeah.
Hearing a whole host of comments here, guys, out of the third round now of Lebanese-Israeli negotiations, and these comments are kind of all over the place, but I do want to mention here that these are happening. I'm hearing on one end that apparently there's no signs of major issues. Then the other hand, I'm hearing that apparently the environment within these negotiations, quote, does not inspire optimism. So I guess no major issues, but also doesn't sound like we've made much of a breakthrough yet in the third round of Israel and Lebanon negotiations. If I get more details from this, I'll keep you posted. Keep an eye on oil as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you. Yeah. So I guess you're addressing the stop there.
Yeah.
What's your plan on profit taking? So let's just
depends when I want.
Say we get 350.
350.
The top right now is 350. Say we get it.
Half off at 360. Let the rest ride.
360.
Yeah. But it's
I was
pretty
thinking
expensive.
this one can squeeze easily into 4, given what it's been doing.
Yeah. If it goes to $400, I'll have half of my position left. Right, so 360, we take half off there, and leave the rest for mock that bad boy.
Mock that bad boy. Currently showing paired volumes picked up markedly here. Oh, look at the paired volume shows here, eh? Mm-hmm. You know that? I didn't actually know that. The paired volume shows right by the top.
PAV,
so
man.
363. We were talking about this at 2.5, so they've paired a lot last time we were speaking. The top now showing 350. It's still a sell side imbalance with 125,000 shares-ish on the sell side. Paired volume 3.62. The paired volume's picking up a little bit here. Maybe something to keep an eye out on as we may be getting closer to the opening of this. So let me just set this up. By the way, man, FRMI, Bovin, I didn't get into this. I should have. What a clean hold. I just want to fixate on CBRS here and not really looked at others for the moment as we get closer to 1 o'clock. But FRMI, my days, gave you money entries at 745, south of 50. And here it is, 2 or 3 pennies off the high of the day. Again, FRMI looking real good. TT Mass says EROK, new IPO today. I can only take one IPO, man. Come on. EROK. Let's have a look at that on the side chart. Let's flip to the 5. Did it open yet? Yeah. Oh, wow. This looks pretty good. All right. 2210 base. It looks like it opened up at, I want to say 2260, something like that. 2350 high. This is looking pretty good, man. EROK is the ticker. Let's throw it on the side chart so we can follow along. What the hell was that again? EROK, yeah.
I like what Luis brought up. It's like they should have to tell you a specific time instead of leaving.
I get that, but they're not. So
I know they're not, but it should be a part of the SEC. Like you can just, everybody's waiting. Okay, you have subscription up until this time, and then we release the underlying asset. So IPO, I like that one. Manifest codes now IPO. It's probably overpriced.
Poet is putting in a possible flat top break here. I'm going to keep an eye on EROK because it looks pretty good. It's just making more new highs. So EROK, 2375, it looks like the high there. But I want to show you guys Poet because It feels like this one is accumulating for an aggressive flat top breakthrough about 1950. Whether you get this kind of bamboozlement with these topping tail candles, all of which failed 20, we'll have to wait and see. But it's basically an ascending wedge pattern with a lot of higher lows and that same flat top area of resistance at around 1950. So that's the chart pattern there. This could be a money entry through 20, but it's going to have to clear that 1950 first and foremost, and then it's going to have to show us that it's not going to fail at 20 like it did last time on 3 different occasions, all of which those candles right here from 935, 940, 945 all filled $20. So we'll keep tabs on that. Not a bad look there. Yeah, just waiting for CRBS as we're about 20-1 at the moment. Oh boy, that game went late yesterday, dude. I ended up leaving like a little bit before 9. Took me like
TSE short.
Almost 10:30 to get home, and then didn't go to bed till about 11:30. So I am all sorts of fatigued today, but hopefully this year CBRS would be good, wake us up a little bit, Joey.
Yeah, and that cool. The writing options is where I've lost the most. There's a time and a place. I've tried all option strategies, 0 DT, weeklies, monthlies, wheel strategies. Lost a lot with all of them. What do you recommend me? Stop with selling options? Dude, I'm telling you right now, and I'm speaking from experience, my largest options losses have come from writing. You got to be, it's not even close, dude. You have to be so precise with some of your options writing, and it's fun games. I remember, like, at Pug Life, I haven't seen Pug Life in the chat, but it's just like, I remember certain individuals who are looking to write some options calls on Tesla, and it just goes absolutely through the roof. Options is an absolute different beast. It's literally the supercar of equity trading. Like, you hit the gas, and things can go absolutely insane real fast. You have to be prepared. Just stick with purchasing from now. I was a heavy options writer. I found success, but then you just take those couple of massive losses where you're just like, is it even worth it? Some people would agree. I think it's a lot of the bigger individuals who are getting into the options writing. So just, yeah, I would take a break from it. And if you're looking to get involved in options, it's definitely you gotta go long. It's the easier way, fixed risk, right? As for writing options, you can lose a significant amount of money. So
let me ask you an options question. So say you're long in equity, right? Yeah. Let's just go with something that you can hold long term. It's out of the money. Do you, as a strategist, stop out, wait for it to base, buy it again, or do you continue to hold it and hedge through the options route?
That's a great question, dude. That's a really good question. I didn't think you were going to go that way. I think you can go both routes. You can go both routes. Are you willing to take the stop out? But I always say this, depreciation or appreciation within the underlying asset will never amount to the value in which you will collect via premium.
That's actually a really good point.
Right?
And the premium could be quite hefty too. It could be pretty good, really depending on the option. It
could be good, but what I'm getting at here is when you're writing an option, so in reference to your hedging, there's only so much you can make. And what I'm saying, the depreciation within the underlying assets, so say like the stock continues to drop, can be greater than what you can collect from a hedging standpoint.
Interesting.
Right?
Okay.
Always. That's how it works. Otherwise, it would be too easy.
It'd be, okay.
I'm
saying, like, because, for example, like a lot of people, what they want a specific name, and they want to hold on to that name, right? But at the same time, they want to make money if it's going to go down while they're going to continue to hold it, right?
Sorry, repeat that one more time.
So it's like, okay, so say, for example, I got into Apple, right? Let's just say I got into Apple at, I don't know, 275. It goes down to 225, but it's still holding that key technical level, right? It could theoretically lose 225 and go to 200, which is another key technical level for Apple. Do I continue to hold, or do I continue to sell calls? And how many calls? How many can I sell? Like, do I sell a chunk, perhaps at 225, and then if it loses 225, I can sell more on the way down to 220?
The thing is, you need, so for every, it needs to be to one to one.
1-to-1, right?
Yeah, right. So for every 100 shares that you have of that underlying, you can only buy one contract.
Fair, right?
I knew.
Yeah. But and they have to be fully paid for, and it depends on how many shares I have will be based on how many contracts I can sell,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
understood.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get to some of the comments. I like these in a second. We got to go to Adara, though, news.
Yeah, we don't often talk about currency here, but I want to bring up the Great British Pound. This is the GBP against the USD. Shout out to the Central C and 21 Savage song. But big drop here for the pound. Apparently the pound at a 1 month low. This comes as Andy Burnham, who is currently the mayor of Greater Manchester and formerly served as member of parliament, announces that he's going to be running for parliament again. I'm not going to get into all of the political situation here in England right now, but regardless, GBP dropping to a 1 month low, and as you can see, dropping sharply against the USD as Andy Burnham announces his parliamentary return after 9 years. Back to you.
Yeah, the growing calls for Keir Starmer to step down are just expanding there, but he's kind of putting his foot down. He says he's not going to go anywhere. Last I heard, anyway. Continue on.
I mean, just to say what you get, you got to have a 1-to-1 on that one, and then like what? So say like you're holding that 225 level on AAPL, you decide to write a call higher than that at 245, but then it falls down to $200. We'll call it flat. The amount that the price, like via your shares, will be greater than what you've collected on the premium from writing that call.
That's what I get that point. Yeah, I do get that point.
Yeah.
But like I don't have to sell all the calls at any one level. So the point, what I was trying to make is, so say for example, I have 200 shares, just for the sake of this point, I can sell a call at 225 when it gets down into that technical level. For one call, I sell one options contract there, and then if it loses that, I sell another one at 200 if I have another 100 shares, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, breaking news with Adara.
Apple spiking lower, in fact, to low of day, seeing reports that Apple's partnership with OpenAI has frayed, and there could even be a legal battle that could result from this. OpenAI apparently working with a law firm to prepare actions against Apple. Basically, as we know, Apple and OpenAI had made a deal to weave ChatGPT into their software, but OpenAI saying that Apple failed to meet their financial expectations. Again, OpenAI reportedly planning to sue Apple. Back to you.
Ooh. Man, the story keeps getting deeper and deeper.
I like it.
With Sammy Altman.
Yeah,
How
let's
could
see
you
where
not?
this goes, man. It's interesting. Let's see what Sammy Altman has.
It is really going down a dark
baby.
path for a guy from work. It is it's not even public yet, and there's already this gray area around Sam Altman.
Yeah, let's see what he has to offer, man. Interesting look. Yeah, it feels like everybody's kind of getting off the OpenAI ship as of late, because I don't know. You never really want to kick somebody when they're down, but it does feel like it is a bit of a sinking ship at the moment. We'll see if they can kind of get things back focused. But they still, hey, man, they still have all those DAOs. They have by far the most, just the revenue issue, I think, and the model. But to be fair to them, a lot of people spoke well initially about 5.5. So you got to give them credit where credit is due.
I mean, if SMCI can illegally sell chips and not really report on time, and I'm sure what Sam Altman's got going on isn't absolutely horrible. We're going to take one more attempt here on the short for IBIT. We did have that downtick being led by AAPL, guys. Someone asked me, Joe, why did you give back so much of your profit here? Half of it off that high. Just holding it, man. I have literally 2.5% left of this position. It's small potatoes. But now we're back short IBIT to see if we can get any form of a breakdown. If it does break through that high, it's 15 cents worth of risk. We're not going to complain whatsoever about that. Just for a potential move down into 46.10, or maybe even if we're fortunate enough to catch $46 flat. If it's strong, we'll know once it breaches that level. And then we just get out of Dodge and we wait for CBRS, which I believe is going to be opening up around 1:30. I wouldn't be surprised.
Why do you think so late? And Neil's like, yo, man. Neil has to go to the... I feel bad for Neil, man. He's been sitting there.
He's been sitting there just waiting, man. He's been waiting. So, yeah, it's a waiting game.
It's hilarious, guys. All right, we're going to Adara.
Yes, we talked about Apple. Now I want to talk about Coinbase and Circle, both of these on watch. The crypto market bill has won a key Senate committee vote. We know because they were clapping, and that's really the first time they've sounded clapping or happy this entire now 2 hours that or over 2 hours they've been holding this meeting. Again, Senate Banking Committee coming to at least some key vote here. They're still voting, they're still talking, they're still making amendments. By no means is this committee over, but I'll be watching the whole committee meeting, so stay with us here at Trader TV Live. For now, though, COIN at intraday highs. I told you Coinbase caught some strays earlier today from certain senators. Circle rejecting a high of day a little bit here, but either way, guys, these crypto names on watch. Clarity Act advancing. Back to you.
Yeah, with that being said, Sharif, I want to touch on this. I have to be prepared that you might not get too much continuation within this trade. I understand that it's a couple pennies, but it's better than nothing. But if this thing really starts to turn out more positive than what it is, you're not going to get much of a pullback. It's just going to be more or less people just stepping off the gas pedal and not buying shares, not necessarily short stepping in right now. Don't want to be going against Coinbase and some of the other cryptocurrency names. What's Robinhood doing with that question? The more that I speak about it, the more I kind of want to get out of this trade. So I'll be patient on this one. What's Robinhood up to here? Okay, up to $81. Bang, we'll take that one, man. It's an absolute banger for our LT today. So we like that. Clarity Act passes the Senate, says Mopar. Thank you for that. Adara was just bringing that to us. So yeah, really good stuff in the crypto space here, guys. As Bitcoin is slowly selling off, nothing substantial, but I like it. Couple steps in the right direction, and sure enough, I think we can continue to climb in Bitcoin. We haven't had that crazy day yet in Bitcoin where we're talking about like 10% or 8 to 10% or so. So I'm getting prepared for that there, guys. A nice little downtick. We'll take a little bit off. We'll do the exact same as last time, 20 to be exact. Half of our position right there as it's slight downtick in IBIT, my brother.
All right, let's show yesterday's workout while we're still waiting for. Hold on.
Watch that one. Watch that workout.
Oh, yeah, that's why. That's the chiropractor guy. Let's do this. All right, so we got into some military presses yesterday, guys. Look at this. Some strict military presses. Love these. And then take advantage of the fact that you're on the rack, throw in some weighted. And then these are my favorite. You ever done these?
Snatch?
Cleans?
Yeah, cleans, yeah.
Hey, and there's yesterday the game in the box. There's the box with us yesterday, doing our thing live, and then this is our post, obviously talking a little bit about Jensen, but there's yesterday's workout. Can I tell you something, man?
Yeah, you can.
The descent here, to be quite honest with you, harder than the press. Because what I'm trying to focus on
the control down?
I'm trying to focus on rotating my shoulder blades inwards and then catching the weight.
So you have less stress on your actual shoulder?
Exactly, and that's where the actual initiation motion should come from. So yesterday's workout was a banger. We had to work out at a gym that I don't typically go to, which was nice to kind of get a feel for some of the new equipment.
New gym?
New gym. Well, it's the one up here, not the one that I go to typically in the morning, but it's like 100 meters just north of there.
And Bitcoin to the downside.
Bitcoin's killing it? In a good or bad way?
I'm short. It's been pretty good all day. We take a little bit more off right there. So, yeah, not too bad there, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go, baby. Continuing to watch here, guys. I'm not going to take any trades at the moment because I'm taking the IPO. So I definitely want to have it on the screen because, well, it's an expensive IPO, and I feel like it's gonna move dollars at a time.
It is.
So I need to be keeping this one pretty close, right? So we're going to keep a close eye on that. TikTok selfie not wearing a bra, says Devin. I don't know. I don't wear bras, brother. But yeah, cool story there. Continuing to watch Poet. It's taking out 1950. I'm not going to take Poet, guys, because I definitely want to keep my eye on the IPO. But there it is. It took out that area high. Now, it's not as aggressive of a breakout as I was anticipating. Look for a clean move above 1950. Right now, it's kind of showing 1944 again, so some more weakness despite the fact that it's been putting in an ascending wedge. Taylor Batty's been asking me about AEHL all day. This is a former convict that we've been watching for a period of multiple days, as you can see there on the chart, AEHL. Look, brother, I mean, I don't take these south of VWAP. You did. You're well in the money on it. I know where you're taking from, right? You're basically right around 375 or so, because that's when you started asking me, and you just got a 5 print there. So that's a good move. Now, it does look like it's going to reject VWAP here, at least initially, down into 440. That's a prior halt level of 441. So let me know what you want to do, but I always anticipate if you're going to take it long, south of the volume weighted average price on these names, these small cap gapper names, you're likely going to find a little resistance there, and that's what it looks like it's kind of doing at the moment. So good luck to you. I know you're already printing on it, so shout out to you, my man.
Dude, look at this here.
What's up?
Look at this thing.
Is that the way you were talking about?
Yeah, they just
that's great. What's the name of the company, man? That's what we need to know,
Overland
right?
or something like that. Overland AI. But there's another group in here that's involved with this Africa
this AI military exercise. Overland AI. Yeah.
Overland AI.
Yeah, there's.
Remember, I was talking about Shield AI. That was the one that, what's it called? CNBC gave it like their 50 disruptor list or something, 40 disruptor list, something like that. And they make that drone that tracks other drones. Shoots down drone swarms called Shield AI. And the reason we even talked about it is because it's an autonomous use of targeting. And that's been such a contentious issue at the moment. But when you speak to these like industry experts, like your Palmer Luckies and Joe Lonsdale and all these other guys who work in that space, they basically say the only way to take out drone swarms is through autonomous targeting. Human can't do it because they're not fast enough, according to what's being said. So it kind of keeps bringing in that contentious narrative of automatic targeting and how AI plays into this whole thing. So interesting take. I want to show that Shield AI thing in a minute here. But just still keeping my eye, guys, as we are almost at 1 o'clock, keeping my eye on CBRS. We're showing a top of $350, having paired 3.75 million shares or thereabouts, a little bit less than that. So, yeah, that's kind of IPO trading. You got to sit down.
130. Did you watch that? Did you watch that Piers Morgan bit with Ryan Cohen?
I saw bits and pieces of it because a lot of like little clips made their way onto social media. Give me the take.
No, I didn't watch it. Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah. So
no, it should be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be that. Yeah.
What do you think about Piers Morgan? What are your thoughts?
It's a love-hate relationship with that guy. Sometimes I think he kind of pushes his agenda too much to the point where he's like, it's like, dude, you're trying too hard. You're wrong, right? Like, you're just trying so hard to be right when you're not. I don't know what am I to say with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, mixed bag with Piers.
Same. I would have to actually take that same opinion on him.
Mixed bag with Piers.
And I like the fact that, hey, he brings on a lot of people that other people wouldn't take the chance to bring on.
Super clown.
Right?
People are saying.
Right. Yeah, we're kind of getting Piers toxic moron, says Stubborn. Oh my days. Homeless God doesn't like him either. Yeah, a lot of
people don't like
Piers
him.
Who? Oof. He is an Arsenal fan. I know that, Benton. I do know that. Yes, he is. Yes, I do know that he is an Arsenal fan. He talks a lot about that. I think he actually talked about the story when he saw Mikel Arteta at a restaurant, and he went up, and Arteta was, I think, dining with his wife, and he was kind of like, a little bit embarrassed to interrupt their dinner, but he did, and Arteta was like super nice about it or whatever. So it's interesting. Didn't Clarkson smack him on the head on a plane or something? I know they don't like each other, right? And you're talking about the what's it called? That car guy. What was that car show called on BBC?
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know. No.
Yeah, the chat will know there in a sec, man. But I think that's.
Oh, was that the guy who? Oh, Top Gear.
Yes, Office Depot.
Top Gear.
Jeremy Clarkson. Yes. Yeah. Shout out to D as well. I hear that they had beef, but hey, man. Jeremy Clarkson is an interesting guy. Come on. He is a very outspoken individual,
who's
right?
that one guy that
Why are you laughing, Neil? I'm sorry, brother. You gotta bring a stadium buddy with you next time. If you know, you know.
Neil's dying over there, brother. You should just go, man. Quick, I'll hit the keys for you.
That's crazy. That's not even allowed.
Yeah, that isn't allowed. No,
that's not even allowed.
No, in all seriousness, guys, this is why we get out. I'm glad that we took out a little bit more than half here on the IBIT. It was a pullback. I mentioned this on multiple occasions. How deep was it going to be? We took some off, and then boom, what a skyrocket on
Pair
IBIT.
Volume just ripped.
Did it?
Pair volume just ripped from 3.75 to 4.33 million.
Top 350.
Yeah,
Bitcoin
the top didn't change, Joey, but the paired volume ripped up.
Find some coin. Okay, so coin definitely got that break. Oh, not even yet. Okay, so tomorrow, today's trade tomorrow, is that what Sean called it? I don't want to.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's trade today. There it is. So here it is. I think it's going to be coin. I'm going to be looking for this for a continuation here. This thing's been beat up. It's down substantially off of the lows.
It's open. It's open.
Whoa, what did it just rip to? It's at like 370, bro. I don't even know if I caught a fill. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah. It's halted.
It won't give me the freaking fill, man.
I halted up. Yes, let's go. What did I get? A fill at 350. Let's go. Oh. I'm halted, dude. I don't know about you.
I'm in at 350.
So am I.
I have 385. That's the halt right now. Oh my
390,
days.
baby. Let's go.
Oh my days.
Woo-hoo. Oh, I don't want to do that. I got to get prepared to take some out here. I told you, we're going to sit on half. Big time move right there.
Oh,
390
my
tap.
days.
There it is. You got it up on the screen. Let's go. It's open. This is what we're talking about, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, let's go, baby. CBRS as we climb higher. I'm prepared, man. I'm prepared to take
So
half
I
off.
just want to say something. I clicked flatten half and it didn't work. So script orders did not work on this occasion. I was trying to take out half and it didn't allow me to. So
I'm
go ahead, Joe.
Marketable limit right now for half. Prepared to take a little bit more. Tap at 390. You got to be able to hit this. Bang. Let's go. You see that energy. You get that entry at 350. Wish Katina Man was right there. He's probably turning in his seat right now. He's absolutely devastated to miss out on something like that. Yeah, no. I'm sorry, man.
Joe,
I'm sorry, brother. But I know my guy. Don't worry. I love the whole Katina family. But he would absolutely love to be trading this one as you catch $35 just like that. Be quiet.
Tranquile. As Neil said, tranquile, right? You gotta keep.
How many times a day do you say there's no tranquile?
No tranquila. Yeah, well, when the Katina Man's here, there's definitely no tranquila. And usually with me as well, but I'm a little bit tired today, as you can tell. All right, so I've thrown out a market on open order for a sell for half the shares. Let's keep an eye on where this one is trading. The halt level, guys, we halted at 385 and we halted 1 second into the trade.
That is crazy.
Okay, halted at 1 p.m. and 1 second. So obviously the earliest we'll be open is 1:05:01. We're going to keep you apprised of that, of course, and we're going to keep you apprised of the top. Thankfully, this trades on the NASDAQ. We'll be able to see the theoretical auction price. But I have to tell you about this.
Tell us.
Because, Joey, we can't just become a one-trick pony. There goes AIIO. Pardon me?
Pap's dropping.
Okay, calm down, bro.
I'm calm, man. I just
AIIO into 569. AIIO is absolutely ripping with a flat top break at 475. It's into 575 right now. It's really going in one direction only, and that is upwards. There's 585. I don't know where the halt limit is on AIIO, but it's extremely strong. Keep your eye out on this one. There's my man, Big Rudy Smasher. He's dropping 5 in the chat, Joey. Hell yeah. CBRS got in and out. Sharif, you're cut, bro. Come on, man. Don't cut me off, man. I'm just trying to make a couple of bucks here, and Joey's sitting there tripping me out, fixated on the tap. He's getting me to look at this thing, and I don't even want to look at it because we're throwing in, Joey. Market on open order. Let's see how this one does. Tap dropping to 375, 379 now. We're going to keep a close eye out on this one. Let's not forget the earliest this will be open, 1:05:01 is 1:03:30. So we got another minute and a half, Joey, before this one can open up. We're going to see what we get, and we're not going to get upset.
Oh, Tap's dropping about $10 or so. So you got to be prepared to get out of this one relatively quick. Other than that, man, not too
he
bad.
means my cut. Sorry.
Yeah, you're cut.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought you meant I was cut. Yeah, I was.
No, like you're cut because he does that. Whatever he makes, he sends over that little
Joey,
bit of cut. Yeah.
AIIO is halted up at 628. We're just gonna load this up quickly. AIIO halted 628 halt time. 1:03:36. This is really ripping up now. Be on the lookout here. We're continuing to watch here. CBRS, we're waiting for this one to open up. Current time, 1:04:16. We have less than a minute before this one theoretically could be open, right? The halt levels, times, as we know, come in waves of 5 minutes. Joey, take over for a sec so I can just set up my orders.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're waiting for this, guys. We're prepared. As you can see, the top printing at $370 right now. So dropping about $15 from where it was before, but that's all right. We'll continue to be patient. It's holding up right now, and we have about a minute or a couple of seconds, I think, Sharif, until this opens back up.
10 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, 10 seconds here. We're going to get prepared, guys. Let's rock and roll. Let's stalk and roll as it's about to in 5, 2, 1. No. Whoa, what a drop there.
Wow, I break even on that.
Yeah, wow. What a drop.
Big drop on that.
Hold down.
Huge drop.
Holy cow.
Watch out for the move back up. Watch out for the move back up here. Here we go. Into 350 we go.
All right, man. I don't know about that one there. Oh, we
333 hold down.
We got out of that, luckily.
Attaboy, Joey. Attaboy. What a crazy drop on that.
Crazy.
That was a big move there. Yeah, that's why I was trying to get out half initially there, but there you go, 350, and it's going to hold down into 333. All sorts of weak. Be on the lookout here. 330 incoming. It's 308.93. Halt down. 308. 03, halt down. What a move down for CBRS. I didn't actually lose anything on that.
That's
funny
good,
enough,
man.
eh? Like, I didn't lose any money on that.
That's good.
That's amazing.
Darren's like, woo, she got a little something on the shorts.
Continuing to watch AIIO into 628. It goes the halt time, guys. 103.36. Continuing to watch this one. Let's see what the top is. It's showing 650. So it's already 25 pennies above the level. Be on the lookout here. AIIO. Watch out for this one as there goes CBRS. It is trying to reclaim here above 350, Joey. All sorts of zigging and zag here on CBR.
What was your out on that? Oh, you got right out at 350.
I didn't lose anything on this.
You're flat on that one there.
I'm exactly flat on that one.
Yeah, okay, that's good, man. That's good. That was absolutely ugly.
Still up big on the day, though, man, with the other trades. But, you know, didn't do much on this one. Continuing to watch here. Looking for this one to open up in about 2 minutes. AIIO. Keep your eye out on this one.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely, I mean, what a open up there. Top dropping. That's not what you want to see. That halt up at 385 would have been absolutely gangster on that one, but we're fortunate enough. We walk away with a little coffee money, and I haven't even drank any coffee here today. So, yeah, that's not too bad of a play, guys. I mean, Adara took $35, so maybe Adara looed that, I believe, and then got it. And then you got out right before the halt.
360 seller, monster seller at 360.
There you go, nice, Adara. Hopefully you crush that one there because it's really starting to climb back higher here, guys. We'll wait for some more data, but I think that's it. I don't think I'm going to be trading this one. It's extremely volatile. What's that?
Just hold on for
I wasn't going to send it to you. I was going to keep going on. So congratulations to Adara. Whenever she feels free, when we can send it over to her. She could show her trade. We could show her trade. She's going to do her thing. But a big-time move back up to 371 here on CBRS as it's continuing to climb. You had to be patient, but who's going to hold this $25 against them? You had to be a little bit more patient on that one. So, yeah, not too bad of a look. I was already laughing to the bank on that, and sure enough.
Well, we just took a nice one there. I doubled my position on that, by the way.
How many did you take on that? I wouldn't be able
to say how many I take. I took about $7 on double the position there. So, yeah, we're going to continue to watch a little bit over here.
That's huge, bro.
Yeah. Well, we're going to continue to watch here, Joey. 360 buyer looking for another big move. 360 buyer continuing to hold up here. There's a buyer and has been at 360, but there was also an aggressive seller at 380. So be on the lookout for that. How's AIIO doing? We should be opening up. No, we are not going to open up. It's 308. So, yeah, this one will open up now. There it is. Opened up. AIIO dropping aggressively into 6. Look for a 6 hold here. 594 buyer. There's a 594 buyer. This is really ripping up here. Watch out for the loss of 6. Continuing to watch here, Joey. Looking for a bigger move back up. There goes AIIO. We're taking this one as well. Give me my money. Seller at 50. Took double the position there. Here it comes into 71. There's 69 again. Give me my money, man. Let's go into AIIO. 678. That's a high. 687.
Tranquile, my guy. Tranquile.
Hold on now, man. We're trading small caps now, my boy. 688 high. Watch out for the 7 rejection now on AIIO. 688. There's a big seller. Into 90. We go. Wow, Joey. 741 on AIIO. 761. I should have held a piece for the dream there, but that was still a good trade. I took double the position we took last time. AIIO absolutely him right now. That's about a little bit less than 50 pennies on that. Could have done a little bit better on AIO. Continue to watch out. How's this one doing? Back into 370 we go. I want to see a move above 380 here because we know we did reject at 380 that time. So this is interesting. If we can take out 380, we know there's a seller of note, but we also know there's a buyer of note at 360. There's 370 again. Look for continuation. 74, not quite into that mid 70s level, rejecting at about 72. So continuing to watch that one as well, Joey.
All right, good stuff there, man. I'm thinking about taking another attempt here on CBRS, but it's printing lower highs here, guys, so watch out for the short potentially on that one. Hey, man, we'll take it for what it is. It would have been nice to be up there. That would have been probably my best all-time trade if we did get that open up anything higher, but sure enough, gaps down all the way 367, $20, and then just absolutely tank city after that. So it is what it is, guys. We're still sitting in some Tesla. I don't have anything left really on that one. So we'll keep our eyes on CBRS. There's Tesla starting to bounce. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to our entry price again. I could trail this out. It's broken the volume weighted average price. I'm just more or less holding it on for you guys. And then IBIT was our nice little short to the downside bang. A nice move there. So yeah, good luck there. I'm happy for Sharif. You got $7 on that one. Derek caught $35 on that one. So a lot of fun stuff there. So yeah.
It's going to lose 360.
Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't have any shorts.
There's a buyer at 360. That's the thing.
I don't have any shorts for that thing, nor will I be.
You got to get locates for that. Yeah, exactly. I think Luis Barbado actually took that short as well. So shout out to Luis because he was pumped.
I'm going to reload my team.
Oh, no, Joey. Lost 360 and all hell is breaking loose down to 350 now. Be on the lookout here, guys. A lot of zigging and zagging. I'm just going to make sure that I have no active orders here so that I don't get triggered into anything. What price action is this? I kind of like it, man. It's kind of like trading small caps, right? They're moving dollars instead of pennies at a time here. But CBRS, $50 buyer, but we're into 51.01. Somebody buying at 51, but it feels like that buyer is going to get clipped because this one is dropping pretty aggressively. This is a pretty aggressive buyer here, pardon me, at 51, into 52. Aggressive buyer here, guys. But don't forget, 60 was support. So now it could act locally as resistance. Let's see. It's 58. There's 60. 60 rejecting. They're into 64 it goes. So there's no one really selling here at 60. It's above the ask as well. Watch out, guys. A bit of a range now. You got definitely an $80 seller, as we saw initially, and you have a $50 buyer. And the last time around, they were buying at 51s. So there was a buyer of note at 51 as well. Here comes 70 again, 367 and change. A lot of aggression here. There's 370 again on CBRS. A big relative to, of course, the IPO price itself. So we'll see if this one can clear 370. Now, it doesn't really give you a whole lot of time. Once it clears something, you'll find it at 373, 374 pretty quick. So make sure you are kind of factoring that whole price action there into your whole analysis. By the way, let's not forget AIIO halted 1309.42. It is currently 1307. So the earliest this will be open is 314.42. So we got another minute and a half here on AIIO. Continuing to watch CBRS though, Joey, as it tries to track back into that 370 area, rejecting 370 multiple times here on the 1 minute chart. Keep your eye out on that. Wow, a lot of messages in the chat. Looks like some people made a lot of money. Some people lost a lot of money. That's kind of what this thing is. I just wish I was able to get it a little bit out at the top there, but so what it is, man. That's kind of just how that works, Joe. So continuing to watch for AIIO because this one has become insanely parabolic. It's the #1 gappler in the market now, up 191.5%. And it is slated to open in, I wouldn't say about a minute, a little bit less than a minute now, about 40 seconds or so. We're going to have to see how this one does. 761, price halt, 765, tap right now. HQBIF is up 642%. Says gamma squeeze. We'll see, brother. We'll see. You never really want to just, have too much of a bias. A small bias is good, but especially on these ones that are halting, you just got to trade the price action.
I don't even think it's optionable. I don't think you can gamma.
AIIO or CBRS?
AA. Is it
AIIO? No, it's not. Yeah. Well,
is it
top now showing 770. AIIO, pardon me.
Yeah,
it's open. It's open. 7. There comes 91. There is 8. There is the move through 8, and there it is again. Joseph Options taking it out here. How'd that even happen?
Someone said they just made 100K.
That's crazy. Break even on this trade as well? No way. Looking for a hold above 8. Let's see if it dips down. There's 8 again. Take over for a second, brother. I just have to concentrate here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm waiting after that head down. Just getting going because starting to spring something really experienced. Yeah. Anyways, aside from that, like CBRS, man, what I mean, like, come on, man. I thought we would have a little bit more fun with that. It's all Sam Altman's fault, right there, guys. So yeah. A nice move right there. To the top side, man, this $35 ITM. Way to get out right at the Hall parameters too, Adara. I was seeing that. I'm like, oh, do I just get out? I had the play on a 370. I never posted the order, and they're just absolutely ripped. So, yeah, nice look.
Well, thank you. I was just going to say, I think like a lot of it too, with how spready this was, I basically just treated it like normal spread, and the way it was acting at 385 diced me out. Like, it just made me really sketched, which is why that was...
You just got out.
Yeah,
right,
well,
nice.
half. And then I got stopped out the other half for profit when we reopened.
Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, after the open, nice. Yeah, good stuff, man. I mean, that was fun. If there was any form of continuation, it would have been absolutely monstrous. So, good stuff there, guys. I hope everyone, regardless if you lost money now, you can just gain a little bit of intel and just some experience trading some of these IPOs. I think the SpaceX and the Anthropic are going to be completely different. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of demand.
I'm going to buy that, though. I'm just going to buy and hold it. Yeah.
Same. Not all at once, though. I'll start with half, and then if it continuously sells, then I mean, if it finds any form of a dip or below the IPO price, which CoreWeave is yet to do, right? So one out of all the ones that we were talking about that happened last year, CoreWeave is the only one that really hasn't broken the IPO low, but I'm going to be involved. I'm getting prepared. That's why I'm stacking a little bit of cash on the side for that SpaceX and Anthropic IPO.
Yeah, man. But we're going to lose 350 here on CBRS.
Big time.
There's 351. Remember, there was a 351 buyer, and there has been, and they're getting clipped. There's 350. Here we go. It looks like we're going to lose 350 back into 50 when we go, and zigging and zagging here at dollars at a time. 350.10. There's a buyer at 350.10, but it just feels like moments away until that flat bottom break gets decimated. But hey, whoever's buying at 350 is defending this one pretty staunchly. It is about $1 spread at the moment. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2. Keep your eye out on that. But it does have lower highs. But it's also a range, right? I mean, it did breach 70 on occasions, moved up to 80, but the majority of the range is between 70 and 50. Definitely a lot closer to 50 now. Very happy with this trade on AIIO. Got in initially here, broke even on the initial entry. I don't know why. I think I fat fingered on that hockey. Got back in at 8.33, and then it ripped up into almost 9. So we got about 60 penny winner there on AIIO for the full amount. By the way, I didn't want the beak along the way. And here comes 8 again. Seller at 8, ripping through 8. Possibly an 8 hold here. Let's see if the buyers step into the low 8s, looking for a possible move back up. It is a 920 high on the current day. Candle high 920, and then low 727. You're going to have to square that kind of circle with given the amount of the range that we have there. Oops, sorry about that. I was about to get in here, but I didn't like what I saw because nobody was buying at $8, and we're just dipping down here. Yeah. I don't think this is the right entry on AIIO. I'm going to let this one go until it sets up a little bit better. Look out for $7, possibly VWAP there. Or sorry, $7 support, but VWAP far removed from the current price action, man. VWAP is showing 450. The price action is 784 right now. The 10 EMA on the 5 also substantially below where we're trading, 614. We're showing 780 right now. So a lot of action there. And there goes CBRS through 350, through 340. Blood in the streets, Joey. CBRS, though, I believe has a low of day of around 325 and change. Watch out for support at 3.25. There could be buyers stepping in there. Also, obviously, 330 needs to be in your purview, just simply on the fact that it is the $10 level. So.
Yeah. It's getting absolutely smoked right now.
Smoking a pancake.
So is NVDA, right? Like NVDA off of the highs, consolidates for quite some time. Now you're at 332. Bitcoin after this engulfing print starting to sell. And look at the market really start to curl over here, guys. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is the reason, but maybe something else stepping in. I know Apple was selling a little bit. We'll head over to our watch list and just see how the overall market is reacting. Man, oh man, I wish I actually limit on open sell that. That would have been $20. Anyways, it is what it is, man. That was fun while it lasted. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on. And we'll start at AAPL. We'll head over to the 5-minute time frame there, guys. Lots of volume kicking in. You can see that off of that, the news catalyst that Adara brought us, OpenAI looking into potentially suing Apple here. So not too good of a look. We can get into a little bit more detail momentarily on this one. I'm sure I'm going to pull it up. See me, I'm report Eli Lilly. Whereas OpenAI lawyers are actively working with an outside legal team firm on a range of options against Apple, so not too good of a look right there. So AAPL, Sam Altman and company. We'll send it over to Adara. Sorry, I'm not plugged in.
I didn't hear what you were saying. I can definitely provide more info here on the Apple story. So basically, as Joe mentioned, there are some reports suggesting that OpenAI is looking into a legal team specifically because they're saying that when they made this deal with Apple, of course, to embed the ChatGPT technology into the new iPhones, they're saying that certain financial expectations were, I guess, given to OpenAI, and they're now saying that Apple did not fulfill said financial expectations. So, which is kind of an odd argument when you consider the fact that this whole rollout has not even, to my knowledge, fully occurred yet. But either way here, guys, OpenAI is saying, hey, we want to look into legal action. We don't think Apple has met their financial duty to us. Whatever that financial duty was is kind of unclear as far as I've seen. And either way here, yeah, they're looking to sue. Could be trouble in paradise for OpenAI. And I think also this is significant for Apple because we know that Apple has historically struggled with AI. So if this partnership phrase could be a bad look going forward, I hope that provides you guys a little bit more context.
Yeah, I don't think that's the smartest play from Sam Altman and company because we already know that Siri is going to be Gemini is going to be integrated into Siri, and if you're going to just be dropping big, hey, we're going to totally drop ChatGPT and OpenAI and just work with Google.
Yeah, what does this story tell you? What's your takeaway from this story, if you believe the facts?
Well, think about it. So Sam Altman missed on monthly active users, the revenue not coming in exactly how he wanted to, or how the company wanted it to. Now they're going to be looking to sue them for Apple not meeting its financial obligations.
You think Apple's strapped for cash?
Hell no. It's the other way around.
Why do you think they're backing out?
It's the other way around.
But ask yourself why you think they're backing out. They've got to be backing out for a reason. They're not going to do things.
They may not like Sam Altman.
Or
Gemini. Or they got something.
The fact that ChatGPT may not be the premier model, what they call frontier model now. Right? Are they looking past ChatGPT for another model, or have they developed something internally and kept it super secret? I think that's probably a little bit less likely. I think the more likely is they're probably going to work with Google.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I don't think this is the best thing for Sam Altman and company.
No, and I agree.
To do that, to do that, because then it just makes them want to sway towards Google's Gemini even more.
I 100% agree. I think this is less a bad news for Apple, and it shows that Apple here has options.
It's nothing for Apple.
Money-wise, I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like if
we're on the same page.
It's like to me, this feels like Apple is like. We've got kind of a lot of people knocking on our door. We're not really a fan of you anymore, Sam. So
exactly.
That's kind of how I feel about that. And given the fact that it just got bought up and is now only down 1/3%, so right back in a 298.
Can you pull up CBRS on your charts here? I can't even pull it up.
No. It doesn't work first day with IB. Don't ask why. Because you don't need to. Well, here it is. Click refresh, because mine just worked when I clicked refresh. 330 about to get lost here. On CBRS, it is bleeding down pretty aggressively here. What a move down. Fantastic entry on this one for all of us. 550 halts up quicker than you can like at 385, but none of us were able to get anything out. So AIIO also dropping pretty aggressively here. Watch out for 6 to 6.5. That's where we were originally in. There looks like there's a 6.5 buyer here, but we're still putting in lower highs. See possibly a reclaim of 7. Could kind of change that a little bit. Nice 5K in one trade is great. Shout out to J Tom 5093. Great trade by you, brother, and good good risk management there. I wish I was able to get some out at the top there, Joseph Options, but was not to be. I'm trying to get out half, but the flatten key didn't work out.
Yeah, I know. I messed up a little bit on that one because if I limited on open at 70, we would have got that, and then maybe I just would have rode and then sell, limit on open, sell, that is. But anyways, hey man, we learned our lesson. We make sure everything's it. I'm just looking at the statistics here on the day. We started things off with ONDS. That's going to be our only blemish on the session here, Sharif.
All right.
ONDS, yeah, we'll take it, man. ONDS, we traded 4 names. 3 of them are green. ONDS is red. And I mean, it's coffee money which we made here on CRBS, right? So other than that, nice little short initially, and then we take a 1 for 3, so we're shooting 33% on that one. TSLL took us a multiple attempts for us to get rocking and rolling on that, our second best performer here on the day. So TSLL, not too bad of a look. We're still holding on to some right now, but it's really selling the market off. And we don't have much. We'll get out break even in small potatoes. Now, as for IBIT, you guys, a couple of attempts short. Those worked good, but then squeezed, and I'm glad that we got out and just not frustrating, just kind of keeping a cool head, because I'm like, oh, why isn't this selling on from a day-to-day basis? But because it typically does, right? You have these strong up moves, but we do have some catalysts behind us that are supporting this move higher. And then look at the volume really start to kick in right here, and we climb all the way to 46.53. So the long-term accounts are really starting to like this, especially on today's session. Even if we're a couple dollars off of the all-time high on Nvidia, we have Robinhood climbing as well too. Now, I was just thinking about something and it slipped my mind. Oh, what was it? Anyways, the overall market, it'll come to me here momentarily. Let's get all out of TSLL here because I mean, I got to trail this at some point. It's just going to come right back in. We're only a couple of pennies away. So we're all out. We're flat. We tried to hold this for an all-dayer for you guys, but unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. But a nice trend to the top side. Our top tick was up here at 1720. No, this isn't creatine. This is tea. Tea. Just a tea bag. Yeah. Just a good old English breakfast tea.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I like
I definitely need something like that today. I'm going to go home and straight to bed.
You're going to take a nap when you get home?
I'm going straight home. We're not going to go to work. I'm not going to the gym. I'm going straight home and straight to bed.
I think one thing will change is the gym.
No, I didn't go to the gym this morning.
I could see you going.
No, I'm going straight home. I promise you. Yeah, I promise you. All right, let's read a little bit of this Apple story dropping here on, what is this website called again? In Street Insider. So it says, shares hit session low. They're down a third, not one, after Bloomberg reported the company's partnership with OpenAI has become strained with the AI startup preparing possible legal action. OpenAI lawyers are working with an outside legal firm on options that could be executed in the near future. According to people familiar with the matter, the actions under consideration include sending Apple a notice alleging breach of contract without necessarily filing a lawsuit initially. The 2-year-old partnership, which integrated ChatGPT into Apple software, has failed to, listen to this, has failed to meet OpenAI's expectations. The AI startup anticipated the collaboration would drive more users to subscribe to its chatbot and expected a deeper integration across more Apple apps and prime placement within the Siri Assistant. So it looks like Apple wasn't giving them the time of the day, and so they're upset about that. Look at this. AI startup anticipated the collaboration would drive more users to subscribe to its chatbot, and it expected a deeper integration across more Apple apps and prime placement within the Siri Assistant. Apple's use of OpenAI's technology across its operating systems remain limited, and the features can be hard to find. According to the report, OpenAI enlisted the outside legal firm in recent days to address the situation. The partnership was announced as part of Apple's efforts to incorporate AI capabilities into its products, but the limited implementation has left OpenAI dissatisfied with the arrangement's commercial benefits. So it looks like as if OpenAI feels a little bit aggrieved here by Apple's actions. So we'll see how this all does. Apple getting bought right back up into basically almost yesterday's closing print. To go green, it's got to get above $2.99. So we'll see how this all ends up going down. But I got to tell you, I think this is worse for Altman than it is for Apple, just based on the fact that Apple is the one that was supposed to be the one delayed with AI. So you think if they were really down on their luck, that they didn't have options, they wouldn't be canceling a deal like this. They'd be integrating it to no end. But the fact that they may have more options now probably bothers.
I just don't see any downside here for Apple. on this, right? It's like, oh, okay.
It's algorithmic buying and selling, right? You can't really expect
Yeah, exactly. And watch tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Friday. Watch it get bought right back up, 298. It's getting bought up right now.
Well, that's what I was saying.
It's already, bang Apple, says Gorev there. Bang Apple. So a big pop up there. And I mean, listen, that volatility spike down was immediately bet by some form of buying. Ooh. So what a lit grab. Yeah, that's all it was a liquidity grab off of those lows. So, yeah, I mean, bang, you breached that. So maybe this is going to be enough room. Watch it climb even a little bit higher. Now it's just in partnership with Gemini. I wouldn't be surprised. Sam Altman in a whole world of trouble right now. And his company hasn't even gone public yet. Oh. People calling him a sketchy individual, a liar. He's in court now with Elon Musk. That's not working too good. I mean, it might work out for him, but anyways, you're spending all this money before you even IPO, and then now Apple doesn't even essentially want anything to do with you. But I still have it kind of integrated here, right? Like, you still on your iPhone have the ability to hit the ChatGPT button there. I wouldn't be surprised if at one point that is eliminated.
This is what I was trying to tell you. So will Elon win his case? Okay, this is less nuanced than the poly market one. The poly market asks more specific questions because winning a case here could mean nothing. He could get a win but not be awarded any money.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if he gets the win, they don't revert it back to a charity. He could lose but also win at the same
exactly.
time,
Like he could get a couple bucks back and then sure enough they get the.
But look at this, Joe. Before the trial started, look at this. He had a 60% chance, almost 57.3 was, I think, as 58 was where it was. And then when Altman went on the stand, look at it, dump to the low there of 26.8. It's recovered somewhat, but we're chart traders here. These are lower lows and lower highs, right? This has got kind of the nuanced question. So this is Kalshi. Let's check Poly Market because I know Poly Market
up too.
Well, they have different questions on Poly Market. As I was saying, it's a bit more nuanced there. So let's type in Elon, see what kind of questions we get. Elon tweets, no, that's not it. And so let's see Elon, Sam Altman, or pull that. There, will they settle? Will Elon win his case? I think that I was pretty sure these were more nuanced. This is showing the same thing, basically, about 30 some odd %. At the highs, though, wasn't even close to the other one. The other one had it 58. This one went to 51. So, and that's what I was trying to say. Altman, when he took the stand, ironically enough, people would have probably predicted the opposite. It actually helped his case. People said that he was well composed. He was dodgy at times. He did not want to answer the question when he was asked specifically about, what was he asked specifically about? Whether, they asked him specifically, like, Elon said that you stole a charity. What's your response back to that? He's like, I don't even know how to wrap my head around that question. So he essentially dodged the question. So a lot of people were thinking, well, maybe that might not bode well for him. But hey, man, these prediction markets have been pretty accurate lately when it comes to this kind of stuff. Right?
I agree. Yeah, I mean, other than that, CBRS bouncing off that 323 level. I was thinking that was going to be the case. It's holding that wick low, but I can't pull up any data on this. I could probably do it on. I wonder if TradingView allows us to. Okay, so nice Ramin. Ramin jump starting. What is running for Ramin to hop into the portfolio?
Astis maybe?
Yeah, it was something along those lines. Let's pull up TradingView to see if we can get some a better look on this one because there's so much wicks on P. Oh, see, it doesn't even have it yet, Sharif.
What's up?
First trust. Yeah, no, it doesn't even have Cerebras yet. It has the crypto vehicle that you guys were talking about not too long ago, but nothing that I would want to pull up here and display to you guys. So yeah, other than that, man, it's just chill. Let's see what we got. We got another 27 minutes here, and then you're going to catch me with Neil for the final hour. I mean, we can put on a couple more trades. We have the risk to do so. We get a little top up. That's going to be my narrative here on the session. So let's be patient and wait for that to come into play. Is it going to be CBRS? Is it going to be IBIT? I would like to take a long here on Bitcoin, but we are slightly extended on the intraday session, 46.18. And then Tesla coming right back towards that consolidation low. But what we do have holding up is NVDA. Not too bad there, guys.
Well said, Joey. Well said. All right, we'll start the news. We'll read through this stuff. But I know you guys are yelling about AAPL, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. As we do the news, we'll keep an eye on said halter. What is this? Sorry, give me one sec, guys. Oh, my days. Okay. So AEHL, sorry, guys, about that. Just focusing on something. Yeah, so this one is, it looks like it was halted down, or it's right back up into 545. It's back above VWAP, but it's still kind of rejecting that 6.25. So be careful here with AEHL. But let's talk about Cisco, because they had a monster blowout report this morning. Let's go with that. Revenue, $15.84 billion, beating the $15.56. That's a 12% increase on the top line number year over year. But the real story was the guidance. Q4 guide crushed expectations. They're guiding $1.16 to $1.18 EPS. Street was looking for $1.07 on revenue of $16.7 to $16.9 billion. That's about $1 billion higher than what the Street was looking for, $15.82. That's a major upside reset there with AI infrastructure momentum now undeniable. In fact, Cisco's booked $5.3 billion in AI / hyperscaler orders. That's a year-to-date figure. They also raised their expectations to $9 billion in terms of orders. That's from 5, so almost doubling that number. The expected fiscal year, I should say, AI revenue moved from $4 billion from $3 billion, kind of giving Wall Street the hard numbers it wanted, man. Job cuts as well. We never really want to, be happy about this or anything like that, but they're gonna lay off about 5% of their workforce. It's about a little less than 4,000 roles, showing that that classic AI era capital reallocation. They're trimming costs and they're shifting that money obviously into AI spend to build out their capacity. The risk here, Joey, is after a near vertical move to fresh highs, expectation resets sharply higher, right? That makes execution for the company critical from here. Otherwise, if they don't meet that guide, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be kind of the opposite of an earnings report. Bottom line, this is a narrative re-rating quarter, not just an earnings beat. Thoughts?
Yeah, there's a couple of positive things going on here for Cisco, the once largest company in the stock market. Now,
oh yeah, true.
Right? I don't even know if I was born. I think it was the 2000s for sure.
Pretty sure.
But I wasn't aware about financial literacy at that time. Anyways, aside from Cisco dodging some supply chain issues, their constraints, and then we also have what Sharif was talking about, the layoffs, and just in taking that money that they'd be paying their employees and investing it within AI. They have a couple big deals amongst the hyperscalers, which is extremely important. So it's a good recovery here in Cisco, and a lot of analysts liking what's going on here. You see the price target being raised, you see upgrades coming Cisco's way, so a nice uptick, but slowly starting to come in off of that gap fill. Big time up move here, 20% after that report, but slowly giving some up. Still up 14% though.
Bloom Energy back into all-time highs, baby. Let's talk a little Nvidia. So I know there was a headline this morning, of course, about Jensen and the go-ahead there from the Commerce Department with respect to selling some of these H200s to China. But as I kind of alluded to this morning, my understanding was that he had been given the go-ahead back in January to sell these chips, the H200 specifically, and it was a Chinese regulator that was essentially trying to promote a domestic alternative vis-a-vis Huawei and prevented, the ByteDances, the Alibabas, the Tencents from actually buying these H200s en masse. That kind of report today just makes me more confused than I already was. So I'm not really sure how to square that circle. In any event, Jensen Huang confirmed that President Trump asked him to join the China summit, kind of elevating Nvidia from just a chip company to a strategic asset. We also talked about the Board of Investment and Trade, a very much underreported story. Jensen could be featuring that as well, hence his presence there. The headline implication, though, is Nvidia is clearly being positioned as a central player in any future U.S.-China trade tech negotiations. For the bulls, of course, this supports the thesis that export restrictions could eventually soften, licensing paths as well could improve, or at a minimum, Nvidia remains directly in the room for the policy discussions, which, let's just be honest about it, Jensen has had a lot of influence about selling these chips, right? The H20 was basically inferior to some of the Chinese alternatives, so there was no point for the Chinese companies to buy them, hence why the H200 came out there, which is, basically the second best chip that they have. Better than the H100, the Hopper, the first series Hopper, but not as good as Blackwell, of course. China still matters materially, and for Nvidia, despite the export controls, any signal of improving access can be an instant market mover for the name. As you know, we've talked about some of the deep value analysts saying if they realize that China revenue 20% or even less, that could add $12 to $15 billion in annual revenue there. The risk is straightforward, though. Traders may overprice, I should say, this headline diplomacy without concrete trade deliverables, especially with no concrete orders coming in, Joey. The bottom line, bullish geopolitical optics, but still a sentiment catalyst under policy could turn changeable. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking about this story in regards to China, just a back and forth. It's approved. It's not. It's the U.S. regulators. It's the Chinese regulators. Until they get the physical product, we're going to stay. Everything stays the same. So once we hear that Jensen has actually delivered the H200, whatever he's going to be sending over there, then we can really start to assess the situation. As for the stock itself, I've been going on about it, and I'm going to continue to rave. I talk about the rotation out of AMD and then into this name as you climb up to $234 there and change, $236. And I think it's time to shine, and it's going to continue to do so. I understand that there is some competition, but with Jensen Huang, I mean, it's the same narrative. Like we talk about Apple, it's like, okay, what's going on with them? We're always worried about it, but I just feel that there's too much confidence, there's too much cash that these guys have, high margin products, and he just has the ability to invest in his money. It's like with his competitors, it's like, okay, yeah, Marvell custom ASICs. All right, here's a $2 billion investment. Gets his hand in that cookie jar as well, too. So, yeah, I like Nvidia for the foreseeable future.
Talk about Taiwan Semi. Good look for them today, materially raising their long-term semiconductor TAM outlook, the total addressable market. They expect the global chip market to now exceed $1.5 trillion by 2030. That is versus the prior estimates of $1 trillion. That's a major bullish read-through for the entire semiconductor stack. You're talking about the chip makers. You're talking about the fab designers. You're talking about generators, power suppliers, the entire AI stack. You can read through this. Taiwan Semi, major bottleneck there. Message is, this is not just AI is strong. It's TSM explicitly saying demand visibility is expanding faster than previously expected. Obviously, music to the bull's ears there. The biggest eye catcher kind of in this report was the capacity commentary. So their 2 nanometer / A16 capacity, their CAGR, their compounding annual growth rate, and eye-watering, 70% annually between 26 and 28, with their packaging growth growing at 80% CAGR. These are unbelievable numbers, man. And a lot of this can be read through into Intel as well, because we know a lot of the deals that Intel is catching right now are packaging deals, not exclusively chip deals. So packaging becoming a super important part of this as well. And if you don't know what packaging is, it's basically taking all the different components and putting it onto one chip. So you have the CPU, you have the GPU, you have the RAM, and they fit it all in. That's what they call packaging. Translation for traders. Nvidia demand isn't an isolated phenomenon for Taiwan Semi. Taiwan is signaling that the entire ecosystem-wide AI compute demand remains extremely strong, with the Arizona expansion also mattering very much, at least from a political sense. U.S.'s production scaling faster. Second land purchase complete. We talked about the 2 other fabs that are under construction near the one that already exists in Arizona. One of those, by the way, of the ones that are under construction is specifically for packaging. That's how important it's become. Yeah, bottom line, structurally bullish commentary from an arguably the most important semiconductor supply chain company in the world, Joey. Taiwan Semi, are they up? They're up 4 1/3. Are they all-time highs?
Yeah, they touched it today.
All-time highs. A bit of a consolidation area, about 390 to the low side, 420 to the high side. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, as NVIDIA designs the chips, TSM fabricates them. I mean, it's just a trickle-down effect. If it's going to continue to grow, that's what I'm seeing. If NVIDIA is holding up the majority of this company's capacity, at some point, they're both going to continue to climb higher and higher. And that's why I believe some analysts believe there's another 40% potential upside here for NVIDIA and even another 25-30% of upside here in TSM as it prints. Both of them print all-time highs today. A dividend, too, on this bad boy.
Are they aristocrats?
No, not quite, man. 94 cents on that bad boy right now.
That's not too bad.
That's not. We'll take it.
All right. Antitrust overhang returns for the good people at Microsoft. The UK's Competition Markets Authority has launched an antitrust probe into Microsoft's dominance, and especially in business software. And specifically, they're examining whether bundling Windows and Office and Teams and Copilot and all that good stuff is weakening competition. The market concern isn't immediate, I should say, earnings damage. It's the regulatory overhang that comes with this and the possibility of behavioral remedies if Microsoft gets designated, as we know under that CMA, as a strategic market status company. It also extends beyond the desktop software. The CMA is explicitly flagging cloud competition as well with Azure, where Microsoft's licensing practices have already drawn scrutiny. They've notoriously made it hard for you to migrate over from Azure into AWS or Google Cloud, and that has raised the ire of many different regulators all over the world. They are not the first. Again, this is more headline risk than financial impairment. These investigations kind of move slowly. We know sometimes they take years, if not more. With review expected into February of 2027, the risk to bears, though, this is not a fresh earnings miss or kind of like an operational breakdown. It's mostly sentiment. It's multiple compression possibly if they have to change the way that they operate, rather than a business deterioration story. So the bottom line, Joey, manageable fundamental impact for now, but the regulatory headline can cap the upside while the process plays out. Thoughts?
All right, yeah, that's, I mean, as for Microsoft, this name has been lagging for quite some time. It's only a matter, I think at some point it will decide to play catch up. Azure continuing to grow. It's unfortunate that Copilot is just absolutely garbage, but it's just another, it's just another lawsuit coming from the EU into some of the American hyperscaler companies in the mega cap names. So I think eventually it'll get brushed off. I'm surprised that we're lagging. I'm going to be looking into the forward PE on Microsoft. I know the CapEx spend is heavy, but Azure's still growing at a good rate. Copilot gaining user base, nothing compared to what we're seeing in Anthropic, ChatGPT, and Gemini, but still continuing to grow there. They're in bed with, obviously, Sam Altman and company. So at some point, this name will recover. It's unfortunate that it has been one of the worst performing Mag 7, including this name and Meta.
All right. Man, MP just cannot catch a break. I think somebody's shorting it very aggressively. So unusual. Let's talk about USAR. They reported earnings came in at 12 pennies, negative 12 pennies, better than the street expected. They were looking for negative 16, which was a headline beat there. Revenue hit 5.7 million versus a zero estimate. The street was not looking for any money, showing the first signs of what could be commercial traction for the company. They are down 1%, not much of a move. They did report this, I think was it yesterday or? Yeah, yesterday after the bell. That said, this remains extremely early stages financially anyway, with revenue being really tiny relative to the valuation of the company, which is $5.469 billion as the current price sits. And profitability, let's be honest about it, is nowhere close. The stock's reaction will likely be driven, though, more by narrative than fundamentals, at least in the short term. Forward expectations do remain weak, with consensus still looking for continued losses and a modest revenue generation into the next quarter. Bottom line, better than feared quarter, but this remains a speculative strategic materials momentum name, not a fundamentals-driven earnings story. To be honest with you, they're faring a lot better than MP, which is down 6% today for absolutely no reason. I can't find one anyway after their earnings report, which was better than expected. So USAR, another minerals, magnets, mining name, Joey, that could have a...
I thought these names would be performing a little bit better. We were talking about with Raheem Alwani not too long ago. He was in that conference in Washington, I believe, just talking about the build out, how they're going to get more refineries. But we got to take into consideration like the amount of copper that's going to be needed for this AI build out, all these data centers, and all of those other rares and those metals that are going to be required in order to do so. But I just don't understand why these aren't performing that well. There's a couple analyst upgrades here. Cantor Fitzgerald liking this one, maintaining overweight on it with a price target of $35. It was hot for a little while and then it cooled right down. But I'm surprised that, like the Caterpillars and everything along those lines, that you would see a little bit more participation in this whole AI build-up. We're talking about trickle-down effect. I thought it would start here for sure.
Well said. StubHub up about 20%.
Oh, let me say one more thing.
Go ahead.
Remember how China just went through that kind of that economic boom, and they're just building more condos and apartment buildings. Sand, the price of sand, right? Like you need sand in order to create concrete. Well, if these data centers are going to be constructed from concrete, why isn't sand being a part of this trade here specifically? Right?
Are they metal?
Sand?
No, these data centers, aren't they metal frames?
I don't, dude. You gotta pour concrete, man. There's concrete somewhere, right? Like there's framing, but you're still pouring concrete, the floors and everything along those lines. You know what I mean? A lot of it is concrete.
I asked Mateo about that yesterday. He kind of chuckled a little bit.
The concrete play? No, but it's a serious play.
That's a great point. You have a great point there.
It's a serious play.
It's just about choosing the winner there, unless there's a concrete ETF.
That's right. Me and my boys back in the day were joking about the sand ETF. I think you could get a sand ETF.
You should champion it, man. I'd be Joey Options, the man with the ETF, like Joe Terranova.
I should get into. Hold on, I gotta text Raheem maybe. Like, hey man,
Raheem,
what do you
bro.
That Sandy.
Start off on the TSX, you work your way up.
All the way up, man.
Let's talk about StubHub though, because they did pretty good here, Joey. Up 19.15. Clear upside beat on the quarter. EPS coming at 6 pennies. The street was actually looking for a marked loss there. 12 negative pennies there was the anticipated earnings by, or lack thereof, by Analyst, and revenue coming in at $446 million, beating the estimates by $21 million, showing materially better execution than expected. With GMS, gross merchandise sales rose 7%. Year over year to $2.2 billion in the adjusted EBITDA, also jumping 50% year over year on the quarter to $72.1 million. Management as well reaffirming the full year guide that they had given previously, which was often exactly what momentum traders want to hear after that beat. Quarter's great. Are you reaffirming your full year guide? Check. The key shift here is profitability, credibility. This is no longer kind of just a speculative consumer internet story, but one that's actually showing the, improving cash generation as well as the operating leverage, which is important, but it is tied to consumer discretionary spending / event spending. So the macro softness here remains an obvious risk, especially if the consumer stops spending or spends less. The bottom line is this is a fundamentally cleaner earnings breakout. It is not just a headline squeeze. And the fact that they didn't give up any of yesterday's move could speak a little bit to that as well, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just reading a little bit more here. Revenue grew up 12% up to $446 million there. The first quarter late Wednesday compared to a loss of 12 cents a share a year ago. Now it's up here, guys. So not too bad of a look with StubHub. We have some Oppenheimer, some analysts saying Oppenheimer and Jade Kelly Oppenheimer's Jade Kelly stating that hits $12 a share relatively soon, so not too bad. And then also the 2026 guide, not horrible whatsoever. Sales of $9.9 billion to $10.1 billion. That's going to beat expectations. And full year, Wall Street was looking at $409 million there, so not too bad. StubHub still getting absolutely beat. This was another IPO last year, I believe it was. September of 25. That just didn't hold up very well, down 68%. The only one that I can recall, and I'm sure Derek can remember this, that held up and didn't breach the IPO opening price is CoreWeave. So, yeah.
I think it might have broken below the IPO open in like a couple days after it traded. I could be wrong about this, but I know it kind of languished near that level for a bit, and then it did incredibly well, CRWV. But yeah, I think other than that, a lot of them have just.
Oh, it did. Yeah.
So it languished early, but then it hasn't languished since. All the other ones have languished since.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's talk a little about crypto regulation building up here. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong says the Clarity Act is getting close, signaling what could be the most meaningful U.S. crypto regulatory shift in years, if you believe that. The core implication is reduced legal ambiguity around whether digital assets either fall as securities or commodities. They have different regulatory frameworks depending on how they're defined, which is currently, at least anyway, a major institutional overhang. They want clarity before they put in Money. Where have we heard that before? It matters because clear rules unlock broader adoption that improves, of course, capital flows into different crypto products. It also strengthens the infrastructure trade around the Bitcoin exposure. So the bigger narrative shift here is crypto is no longer arguing for regulatory avoidance. In fact, it's lobbying for scalable operating rules, which is a much more institutional friendly setup. Maybe not retail friendly, but the institutions, they need regulatory clarity, of course, to invest other people's money. Otherwise, most of them are fiduciaries, not all. Bottom line, this is more of a sentiment/policy catalyst than immediate earnings. Of course, there's no earnings on Bitcoin, but regulatory clarity is structurally bullish for the crypto complex. What do you make of this whole thing? Do you think, that regulatory clarity brings more money into the crypto space? Because that's kind of the narrative here, if you believe that narrative.
I think that's something that we've been talking about for quite some time, right? Like, you want more institutional involvement. I don't know how much more we're going to get. Like, we have BlackRock, obviously, with some more clarity behind things. Yeah. You might see a little bit more step in. But I don't know. I think the whole purpose of this specific asset class was just to be decentralized. Right. And it's just getting a little bit more and more centralized as time passes on, right? As
because the money won't flow in.
It won't flow in, right?
So I think it's becoming centralized in the way like a bank's computers.
No, not yet.
It's becoming regulated.
Extremely more regulated, which I mean could be positive, but more regulation within this name hasn't proven less volatility, and I think that's what some people are looking for.
Yeah, your point well taken, though. I think a lot of people did like it because it was kind of like out of the mainstream.
Right?
So your point very well taken there. Let's talk about Klarna. Reported earnings as well. KLAR, let's see with this one, another IPO name. Reported earnings this morning. It was a rocket ship up, then it moved down, and now it's back into about, a little bit more than 3/4 of the way off that low. So they delivered a solid quarter. They beat on both revenue and operating profit. Management's profitability pivot continues to gain credibility here. Post-IPO, revenue did rise 44%. Year over year, up to about $1 billion. Operating income also improved markedly here to $17 million of profit. Compare that to a $90 million loss a year ago. Of course, a meaningful quality shift for a former growth at all costs kind of name, right? You got to make money at some point. Can't keep growing and maintaining losses. The key caveat, though, remains the growth durability. So, for example, their Q2 gross merchandise volume, their GMV guide here is about $35.5 to $36.5 billion. That actually misses by a little bit here, 38.1 billion, pardon me, consensus, suggesting, that there could be some more deceleration beneath the cleaner earnings beat, something to look out for. They are up 15.5% on the day, so the market liking this. Still, the market is kind of focusing here on improved execution as well as the margin discipline that comes with a better EPS. And the stock is responding like it almost feels like a potential sentiment reset here. Bottom line, Joey, fundamentals improved materially, but this is only becoming a bigger re-rating story if, though, the growth stabilizes. And that's the thing. They're going to shore up costs. Are they going to be able to grow in the same way?
Absolutely. Transaction and service revenues increasing 29%, so up to $671 million year over year. So that's pretty good, beating consensus estimates of 4.2%. Income advances 56% to $284 million, and then 18.8% there. Geographic basis, revenues in the United States rose $399 million, up from $238 a year ago. So some positive things, but it's just another name that we are talking about here that's down 72% off of that initial IPO pump. So, I mean, if a lot of these names aren't going to continue to hold up, Cerebras, I think you have to kind of go with that narrative that expecting some and buying the initial IPO isn't always the best thing to do. It did start to form a base. You do have double-digit growth within the company, which is positive, and I think that's something that you have to take note of. $14 or $12 is that low. You're up a little bit off of that level, and then now after that report, you break through some of that resistance zone there.
All right, man. Let's. We're going to wind down. You can take off if you want, brother. You got to set up and stuff, another minute and a half or so. Then we'll send you over to the big boys. Neil and Joey going to finish off the show today. Let's go through what happened. Obviously, the big story here, CBRS. We waited right till 1 o'clock. In fact, I think it was 12:59. This one opened up, and it rocketed up about $350. That was a theoretical auction price. I think price around the time it opened, I think the high of the day on this one was about 385. We all got caught in that halt. Then all hell broke loose. In fact, it got to 395 off 385, but it was a quick price spike up. Nobody really catching that, and has been a sell the news event, essentially selling this one into 300. Looks like we found a little bit of support here at 300, but it is now down. CBRS, that is 13.5% since opening up at 350. So very much a negative news story, at least for now. We'll have to see how it trades into the coming days and next week as well. There's also been a lot of small cap gappers in focus today. AAPL, we're basically making the move into $10 or thereabouts. This has been a multiple day runner, as you can kind of see. We're coming from south of $1, so I'm assuming this one, as Luis would say, was bid non-compliant, but here we are at $6, having a 920 high in the day. Poet as well. Poet's been looking fantastic for a number of days into $20. We were talking about this one, flat top break. It failed initially, though. Probably pushed a lot of people out, but did find support at 1875, and there it is into the high of the day at 2040, or just about the high of the day. 2065 is the high. Poet in focus, and FRMI was almost a buy well, it was a buy program. Clean move up, but it did dip down, held 7 nicely, and here it is trying to make 7.5 moves. So FRMI was also another one today, and so was LESL. Had multiple trades on this one into 475. I had a bias that this one was going to hit 5, got pretty close. We were involved in this one from the late 2s, early 3s. So this one was a very good trading day for us today, despite the fact that we weren't able to catch the full move on Cerebras. We ended up getting a little bit there on the move back up, but nothing really doing there. All right, we're a minute over time. Joey's at his desk. Neil is ready. They're going to take you through the afternoon show. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Take care, guys.
Yeah, you're always ready.
Okay,
You're always
so we're ready.
Now we ready.
A lot of people asked, the quote I put in the chat, which I suppose I need to explain away, was the IPO somehow simultaneously was great, sucked, and is sucking right now. And then someone said, well, yeah, but Neil, did you make money on it? All right. I actually did pretty well on it. Like, let's be real, more than I made any point in a single day this year. That being said, it sucked. Like, it sucked a lot, and I probably left a decent chunk on the table because of the nature of how. Because of the but it's, trust me when I tell you, it sucked. I don't want to get into. I won't get into the nuances of, trying to trail out after the reopen on the halt, and the amount of slippage that existed, and then be like, okay, I'm gonna hold on to like 5% and see how that goes, and then maybe I'll be able to punch back. There's just a lot that was trying to do at the 340, which I suppose in theory would have worked if I'd put the whole mouth. Just like when I got that slippage, I was like, what am I doing holding on to any of this? There's no liquidity. I just said, I don't care. I probably gave too much back. Now the other reason why it sucked is I paid for locates to short this, and I'll put my hand up. I actually paid for locates 3x the amount that I took long. Yet you won't see any shorts on here, and I don't particularly want to chase the move. So I always try to say that there's more to. Trading is about making money. So made a bunch of money, should be happy. But evaluating your trading is about evaluating your decision making and your execution, and whether you followed your plan, and whether you could have or should have done better.
Yeah.
Right? So the end goal met, but the actual execution of it, some kinks need to get worked out. Because I feel like if I trade like this, when SpaceX comes around, that could be problematic. I'll leave way too much on the table. So anyways, we're working some things out. The stock is absolutely tanking. When I went to the bathroom, because they always wait too long to open these things up, I came back in the market, I was like, what the hell happened to the market? What are we doing here? Because all of a sudden we look weak, and the crypto moves was going crazy, and then we rebounded, and now we're headed back in. On an IPO day, understandably, you guys have probably seen this before, when there is a big one, you expend a lot of your mental capital for that trade. I knew going into it, it was going to be the biggest trade. It's from a risk standpoint for myself up until this point this year. I'm still, as I'm saying this to you, I'm pretty pissed off with myself. I don't usually get that way, but it's like I don't care that I made money. I really executed poorly on this, and I should probably unpack that a little bit more. I don't usually do this, but it looks like these are great fills and all this stuff, but I actually only covered 20% in that high, which that's just not how I would roll. Like I'm in the money $35.
I know,
and I did not take that much out. And then when it was tapping lower, it put me on the spot to then take a lot out right here. So I literally gave up like $15 on a lot of shares, which is uncharacteristic. It's not how I roll. And just to prove to you, everybody gets greed and FOMO. And I had some greed and FOMO. I had some greed and FOMO there. But it doesn't.
I'm sitting in the same boat. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I left 99.9% of the money that I had unrealized off the table. So I locked in nothing. It's true because I didn't execute well. Why? I've seen multiple occasions. One, I didn't put my limit order. I talked about taking some out at 370. Didn't do that. Watched it halt at 380, and then when it halted again, and I seen the tap continuously dropping, I didn't put a limit on open to sell. So there's just so many things that I see.
But you know what? This is practice for SpaceX, man. Like,
it is.
We
like,
hammer these things out so when SpaceX happens, we're ready.
Like, what am I even doing not taking anything off $35 in the money? From what I put on size-wise, that would have been my best trade of all time here. But that's what-if history.
One thing, if you're trading one of these, remember when it hits the halt band, you have 15 seconds with which it can only go down, or it's going to halt.
Yeah.
What you can do, and this is for anybody out there. Well, I don't care that I'm giving.
I watched the halt
I don't care
band,
that I'm giving away something that some traders will do. That's fine. Some people get pissed off when you do that. I'm like, whatever. What else am I going to talk about?
Yeah.
You can throw a tight, because you might have your stop order from when it opens. You can throw a tight stop order at that price, which basically says this: if it halts, I'm holding.
Yeah.
Do the halt. If it goes into a false halt, my stop is going to trigger the second it prints, because it can only print down or halt. So you can protect a false halt in that 15 seconds. The other thing you can do is you can hit the bid.
Yeah.
Right? Like you can decide, okay, I'm being an idiot. I haven't taken enough out. I'll just take some more out. That's because I decided to do that. I just didn't decide to do it for enough. But that's two things that you can do when you're at that halt band. The other thing I want to get to is when I got up to go to the bathroom, I went to Brennan, man. I go, this stock feels like it just made the market a temporary high. Thank you to Cerebras, or whatever we're supposed to call it, how you're going to pronounce it. Although I said I pronounced it the right way if I made money, so Cerebras, I believe is how you say it. It's the kind of thing that makes me feel like we've made a market top. This was priced this week at 115 on Monday.
Yeah.
And then by last night, it was 150 to 160. I think it was settling at the 150. Overnight, 185. Opens up at 350 and still halts up. It reminds me so much of Snowflake that made a high at that point, Coinbase, which was stupidity, Rivian, which was insanity, and then all came back in and fell back in. So that's where I'm sort of feeling about this. It's not quite Figma, but it's not unlike Figma.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And Circle was a big one, too. Circle was a lot of fun.
Circle, too.
Circle was a good one there. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Good learning lesson. I mean, they don't happen too often. We can capitalize next time. That's the thing. I'm not sweating about it whatsoever. What is meant to be, man, is meant to be. So next time I know, I won't try to take any shortcuts. I'll put those orders out because I can put those limit on order cells right above. Actually, no. Can I even do that? So say on this. This is a good question because now we can have this conversation. So say I limit on open at $500. Can I limit on sell at like different price points throughout that?
You mean when it's halted? Are we talking about?
No, like just like shortly after the open. So like boom, I limit on open $500. Right, as my limit price.
Print.
Right, get the opening print. Boom, I'm in. But while I'm waiting for it to open, can I set those limit sells? Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I didn't think so.
You're sitting there waiting for it to open, and then once it opens, you set. Yeah, you're acting after it opens.
Yeah, you have to wait until after it opens. Yeah, I figured so.
It would be nice if you could do something like that.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean,
if there are other questions, you guys can throw questions.
Yeah,
about
throw
this
questions,
in the chat.
man. We'll talk all about it. These guys are a bit more experienced. Oh, well, not a bit. Significantly more experienced than I am on it.
Always short circle above 135.
Oh, okay.
Why are we saying that? I'm not doubting you, but I just.
Do you want anything? I'm gonna warm up my lunch. How was the lunch, by the way? I know I've seen a lot of people throwing it in the garbage.
It was there's something I don't know how to explain.
Maybe I won't.
What I said to Adair about the lunch is it was entirely too much sauce, yet somehow the chicken was still dry, which is a combination that doesn't actually make sense. You put it was very strange. It's like they overcooked it and then drowned it in sauce. Rob is having.
I thought he wanted legit. Remember, he's just having fun with us there.
Rob's playing with. He's playing with measuring tape like he's.
Yeah,
Rob.
I'm just gonna go.
If you're an alien that hasn't seen measuring tape before, or a child, you're allowed to play with measuring tape. If you're a grown ass man, I'm just playing with.
Yeah.
No, Rob's like, I never claimed to be a grown ass man.
Yeah, Jesse. Oh, that's a good one. He's measuring the boy's patience. That's a good one. No, but someone said you're going hungry today. I'm like, trust me, here you do not go hungry because there is an abundance of food.
There's tons of food.
I had four of the samosas this morning, and then some fruit and a couple of teas. So my belly is full. I got to run this evening. How many did you have? See, I like those, man. So so we got to run this evening as well. So we'll barbecue. I got the barbecue running up on the weekend. Even though I used to be a 365er, I'd barbecue all year round, but not this time. Not this year. I didn't.
This is Canada.
You bought barbecue 365, man.
Hell no, no. The opposite. This is Canada. You're not barbecuing in February, okay? When it's minus 20 outside, you ice out the walls.
You gotta understand, I live in a condo, so it's just like you step out the balcony and it's like 2 feet.
I used to live in a condo too.
And you never barbecued in that?
Not when it's minus 20. Oh, no, Joe. And you're West Indian too. You should.
I'm all about it, but I need to get that.
You've got
Whoa,
West Indian
John Roberts, that's crazy.
What happened, John?
I don't understand. Why you gotta be like that, my guy?
John! Wow, it's like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look, you can say whatever you want. I'm just keeping it real. I don't like the cold. I might be Canadian.
I don't like the cold either, but I like barbecued food enough for me to step in there.
I have a question.
Yeah. What's up?
Because obviously I was really occupied with what was going on. I didn't even trade other crap. It's just I was occupied with this IPO for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
What happened to TDIC?
It's a good one.
See now, while you're waiting around for the IPO to open, this thing really just flat bottom break and drop from $16 to $1.50? Well, I guarantee you it's not free locates. I don't have my flat bottom break thing, but that's your trade of the day. What is that? But this is the problem with these things, okay? You know this can happen. And it's all exuberance on the way up. Just always understand that when you have got one of these, make sure that you pay yourself. It's no different from when I'm talking about the IPO. You've just got to make sure that you pay yourself on a trade. I had a mentor when I started out, or many. I mean, you learn from a million different people, but there was one in particular. And one of the things that he said to me, which always resonated, is when you are right, or you have a good idea, or you have a good entry, and you do something right, you need to make sure that you pay yourself from it. One of the things he would say was, you'd be surprised how often a trader is dead right about something, or has a perfect entry, or has the best trade, all this kind of stuff, and then at the end of the day, they don't even make money on it because they fumble the execution or get greedy. So you've got to be careful. That's also why I'm overly critical of myself in every single trade. If you do really well, but you think you left 70% of the profits on the table on a trade, you shouldn't be that happy with yourself, in my opinion. I can't be. So I'm going to start looking for things to trade this afternoon. Is Intel really just in the same range from this morning? Got 115 to 117, and it just went 115 to 117 again. Why is my 15-minute chart on Intel as if nothing has happened all day? But it's going up now, so maybe there's a little bit of something there.
Yeah.
Now we can find some longs. You really barbecue in the middle of December.
Yeah, I didn't. I told you I didn't in 2025, but I will be in 2026. I did all the time. Like, I just always liked barbecuing, right? Just my proteins and stuff like steaks, burgers.
I love barbecue too.
Just because the weather brings us down a little bit, Neil, doesn't mean we should change up our palate over here. You know what I mean?
I aspire to be like you and not hate the cold.
Just because it's on terrible weather, and it doesn't mean I don't deserve a burger fresh off the barbecue in the middle of January or something. You know.
I don't want a burger.
Or a jerk, or some jerk on there. You let it season that stuff and then throw that jerk on there, man. It's good stuff, man.
So how about BE today?
Yeah, BE new all-time highs. That one's looking good. There's a lot of positive things here today. I mean, we have Bloom Energy hitting that. We had Nvidia not too far off of that level. We're talking about what's going on with Apple. Recovers relatively strong. Google, I mean, watch tomorrow continue this climb. AMD not really participating, but we know what was going on with that. But there's some other names that were really strong in regards to this Clarity Act and can benefit that. That's going to be Robinhood. Robinhood putting in a half-decent session here, Neil. There's still a lot that we need to get through in order for us to find a full-on recovery in this name. It's unfortunate because I should have took a little bit more off. I believe I sold some at 29s or something along those lines, and then I bought more at 22s, which is, I mean, it's $7 difference from what I sold it off. But then I'm just sitting because I averaged up heavily in this one and sold the bulk of my position and then bought some more. I'm relatively flat on this investment right now. This isn't even a trade. This is an investment from someone who bought it in early April after the tariff tantrum, after I was reading through their earnings reports. And you've seen that triple-digit growth across the board within options activity. You had gold memberships continuing to climb and so much positivity going for this name. But then you just slowly start to slide as Bitcoin started to tumble as well. So we have Robinhood heading towards a key level. This could be a good potential play leading into tomorrow. And then we're also going to be looking at Coin. I think Coinbase, if we get an open up around 212, Clarity Act, more crypto positivity, then sure enough, off to the races we can go. But this is another name alongside the crypto space that is just absolutely getting destroyed, rightfully so. It's weird because I don't know what it is, but I mean, this isn't really justifying what I was about to get to. But typically in downtrends is when we see volatility uptick. So therefore, there's a wider variance within price action. With wider variance tends to come more volatility, and with that being said comes more volume. But yet when there's more volume and things are continuing to slide, some of the exchanges lose money, which I don't know how, that doesn't really make sense to me. I don't quite understand that yet. So yeah, I don't know if you understand what I'm getting at there, Neil. But yeah, that's how I feel. I find it's weird, a weird inverse correlation there, in my opinion.
I can see you on that. I find with all of this crypto news, the news cycle anyways, it can be a little bit easy to get away from like the overall theme of where we're at with Bitcoin in general. Like, it's like, how optimistic do I want to be about the bill passing?
Yeah.
If it still feels like we're in not a very bullish cycle on Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, okay, like, good, but is this not a place where you're being extremely patient, maybe we're more excited next year? Like, I still have that in the back of my mind because I haven't done ish with Bitcoin. I'm like, I'll probably make a decision with this in 2027 whether I want.
Yeah.
I just feel like we had our good rally, and I was like, I'm going to wait till 50, or I'm going to buy in the back half of the year at earliest. It never got to 50, and so now I'm just kind of waiting for the back half.
Yeah.
Of the year. Maybe the Clarity Act should be a reason that I should put something in, but I'm not there yet because I'm still sort of thinking about the cycle. More than
I think that's really important, right? The halving cycle coming up in 2028.
And maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm simplistic.
How do we feel about some of these larger Bitcoin miners who were all about that, spending all of this money, but now starting to shift over into neocloud businesses? Right? So, like, what if they're not mining as much? I don't know if that's going to have any form of an impact. I think that's something to take into consideration. But, I mean, because
Bitcoin's price isn't performing that well. Do you see that transition back into more Bitcoin mining? Like, what is more profitable? And that's a simple question to be answered right now, is that the NeoCloud business and cloud storage is significantly more profitable than mining Bitcoin at this point. So will we see that flip back? What is the halving cycle going to do for us? As Neil was mentioning not too long ago, we still have another year and a half or so until we fall into that neck of the woods. And what is going to happen in year 3? I mean, listen, this asset could, this group exactly can just absolutely skyrocket. It has to be led by Bitcoin, in my opinion. But I mean, in a month or so, if something gains ground, some form of catalyst steps in, you can really see Bitcoin start to gain some ground as the Nasdaq is putting in all-time highs, and yet we're still down 40% off of the ATH on Bitcoin.
Because I like this. The only recent crypto adjacent buy I've made recently was Robinhood.
Okay.
And see here, like the end of PDT on June 5 could be another catalyst for Hood, Coin, etc. Even if it's well known, bull stands to benefit more. I think maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe they do. I'm out of Webull and not really thinking about
why would Webull stand
I
to
don't know
benefit
I don't know that that's necessarily true. It would just, so you have to look at it. So if the PDT rule going away is going to increase just retail trading volumes in general, it's like, who is more funneled towards that being a benefit to them? Like, is it?
Yeah.
It's just more directly focused on Webull than it is directly. Robin has way more other fast, their hands in the cookie jar everywhere.
Yeah,
so yes,
exactly.
it helps them, but it helps X% of their business, and it helps 2X% of the business for Webull. I can get behind that. I just don't like Webull as much. I like the fact that I'm getting more out of Robinhood.
I agree. I agree on that.
I just don't wonder, like, so because you can be in a Robinhood, which stands to win a couple of ways, why do we need to be in Bitcoin? Anyways, there's something happening on Intel, and I have not been able to find the story. Dara's not back at her desk. Daryl gets her desk. Remember, everything is on an IPO day. Everything always changes. People eat later, all that kind of stuff. But I've not seen anything hit the wire. There's a huge volume spike, and we're seeing a little bit of follow through. And I was hesitating whether I wanted to buy VWAP until I actually saw what was going on here with Intel, because I don't want to be blind with this. There's not a ton happening outside of the crypto names, really, but this seems like it's moving around a bit. Okay, so it looks like there's a report. Apple has initiated projects at their 18AP foundry. So that would be good news. We already know that Apple's in at this point. We know they already got Apple. We know that there's a real good chance that Nvidia is going to be on board, and that's going to be a huge long-term business for this. What everyone was asking for. Everyone was asking for Intel to line up some big-time customers. All of that said, you can't really argue with the fact that Intel hasn't done much. I came in thinking 15 holds, you can have yourself in a long opportunity. And really, it was just the 115 holding. You could have just gone over and over again. Probably not as good as the IPO, but it would have been pretty good still. But this is a very much a cumulative day for Intel in a downtrend. It's accumulation back into a prior high in a bit of a downtrend off the high. So tomorrow looks pretty binary again. Either it holds 115 and we go for another try for the jaunts, or we lose it, and I'm thinking short and pull back into 110. For now, let's maybe think about the volume weighted average price, because it's this or crypto I'm thinking this afternoon.
For a potential continuation? I mean,
no, just for any trade. Like, what else is
trade?
Intel individually is moving, and then you have everything crypto related, which has real volatility.
I mean, I took a couple attempts on the short side here on IBIT, and then just with the catalyst, it's just like, you know what? It's the more difficult trade. We're fortunate enough that it worked out for us on the 2 attempts, and we got out exactly when we were supposed to, because imagine just holding from this initial short. It never comes back to that level, and there's a steady uptrend here. You can just consistent higher lows there, Neil. So I mean,
you got it twice. Nice.
I got it twice, yeah. So I was in there, outbreak, trail stop there, and then I was in again. I got a little bit more of a move, and then trailed stop my last little bit just before the break even there. But yeah, I mean, and that's what I was saying for quite some time. I'm like, I just don't know how much of a continuation we're gonna get. And then look at this squeeze right here. Look at the volume really start to uptick. So absorbs liquidity, just gets a bunch of the other longs out, boom, and then off to the races it goes. So not too bad of a look. And then we were talking about Robinhood here today as well, guys. Let's pull that bad boy up and see what we got going on HOOD. Yeah, I know some people in the chat saying Robinhood's done. Robinhood's done. I don't think that's necessarily the case.
I'm feeling temp high on a lot of stuff right now.
Temp high?
Temporary high. Thank you, Cerebras, for signaling a bit of a temporary top. Cerebras.
Whatever, man. Yeah, tomato. You do. I'm gonna have to caveat that. I think that NVDA continues to climb. I mean, Google's just about there too. I think in some of the plays like CoreWeave, maybe that might be a little bit more of a difficult play.
NVIDIA's probably fine.
NVIDIA's fine.
I think I'm thinking more like Intel, SanDisk, AMD, Micron, like just the stuff that's already gone parabolic. I think that's more where my
same. That's what I think too. Like obviously the SanDisk, the Microns, the AMDs, as you just mentioned, the Intels of the world. I tend to agree with that one. And I like some people say, John, it's time to buy Robinhood. Listen, Neil and I were talking about it this morning. I mean, when things are really unpopular, I think, and there's blood in the street and everybody starts to kind of panic and worry about them, that could be a good potential time to get involved. Like we're talking about Microsoft, the third largest company here on the planet, or fourth maybe now if it's losing market share to Google, and then there'd be Apple and NVDA. So you're sitting in that fourth slot. There's a reason it's up there. I think at some point it's going to be a recovery. And if you're looking at a stock that's still down 27%, then sure enough, there he is. You have Microsoft in the exact same thing there with Meta. So Meta has a couple of headwinds in front of it. Once that weight is lifted off their shoulder, just like it was in the case of Google and Apple and the antitrust, in the fact that, like, hey, you guys might have to decouple. They wanted the de-investment from to diverge from the search as well with Google. So there was a lot of things, and then look what happened when that came to a conclusion, and the judge essentially ruling in their favor. Look what happened to not only Apple, but to Google as well, to all-time high. So I think that's going to be the narrative with Microsoft or with Meta.
We got Robbie here.
What's up, Robbie?
The super chat's in Canadian dollars, so I'm going to make an assumption that I know to be true. Robbie Kele. AMAT and FIG earnings report after market close today. Can I get your guys' input? By the way, you guys are OGs, best in the game, best show. We appreciate you. I'll tell you this much: what makes this the best show is it's collectivism is the wrong word. It's the collective, man. It's the different perspectives. It's the community. It's all of it brought together. That's why, in my opinion, it gets better and better, because the community keeps growing, and the whole, we get more diverse with the hosts. Like now we have Joe and Sharif, where we didn't before, and we've got Adara on the team as well, and it's been fantastic, and we appreciate you. I'll get this one out of the way. I never mean to be critical of AMAT, and I'm not. I think it's great. I have a preference to ASML and a preference to Lam over AMAT. Like it's, the guys that make the stuff, that make machines that make the chips. If things go well in China, nobody benefits more than ASML out of that group. That's just a fact. So they have a lot at stake. But you can't really complain with AMAT. AMAT's been very stair-step upside. This is the kind of name where it's not overtly parabolic, that if we get the same old, well, we're not terribly impressed with this, despite the fact that they're going to have good numbers, the dip can, on trend, be more confidently bought, because you're not talking about a parabolic move the same way into earnings that some of the others have, right? Like if this pulls back 10%, it's going right into support, like directly into prior support. It's not breaking it down, and it hasn't run up a bajillion % in the days leading to it. Like it's kind of crested a little bit. Figma, you know what? It's just, AMAT I've traded, I've owned AMAT in the past. I do not anymore. Like years and years ago, I owned AMAT, and I just happened to, like I said, like ASML better, so now I own that. Figma, I don't want any part of it. I think there's a tremendous amount of just relief rally potential here, but I'll believe it when I see it. For Figma, this is maybe the example of one of the single worst, best IPOs I've ever seen. It was maybe the most epic day trading IPO ever, yet somehow the biggest rug pull that has also existed. Like, it's complete insanity. Not just because the thing about Figma is Cerebras went up and then is going to close at the low. Like, this thing closed at the highs on day one and then was trying to make higher highs after that. And then it has just been destroying everybody ever since. It's yet to prove that it's made a low. Could this be the bottom? Sure. And wake me up when it's over the 50 period and breaking out. It's look at the 50 period moving average since it's mattered.
Or when September ends.
Or when September ends. It's gotten above. It has failed. So break it, failed, fail breakout.
Yeah.
Break, can't even get to the high to retest it. It's not even trying. When it succeeds, boom, then you got to swing long. Otherwise, I don't care what the report says when you've got this kind of a downward trend. Like, to me, AMAT has strong numbers and prove to me that demand is not going to be a concern going forward and all that blah, 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 and make sure margins are holding up really well. As long as that's the case, if they dip it, if it sells, a good company, you'd buy it. I would say the same thing about ASML, but not with Figma, not with Figma. All right, so I'm now starting to realize Bitcoin is not really moving the way that I thought. And
starting to come back in a little.
It's not moving.
Yeah.
So maybe it isn't a thing this afternoon. I'm just looking for something to trade here.
Yeah, I know. I hear you on that one too. Maybe the NVDA break of the high of the day. It looks like it's heading in towards that neck of the woods. Los Pollos, my guy. NYC, great Green Day reference. Thanks, NYC, Urbanista. Los Pollos, brother. It took us a couple of attempts to get this one going, but look how patient we were. Credits where credits due, I guess. But anyways, aside from that, is like you take that one shot at 11:05, you take half off, get stopped out, break even, and then we don't take another attempt until an hour and 40 minutes later. And then even so, but it would have been nicer to go with the trend on this, but there was a couple of high quality opportunities that I wanted to try and take advantage of, and that was there on the potential shorts. I'll show you what we had going on here. So it was... At this level, there was a couple inverted hammer candles. I'm like, oh, okay, let's get involved here. This was going to be number one. Didn't break the high. We got that little move, but then established a new one. And I was saying that as we were taking these positions, we have to be cautious on the fact of considering the Clarity Act and the crypto space moving today, that these pullbacks aren't going to be relatively deep. And you can see how shallow they were before they made a continuous leg higher. So multiple legs to the top side in Bitcoin, not too bad of a play. So our better position here was this trade specifically, that IBIT dual short, and then also we had on TSLL. TSLL was a good one. Let's get over here. It took us 2 times to get this one really working for us, attempt number one, and I often talk about buying the top end of the range, and on the breakout doesn't work, but we get right back in at the lower end of the range, and we are fortunate enough to catch this trend all the way up, and then we get out. We should have got out at the break of the volume weighted average price there, but we had nothing, small potatoes. I was going to leave it on for a runner for you guys just to do so, but then there was TSLL, and then also we had a slower start on ONDS. Right? Like you gotta take into consideration the way we kicked off the session was 1 for 3, shooting at a 33% clip rate. Actually, even less because we took that next Tesla trade. So we were 1 for 4 at some point, shooting at 25%. And then we take this one more trade, and then that's what put us green. And then we were fortunate enough to take another attempt on IBIT that worked out for us. And then we a little coffee change there on CBRS.
Sometimes you gotta grit your teeth and just get back in.
You do, yeah. I had to get back in on that levels at the low. I mean, that's what I was saying before. It's just like this first entry, I'm in at the top end of the range. If I was patient for literally another 60 seconds, I would have seen that selling step in, and then I would have been able to get a better price at the lower end, anyways. But we just hop back in and we were fortunate.
Behold, I only have a little bit left, so I'm gonna leave the break-even stop in.
Yeah.
Instead of the trend break.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have to get to the super chat, and then I gotta throw something out here for a viewer because they made a nice comment. Honcho, thoughts on CAD and TTW?
Ooh.
Okay, so how I feel about Caterpillar is I love Caterpillar. Full disclosure, Caterpillar is now 1A of my largest tech, non-tech holdings, I should say. I guess it's kind of tech.
Yeah.
Like, whether it's the power generators or whether it's the fact that you're just not building data centers without them, or the fact that the world keeps on destroying stuff so that they keep needing to build stuff, and Caterpillar wins in many, many ways. And it's a pretty sneaky AI play just internally for efficiencies themselves. So I am an enthusiastic trend dip buyer on this. I don't care about a 3-minute because you're probably not into that. That said, it's a little different. Remember we were just talking about AMAT? I think it's got a little bit of disconnect where the next pullback could be a little sharper from what I've seen or from what it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised if it had the next pullback be 10, 15%. But the uptrend is tremendous. Like I'm not a buyer up here. I'm more of a, okay, well, if I'm looking to add to the position, I'll probably wait for a retest. But like the next market dip, this is one of the stocks I always try to pick up. When it comes to, as for Take Two, I'm probably the wrong person to ask, if I'm being real. Technical's fine, great. This has broken a great channel here on Take Two. Like here's what I'll say. Here's my thoughts. See this bit of a channel up? Like it's one, like channel breaks down are bad, but when you're already in a bullish channel and you break it up, I usually see that as like just even more bullish. Alphabet did this last year and went absolutely crazy after it did that. So you're day one of it. You still need to prove that you can hold on to what you look for is like the prior channel top. So I'll just let this go to infinity. Like I'd leave that channel up. The prior channel top, can it retest and hold? And to show you an example of that, only because I know, because Alphabet was great when it did this. I'm not comparing Alphabet to Take Two. Alphabet had a similar pattern to this at one point. I'm just giving you a visual demonstration of what it did after the fact. And I guess I have to zoom way back out here, where Alphabet was in a similar pullback, channel up, and when it broke the channel, so this is it, testing, breaking the channel, it really didn't even look back, went parabolic, and the rest is history. And then look how far it's disconnected. Oddly enough, we're zooming in, what was frustrating about this is, I love the 200 period moving average, so the 200 period average gave you a good dip buy, but if you were waiting for it to retest that channel, no mas. But on the way back in, if doomsday ever happens, I'm gonna remember this channel support for Alphabet. I'm not saying we're gonna get there, but if we ever lose the 200 period moving average and you're wondering where Neil's buying Alphabet, and we lose this, it's gonna be this channel. I'm leaving it on for infinity. So Take Two has a little bit.
So you think that you can get?
No, I don't think I can get it. I just think I'm never getting rid of that channel breakout. Because it's like a major prior channel of support.
Yeah.
Think of it like an AV WAP or anything else.
Let me ask you
I
this.
like that stuff for price history. When I'm looking to dip buy, you like the company, you're going to dip buy it.
Yeah.
Just give me a good solid reason to like it more. If it happens to be a prior support level or a prior channel or an AV WAP, fine.
Let me ask you this. What is the one stock that you sold that you wish you never did?
AMD. That's
No. Like
easy.
completely, dude. You still have skin in the game,
Oh, you
right?
mean
Like completely got out that you wish you never did.
completely got out?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great question.
People saying MU. I'll tell you mine right now.
I never owned Micron.
I'll tell you mine right now, and that was Alphabet. Said 4.
You got all out of Alphabet?
Dude, that was the worst mistake I've ever made. I'm not going to say financially, but from an investment standpoint. Yeah.
It's a tough one.
And I tried to.
Oh no, it's not a tough one. It's not a tough one. Palantir. It's not a tough one. It's Palantir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like everyone's like Sean's a Palantir guy. I would say that because of the hold. So when the direct listing came out, I remember on the trading floor, like probably 1 in 4 people on the trading floor were interested in the direct list. And either took it, bought it, traded it, held it, like did something with it, right? So I'm not gonna pretend that I wasn't part of that game. That being said, I was very happy, like this is when it comes back in. I was very happy to have been like, oh yeah, that was great, that was fun. You know, it went up to like $50, probably got out at 42 with some nonsense because I like the number. But it's not so much that I'm mad that I did. I eventually, I didn't get out of all of it. So technically it doesn't fit your bill because I left a little bit of skin
Oh,
in the
you
game.
still have some? Oh, come on,
Not enough.
man.
Not enough that I'd be happier.
Come on, man.
Happier. But plenty of other things have worked out. But if you're forcing me to answer the question,
Yeah.
the bigger deal, I think, is when you are presented with the U-shaped IPO breakout trade, like here in Palantir, or what happened with when Robinhood did this, if you remotely like a stock and I see that U-shaped break again, I'm not taking it. That's not even.
I had a lot of good names in my earlier days.
Not taking.
In the teens, like not when I was in teen. Like I'm talking about 2017, 2018. I was actually a pretty big shareholder of Meta. I owned Meta at like $75. And I don't know if it was around then, but that was my average price. And then also Apple, I owned at a very, very cheap price as well too. So those were two names in my earlier days when I didn't know too much about investing that I owned, and I continuously bought some. I did, years and years later. And then Apple is one name that I just never really bought back into.
Not all bad.
Yeah.
No. It's never all bad. If you took profits, not all bad.
Yeah, man. But I'm talking like I'm 34 in October now. I was in my earlier 20s at that time, so probably close to a decade or so.
So young.
I don't feel it, man. I don't feel.
How do you not feel young?
Because 34 is not young.
People say this to me and get on me all the time when I act like I'm old, but I can say this to you.
Yeah.
You're young, bro. You're young. You're young.
Yeah.
By the way, Bitcoin started to move, and I now have a little something to watch, right? Like it's got, all right, so I'll zoom it back out. If you eliminate the open range and like this parabolic breakout, see how volume came back into it? Then you've got this trend line. While not perfectly drawn, you can get the idea from that pullback that we have a bit of a sea change. It gives me something to look at. Because in the afternoon, if it ain't VWAP and it ain't a trend break, I don't want to diddle too much in the middle, but this gives me something where this little consolidation, I can take it breaking down because it's under the trend line, give myself some, like that target, sorry, this target, that target, that target, give myself 3 targets and have a relatively tight stop. Because I can break it down at 46.20 and I can have a stop up here. That's actually almost too tight. It's almost too tight. That's like 5 pennies. I'll probably need to give it at least a 40. I might just extend it a little bit higher just to give it a bit more room to work, because you'd still be talking about 30 pennies at the volume weighted average price. So it's not like it's going to move a ton, but I do like that setup, relative risk here. I can just give it maybe to the top of this 3-minute bar. But Bitcoin coming back in a little bit. Not a lot of action happening in the market. By the way, if you're looking at the IPO, Cerebras, back up to 320. It held 300 exactly. If 300 breaks this afternoon, I'll probably take a little just to go short. I don't know how far. I haven't decided how far I'm going to cross yet. There's always a price you're not willing to pay. I'm not crossing like $10 or anything. I might just cross like $1. And if I don't get it, I don't get it. But it's at 320, so it's unlikely now. But if it breaks the low at $300 in the afternoon, I'd probably take a shot at it. Yeah. Adair, are we going to you?
We are, guys. This has yet to be posted on X. You guys are seeing it here first. Here are the implied earnings moves for tonight. The smallest actually belongs to by far the biggest company on this list. Sorry, I actually need to fix this. It's a good thing I'm highlighting here. Applied Materials, 4 p.m., not 4:05 p.m. They're going to be coming out here, 7.5% expected move. 4:05, you get Figma with a 15% expected move, and then Virgin Galactic, SPCE, and Rumble both around 13% expected moves. UAMY, US Antimony, and Bit Digital both at unspecified times after the bell, both of these with roughly 10% expected moves. Also, while I have you guys here, I will discuss the crypto vote again, because I did watch that entire nearly 3-hour thing, and I'm going to share it with you guys. Honestly, like I said, watching the Senate Banking Committee mark up the bill is really not necessary to watch unless you are, like me, a massive fan of the Senate hearings, in which case it was actually really entertaining. But beyond that, guys, there was a lot of kind of partisan haggling between certain aspects of language. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of senators were trying to put language in the bill that had nothing to do with crypto, and so then that was being debated on. There were also some concerns over whether or not certain amendments were even being allowed to be heard. Regardless, at the end of the day, you did get that 15-9 vote to pass through the Clarity Act through the Senate Banking Committee. They were clapping when they finally got it done, because we all had to sit for like over 2 hours listening to it. But yeah, that's my quick recap there of the Senate Banking Committee's official marking up and later passing of the Clarity Act. We're not out of the woods yet. There were some, now I'm hearing from, again, definitely follow Eleanor Terrett if you're into crypto news. She is a crypto-focused journalist, but she's now saying as well that apparently DeFi advocates might not be happy with certain amendments that were or were not made to the bill. So it's going to be interesting. Again, do recommend watching that. I think now the live, like I don't know if we'd be able to find it because it was live on X, but either way here, Senate Banking Committee's markup of the crypto bill is now done. And 3 hours later, we got a result, which was awesome. I'm also going to be posting that implied moves infographic right now on X after I make that one edit. Back to you.
Ooh, TSLL. And
yeah, we'll take one more attempt on this thing, man. Nothing crazy, just get a little action here. When you're just playing poker and you're like, all right, let's get in a little action.
Poker.
Yeah. But no, guys, I'm not 34. I'm 33 still. I turned 34 in 5 months. All right.
Tommy River. JKL holding short MSTR, long send overnight into options expiration. It's a bold move, Cotton. How's it working? You know what though? I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know this JKL, but if I'm remembering correctly, all that's happened today, in theory, is probably made that short come back into the top end of the consolidation. I don't know your trade, and if you believe that this area, so here's the daily, and I could be wrong about this, and I'm just analyzing for myself. Like the rounded bottom has yet to break out this 200 on MSTR, so you've still got, in theory, like this resistance up here. But I also look at it the other way. Like you do the rounded bottom breakout, and this has a tremendous amount of room to go. Then you throw in the fact that you've been in the continuous uptrend in IBIT. So it's good that this is already broken out and MSTR hasn't, right? Because if you're going to be short it, you're short the right thing. But I still like this as a bit of an uptrend here. We'll see. I'd imagine if it's based on that on the daily, it hasn't really scared you away per se is the best way to put it. I don't know if there was a super chat that we missed, but I think it was Corleone family, this one. Apologies. I think I saw this and I don't know that we addressed it. The Corleone family. I'm trying to think of what my favorite scene is in The Godfather and how it can. Sometimes I feel like the orange is dropping is a good one, but to be honest, I think almost all of my favorite scenes, they're either the flashbacks in 2 with Robert De Niro as a young Vito, or Fredo and Michael. Like Fredo and Michael in Cuba when he gives him like the kiss, I know it was you, or when they're back at the house and he basically, those are amazing ones. The car exploding was pretty cool there. But thoughts on AIIO reaching $9 again? I can't think of many situations where a stock is one of these reverse split runners and habitual line steppers and has made it top this distinct where I'm ever betting it's going to happen again on the same day. Like, it's pretty rare for you to have this type of reversal that gets back to the high on the same session. I haven't seen it very often. It's not impossible. It's just usually if you're going to reclaim the high, the pullback holds a little bit higher than dumping all the way from 9 into $5. It's possible. I'm not saying it isn't possible. I just feel like it's rare. Like you just got 5 to 6 quarters. That's 25% off of VWAP twice. Damn, that's awesome. If you get 750 at the lower high, great. But it is a pretty rare circumstance to have those go again. Just when I thought IBIT was moving, it's not, so that doesn't feel like much of anything. Like I'm looking at that trend to break down, it's actually holding the trend line. Do I just like pivot and try it long? Like, is that the play? Then I'm just starting to force trades on something which is not really giving me much of anything. I don't know, how's Tesla doing? Just look at what Joe.
Yeah, we got a little bounce off of that. We have a good question here from a whole bunch of letters there. Hey, Joe, Neil, I need help. If I purchased 10 contracts yesterday and I bought one today, so you're at 2 transactions in 2 days, and I sell 10 today, that's 3 transactions in 2 days. Yes, from yesterday, will PDD be flagged or confused since I bought one today? So you have 3 transactions in 2 days. I don't know what the rule is, but I'm pretty sure it's like 3 day trades a week or something along those lines, 3 trades a week or something along those lines. 1 flag, says Ichiro. So you guys would know. Help them out in the chat because we don't have PDT.
We don't have PDT.
Yeah, we don't have PDT here. So
not even close to an expert on PDT. Never had to deal with it. I understand that it'll be good. I understand it'll be good for everybody when it's gone to a certain extent, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm really not sure. We're not gonna have to worry about it in a month, but
Yeah.
I don't know
with
the answer
that
to
being
question.
said, do you think
I'm sure we have plenty of be honest. Look, we have a lot of viewers in the chat that I'm pretty sure you know the answer to the question. Just step up.
Yeah, they're doing
you guys
so
are
right
stepping
now.
up.
They're like, no, you'd have to sell them all in order. PDT doesn't count if you add into a position. So, and I mean, with come June, I'm sure they're probably going to be a little bit more lax. I don't know how it works in that department. Like, who's flagging? Are they going to be a little bit more lax on the flagging aspect of things? As in a couple of weeks, everything's going to be gone.
Trendy has a good point too. Like, call your broker.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if I ever have a question about something, like real trading, like we're in a prop desk, right? But look, if I have a question where I'm not understanding something or something goes wrong, or the first time, why didn't this fill, or whatever it might be, I'm like,
fine. So
we have a specific process with which we go to. I put a ticket in, or I ask on a certain channel. But I'm asking, man. If you don't know, ask. I tell this to my daughter all the time. I don't care how dumb you think the question is. If it's important for you to know the answer to it, ask that question. That's what I love about this community. And there's like 1 million people answering your question. Absolutely. You're not going to find any better trading community than ours, in my opinion, because the breadth of knowledge is tremendous here.
So exactly, man. It's literally a library. So I think you should be okay by the sounds of things. Buy plus sell equals one trade. So you should be good, which is essentially what you did. You bought, you added, you sold. One trade. Fair enough. All right. There goes NVDA. Neil, we were talking about that not too long ago about the largest market cap name here continuing to climb, heading up to 235. I wouldn't be surprised that within the next hour and 10 minutes that we see a new ATH. Nice little bounce off of the lows here in TSLL. I know my guy Luis Valencia is on this one too. I don't know why my level 2 isn't up on that one. TSLL, we'll get that right back up for you guys right now and see what we got going on. Of course, I don't know why it goes straight to Blue Ocean. There it is, bang. With that being said, let's pull up a couple of things and actually go through the largest market capitalization companies. We'll do the top 10. We know Saudi Aramco it was in there. It's in that bad boy. And there it is, the king, 5.7 trillion now, worth $5.7 trillion. We have Alphabet, $1 trillion behind them. Apple sitting in that third spot. See, this is like your fourth. You're sitting at $3 trillion. Sheesh. Well, Amazon might beat this here. Neil might surpass Microsoft. I mean, it's only about 200 billion.
When
away.
You consider,
it's just crazy.
You are getting the retail business for free with Amazon. If you just consider how big of how big of a behemoth AWS is, then it's relative. If you compare it relative to Microsoft and Alphabet from the cloud's perspective, AWS, right? And so grant that and do a little math, and then compare the retail side to Walmart at Walmart's valuation. If you put those two things together, Amazon should be trading significantly higher.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the way to look at it.
Yeah.
But the other way to look at it would be to say, well, then you could also make an argument that Walmart's overvalued. You could make that argument too.
I think it's the grocery side.
And that could be fair as well. But fundamentally, one of those two things is true. Whether or not the price action reflects it, I think it bodes well for why you would like Amazon, maybe relative to a Microsoft right now. I wouldn't disagree with that. I like the breakout in Nvidia right here a little bit better. I certainly prefer Alphabet in general. I think Apple is going to have a really good summer as well. It's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult. The thing is, they're all really good.
Oh yeah, we did this last time.
But we didn't.
With you and I.
SK Hynix is under. I thought he cracked $1 trillion.
Apparently not.
Oh, I know for sure I saw people reporting that it cracked $1 trillion.
Can't believe that.
Maybe it pulled back.
This Staples company is worth $1 trillion. Insane.
Believe it.
Yeah, big time. Like JP Morgan, Neil and I talked about that.
Grit your teeth and buy sometimes you got to buy a bad valuation. be able to live with it.
With Walmart?
Walmart's not cheap.
No, it's not.
It's expensive.
It's not,
man.
and it's split too.
Yeah, it's just one of those.
I mean, as for AMD, I think this is going to be the next name. It's been climbing the ranks after this run. Neil and I were talking about it. I mean, JP Morgan were like, oh yeah, for sure, that's going to probably be the next name that hits the $1 trillion club. Watch out. Watch out for AMD, $7.25 right here, billions. These are insane amounts of money. Oracle getting destroyed, cut in half. So was this must have been close to $1 trillion. Tencent, the Chinese company there, Cisco, the once most valuable country on the planet, Netflix down there. These guys have intentions to hit the $1 trillion club, but you're quite a ways away from that standpoint. United Health, Bank of America. Like when I was creating my watch list when I first started trading, this is the name that I wish I owned. That was General Electric and GEV. There's GE Vernova and then GE Healthcare as well. It's not in the top name or anything along those lines, but even so, I would just go through this and just like add all these Citigroup, Qualcomm, Mitsubishi. We're still in this Tesla trade right now as it's slowly starting to curl over. We're pennies away from an all-time high, 50 cents, 46 cents to be exact, roughly, here on NVDA until it taps into another all-time high.
Got one for you here.
Hi, Joe. MCHP has very large open interest at $188. $108.44 the contracts on 75 call. You have 108 contracts. How do you have 108.447 contracts on Tesla? Did something split? Maybe on 75 call option expiring 17. Any thoughts? I don't even know what MCHP is. You?
The company?
Yeah.
You can't know every single thing in the market.
Microchip technology.
You can know the space, not familiar with them fundamentally.
I mean, so you're long, so you have $75 call options. Those are big time cash right now. Yeah, exactly. That's big.
When do they report?
Keep that up for me, Assassino. See what we got going on. Expires September 18th. Cool, man.
Oh, you got plenty of time.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. But even so, like Neil likes to say, ring the Reggie. If we're gonna ring the Reggie on this one, I'm sure you.
I also am more of like I tend to, as a day trader, I definitely ring the register faster.
Yeah, that's
in the long term though. Like I do believe in buy and hold. I think you do have to when you've got a good runner and the theme still works and the trend still works. I think you gotta. Sometimes you really just gotta allow it to go, especially if you believe in it fundamentally. Again, I don't really know them. Just looking at it, they're pricey compared to.
I don't see
compared to some averages. Like to sales, it's a little expensive. I'm trying to find I don't see their reporting date. Yeah, I don't have the reporting date for earnings on this because you want to know how much time you have to earnings. Ooh, we're starting to creep up. Like seriously, exactly. If I wait all afternoon for this to break trend, and then the second it does, I'm like, okay, and the market catches a bit off of VWAP. Well, that timing stinks. So I did get in. Remember, we're waiting for this to break down and to give it to that. Well, that's what we're in right now. So it'll be a relatively tight stop. I get it, but still in the trade anyways. Jason Financial got a bidding position in Tesla, 452 half and 455 calls expire tomorrow. Gamble or start cutting now and see how it goes. Up by lunch. See, now that's just a pure momentum play. Like you're like, how much momentum is Tesla carrying into this, into the end of the week? Well, what it is right now it's a brick wall. You're hoping it breaks a brick wall for the last 2 sessions here. We've been pretty bullish. And Tesla's got this, it's an uptrend bull flaggish kind of deal, but you're requiring a breakout for tomorrow. You're just basically gambling on a Friday breakout. It's so much easier as a day trader where I don't have to make that bet until I see tomorrow. The risk here, and I'm just speaking for myself, I feel like things are toppy. We're going to close probably trying to break back into the highs, but after this Cerebras and why I'm initially looking short is like you get this big move in crypto, of course, like literally the second I get into the short, you're going to get the market bouncing off VWAP. But with the exuberance that we've had, without a particular catalyst, we're starting, some of the memory names have started to slow down a little bit. I don't know how much I'm favoring. I come into every single morning thinking, a lot of times thinking longs here to the left of them, to the right of them. I don't know that I'm going to feel that way tomorrow morning. And maybe I'm just overreacting to how much they dumped the crap out of that IPO today.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
but you need a brick wall the last 2 days to get released on Tesla, though.
For sure. Yeah, a couple more super chats. We keep them flowing here. We got Big Rudy Smasher with a good question too. Can you guys look at Qualcomm, please? Was thinking of starting a small position here, but would you like your views on this level? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Let's pull up some Qualcomm and see what we got going on. Qualcomm. Good stuff here. Yeah, I don't think this is a bad area. Small position is good. You can't do CSPs with that unless, obviously, percentage metric is extremely key. I think at this pace, do you want to catch the falling knife? Slow move starting to come back in. $187 could be in the works, right? So that's around $15, $13 from where we're currently trading at. But if you want to start small right there, go half of what you were thinking about starting, and then if it happens to fall back into your level, then sure enough, congratulations, you get to own it at the support level. And if it comes back into the middle of the zone, maybe you'll see a little bit more of a downside. I don't have any issues with slowly starting a position in Qualcomm, but if we look at the weekly on this name, has it been the cleanest? No. Aside from this breakout, and I mean, they do offer a dividend. I think that's something important to take into consideration. So you do get some passive income on that one. 89 cents, the last payout was on March. So yeah, I mean, but look at the history of the stock, right? Like it does break out a decade ago, but then it takes some time and hasn't really been crazy over the past 6 years. So yeah, that's where I stand on Qualcomm. We got another super chat. I got $25K and 6 years to hold it. What Mag 7 stock would you buy? I only get one? Or can I break it up into two? I'm going to break it up. I'm going to break it up.
It says what Mag 7. You only get one, man.
Okay. I think it's yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing, man.
You're asking, because that's the thing. Like, we're not here to give financial advice, but I can tell you my personal preference, right?
Yeah.
But if I was like, I literally can say, like, in probably the moat, maybe you can call it a little bit defensive.
Broadcom isn't a bad play.
Well, Broadcom is not in the Mag 7.
It's not. It's not.
Unless you're one of those, we're kicking Tesla out and we're putting Broadcom in.
No, but
there's an acronym where they added a few things to it, and Broadcom was I just don't remember what the acronym
Remember back in the day there was FANG, right? Like you had FANG and then you had Mag 7. But I thought Mag 7 was unique because all the 7 companies that were the only ones that are in the $1 trillion club, but now we have more of those companies that are in the $1 trillion club.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair.
Right? So it's like, okay, if we were talking about Mag 7, well, we can still talk about the Magnificent 7.
Well, there's something fun we can do with this.
Just put it in the chat.
What was that question? What was that question exactly?
Yeah, pull that one back up. Assassino.
Forget about the number. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you had to invest...
One Mag 7, what are you buying?
One Mag 7 name which? All right, now you guys are sitting there watching me type this. Joe, you can answer this question while I type this.
Yeah, I'm going to, again, me and Neil and I are in the same boat. I know Americans don't say Neil and I, but I think that's how we say things around here, me and Neil. Anyways, aside from that, honestly, John, that's what I was going to say, is like you can have heads as Google, you can have tails as NVDA and flip that coin, and I think you would be fine either way. So... See, we've got a lot of options there.
Well, what do you? It's the Mag 7.
Yeah, all-time high.
Why is my brain breaking? Oh, Microsoft. Like for a second,
see the forgotten one.
Like, what am I doing? The forgotten one.
But
Microsoft. Here's the thing, everybody.
You put in the last one.
Here's the thing. This is going to be a bit much. So I know you're used to typing in the $sign. That's fine too. But like other things are going to muddle that up. So 1 Nvidia, 2 Alphabet, 3 Meta, 4 Apple, 5 Amazon, 6 Tesla, 7 Microsoft. I'll leave it up for a minute for everybody in the chat, but I'm dead serious. Someone's interested. Like, what is our current preference? I've already said my preference is Alphabet, so I put 2 in there. So keep them coming in. It's all out of curiosity. Like, I'm not saying this is scientific, but we can't sit here talking about how much we love the community and not respect the community's opinion. And what immediately stands out?
What?
Not a single person has voted for Meta.
That's crazy.
What? Okay, there we go. That was sympathy.
3.
Somebody just sympathy voted for Meta. That's actually cold.
Yeah,
it's almost worse that until I said it, nobody voted for Meta. We really don't like Meta that much.
Now you guys are just voting for.
We're talking 31% already Nvidia, 27.5% Alphabet. Now we got 4 votes. 3% Meta, 3% Apple, 13 Amazon, 13 Tesla. Really, we really don't like Apple that much.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then Microsoft in here for 9%. I actually feel like I just want to, like, if I wish I could talk to you guys as an entity and ask why Apple gets this much hate or lack of love.
Because you know why, Neil? I think because Apple can tend to be that boring investment. But it's one of the plays that just continuously works over and over.
But then, in theory, shouldn't there be a bunch of people who are feeling bearish on the market and then want it for a little bit more safety?
And to add to others, Inc. had a good point. If we're talking about percentage gains from where we're currently sitting at, we have to take into consideration that Microsoft's still down 20+%, and same thing with Meta. So they have room to gain. Exactly. Opposed to names like we just talked about, Nvidia hitting an all-time high for the umpteenth time today, right?
And I'm not saying I would pick Apple. I'm with you guys. I'm like Nvidia's number 1 and Alphabet's number 2. Like I'm with that because I'd probably be leaning those there as well. But it's just a curiosity thing because I was a little surprised that it'd be that few votes.
Yes, Jody.
For sure. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla with 13%, and Tesla and Amazon both coming in the same. There was a good point. We just got into Power Hour. I don't know if I like IBIT anymore. I might take a second shot if it triple tops. I might not. What I actually am interested in currently might be that IPO again. Just if I see it break down, I'll show you in a second. But there was a question about the IGV that I wanted to quickly. Someone said, how can you feel top-ish if the IGV or software wouldn't software getting back to the highs? I want to frame it correctly. Someone said to me, wouldn't software getting to the highs be a better signal that we're getting toppy? I don't necessarily think so. I do think that it getting to a point where it looks like it'll turn, that would make sense. And does it feel like it's at that kind of a moment? Not really. Maybe we could, it's more the IPO where the memory names are sitting at. Like that's where I'm getting the feeling from. Anyways, I'll probably come in tomorrow thinking long again anyways. But I think you get to the 200 period here, start to roll over, and that would also be a bit of a signal. That's a pretty big level. I think you should be watching software. A lot of times in a bull market, you look where the lagging things find some resistance because they don't make it to the top like everything else did, and then that's where you get the pullback. That can make some sense. Byron Bravo, we get a lot of super chats. Opinion, I think that's what happens when, I don't know, either it's like slow or like everyone. I know I have like Cerebras exhaustion a bit. Opinion on Xanadu earnings, and you all together make a great channel. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Xanadu. There's probably a musical joke. Probably make some kind of a joke or pun that I'm not doing here. Do you have one, Adara?
Yeah.
Hit it.
I mean, I guess you'll have to see if it'll Xana do it or Xana don't with these earnings. It's a bad pun, but it's been a long day, Neil.
No, see, I should have made that pun. 100% I should have made that pun. So when you're in an overtly price discovery is a wish type of stock, earnings are very difficult to gauge when a stock is in the middle of no clue where price discovery is at. So that can happen for new issues. When you can very safely say that it is almost certain that it cannot move on earnings any crazier than it's already done several times going into it, how much are earnings going to matter? Stock has done 300% multiple times in the last couple of months. And I don't think fundamentally, usually when you get earnings prints on stocks like this, they tend to, I think it's more likely to disappoint in terms of volatility than anything else because maybe it's not the big event. The price discovery, no one has a clue. The good news about that is if you do get an extension in either direction outside of the range, then you could absolutely fly. Right? if it breaks, don't think that it's impossible that it does something crazy, but I wouldn't anticipate it either because it's already put in its nonsense moves. Nonsensical moves have already happened multiple times here. Still 307, and I'm still, I said we're gonna go to Dara, but I said I was looking at something which is not useful on a daily chart and not the 300 break. So this is really starting to creep up a little bit, and I want to be bullish on it, but I can't. I'm not. I'm looking for this one, either a reversion point, which could be that 340, because remember, it opened at 350. When it broke 350, I can tell you with relative certainty, and when I say relative certainty, the reason I know there was a liquidity point at 342 is because that's where I got filled. That's the first place under 350 where if you were scrambling to get your you-know-what out, you could actually get a fill. I happen to know that really well today. And then it turned into resistance at that same exact point later. So if we press up into that 340 to 342, I'm going to look for a short on Cerebras. And I did pay for locates. I unfortunately did not use them today. Things would be so much better because the short was better than the long.
Yeah.
Long good, short better. But if we get to 342, either that level or magically, if we can get a 300 break, I don't think it's happening. But yeah, this is also a good point. If you're ever trading something and you see a liquidity vacuum where you're executing into a vacuum and you are able to see where fills happen because you were in it, those levels matter. Right? Like it's another reason why I'm critical of myself. I knew that level mattered. And when it bounced into this, I wasn't really feeling short, and I didn't take it. Granted, I was doing something else in my defense at that time. Bit of a meeting at that moment, but you can still have that. And it seems completely random, but it's not. In vacuums, where you can get filled is giving you information on the stock. And we're still, even after all that, I couldn't talk anybody into picking a stock that I don't want to pick either. I'm very ineffective. Nvidia leading the way, that's so chalk, I think. But I like the fact that Google's in there.
I mean, I think they're all really good picks.
Well, they're all
to be honest
good.
with you.
That's why they're the Mag 7.
I meant is the MCHP microchip technology has huge open interest of contracts at Fifth Avenue and College expiring.
Is that a new super chat?
Yeah, it's a new one. Sorry, you didn't need to obviously.
So before we do that, I think we have to go to Adara, and we'll come back and get that new super chat.
Yeah, at this point, this story has been a couple minutes old and it hasn't really reacted. This came out about 5 minutes ago, though. Verge reporting that Microsoft is now canceling most Claude Code licenses and trying to push developers towards their own GitHub Copilot CLI. Not much of a move here on this for MSFT, but it's worth noting I looked into this. They were embracing Claude Code licenses in December of this year, and now apparently they're reportedly ditching them. Very brief period and very quick about face here for Microsoft. Also, I saw your guys' comments on the Xanadu pun, and they amused me. So go chat, always win chat.
As always, thank you, Adara. It doesn't matter when. We'll make sure we get the news. We'll make sure we get it right. And all thanks to Adara. You might have noticed that we have some volatility in the markets. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. If you haven't noticed, then you haven't been paying attention. And if you like movement because it creates opportunities for traders, then Beta Pro by Globex is offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca or scan the QR code you just saw in front of you, still in front of you. As we speak. And there's that, it's a different super chat.
Different super chat, another one there. Thoughts on NVDA 240 calls for 2M have a great day for 2 million? Is that what 2M means?
March 20th? I don't know.
I don't know what else.
What's up with this slang stuff, guys?
Well, it's short form. It's a super chat.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you get as much text as you want to a certain extent to expand. It just makes it easier if it's a little bit more precise. Yeah, you're the opposite guy, and you're like, I don't know what.
Tomorrow. Okay, go back one. There. My guy, tomorrow. We suck, eh? Yeah, we suck, dude. Tomorrow. Come on, like, get with it. Jesus Christ. All right, thoughts on NVIDIA 240 calls for tomorrow. Have a great day, guys. No, 240 by tomorrow. I mean, anything can happen. Yeah, finally, tomorrow. All right, man. At least we're getting in. But anyways, aside from, did you?
Oh, that's so bad.
What, that we didn't know that tomorrow?
It's so easy. It's so bad.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's just those ones there, Neil. But no, I mean,
what am I doing?
It's so hard to say. It's so hard to say. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past it. Now have the ability until they physically receive the physical good, the H200. There is some positivity still. We have that gap up. I mean, we open up today around 229. We climb up to 236. Can we tap into 240 tomorrow? I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I wouldn't put it past this name. We talked about it still kind of being in the early stages of this breakout compared to what we've seen with Micron, with the SanDisks, with the AMDs, the Intels. So I wouldn't put it past the name, but it's just the time. If you're looking to grab a quick buck, then maybe just be prepared what you're going to do. Let's actually pull up those contracts. Can you pull up that super chat one more time, Neil? I mean, Assassino.
I mean, I could find it too.
Are you still baffled about that? That we didn't get the 2M?
You know
what? We're just talking smack. We're like, come on, man.
It's honestly, if you have to understand, there's these IPO days. It really is a lot of stupid mental capital that gets spent for something that lasts for a very short period of time. And then I find myself, you're just in a different mode. I don't even, it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
Like, you'll have an event which is like as big as the biggest thing for your entire quarter that lasts a matter of seconds that you wait for 3 hours for straight. And then you're trying to have thoughts. No, but there it is. It's 240 calls.
Yeah, I mean, 240 calls tomorrow. I mean, we're talking about not quite at the money, still slightly out of the money. But I think what you would want to do is just find something that you could see a little bit more of a return and less risk. If you're comfortable with spending $120 per contract right now, that's fine. I would rather get a little bit more of a higher percentage return just via the investment here, because this can climb. If you head up into 240, you can still make money from where we're closed today. It may not be as much, but you don't have to worry about the loss on a contract that expires, because come the end of the day, if we're not in the money on this 240 strike, they're going to be worthless. But if we climb to, say, 240 or 242.5, you can still make money on some of these other contracts there. So I'm not going to say it's a bad play. I'm not going to say it's a great play either. I think that's a decision that you need to make.
I could say this. We talked about this being NVIDIA is a stair step up.
Yeah, it is, man.
And I'll say that as somebody who took half of the move today, and it went more. And I think, rightfully, it's like, well, Neil, why didn't you hold it? Well, that's just sort of my style. You make a really good example as to what IPO trading does to you. Because for my style of trading, to get that half of the move and then give it again at 1 o'clock, this is, again, the downside of the IPO trade. I'm not even paying attention. And probably under no circumstances would have been paying attention to an easy dip buy here. But it is stair, step, maybe not everyday parabolic, but if we can hold on to prior, like 234, and do the same thing we did today, you're looking at 240 tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
Sammy's under again.
So Sammy Sunder.
Oh,
yeah, it's from what they before.
Sammy Sunder. I'm literally saying Sammy's under. Sammy Sunder.
Sammy Sunder. Sammy.
Wow.
It could be Sammy's under.
And again, usually in the middle of the day, eat lunch, I go for a couple of walks. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that does not happen when I'm just sitting here like this.
What's your typical?
For 3 hours. And sometimes I'm like this, and then I'll go like that, or maybe like this, and I'm just sitting there. And that's what the IPO trade actually does to you. And it really ticks me off that they can't just open the stock up within a reasonable time window that we know is going to happen. Just tell me a 30-minute window, and then I can do normal stuff. So anyways, the question was for you.
Yeah, same thing, right? Like our answer doesn't really change here. I understand that open interest has grown a little bit. You have 12,000 contracts there at that $85 or $75 mark. Oh, 108,000. Yes, you are correct. 108,000 holding up above that level. Sorry, I was looking at a different strike. This is a lot of size here. Okay, that's quite a bit of size. 108,000 contracts times that by 100 at that $75 marker. We could head over to the actual chart, MCHP, and see what we got going on once again, because we tend to forget, right? $75. Those are deep in the money. So whoever's involved with that, it's a cash. But I think like if you're looking to buy something that's deep in the money, time isn't horrible. But I think you're better betting where a higher percentage return is going to be, say, if we're going to actually break out and continue this move, oh, that's a monthly, that's why. Yeah, I'm just going to have to say no. I'm going to put it that simple, extended pretty quick, wait for this pullback to come into play, and then maybe you can engage at that point. But at this point, 75 could hold, right? That's going to bring you south of that consolidation. So at some point, just wait for things to come into play. Marlon Brando.
That's it.
Florian family, in the opening, I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. But what do you think about Figma?
You come to my house. You disrespect me on the eve of my daughter's wedding.
Come to me.
Do you know that you guys know the story about the scene when the guy who comes in and he's stumbling through, like talking to him?
Yeah.
So when that scene happens because the dude's not an actor. He was a consultant. He was an actual mob enforcer who was a consultant on the film. They're like, we're going to put you in the role. So when he's outside in the chair mumbling to himself, practicing his lines, that was the actual dude trying to figure out his lines. So they just left it in that he was stumbling it through, that he was like so nervous talking to the Godfather. Okay, so Figma, obviously, and thank you, Corleone family. Again, we probably don't care about an intraday chart. I've already said how I feel about Figma in a general sense. What you can also say here, though, is they're finally, like they're in the process of at least coming down, if they're able to beat here, beat next Q, where they're gonna get to the point where you get like more reasonable valuation and you can start to have another, other than people just picking the bottom on it, you'll start to get, and I'm not saying it's a value, I think it's far from a value. I don't know that they're maybe capable of having the quarter that gets it into the conversation of being value. But, you know, their forward PE is now existent and underneath 100, right? So you're getting into that point where you can get some normalization. So I just look for that. I think a bull case for it could be that you start to get some normalization metrics where it doesn't look egregious and people start looking at the bottom here and saying, hey, there's a little something. That's about all I think of Figma. And I'm trying to be nice about it because I have almost never any interest in trying to bottom pick things like this. I'm more along the line, I say it over and over again, I would rather wake me up when you show that you can round a bottom, break a top, and if I'm missing the first 15% of something at the low that has room to go, then what do I care? At least I'm not taking multiple stabs at it at that point. So I'm looking to 50 pretty closely there. But yeah, just see where the forward lands after that. Like they're starting to get, they'll probably be more reasonable metrics after tonight's print, so long as they don't, the bed. And Pops Mafia, what was the ticker on the IPO today? Sure, it was CBRS. You mean the other one? You know what? I didn't even look at the other one. All right, so for the first time today, there was a couple.
There's a couple,
exactly. For the first time today, I'm not making this up. I'm going to pull up this BXDC that I did not take. Wouldn't it be hilarious if it was better than the one we did? Blackstone Digital Infrastructure.
Blackstone.
Well, that sucked. So never mind. That was terrible. You couldn't have made money long if you tried on that, so that's useless. And then Eagle Rock was the other one. Maybe could have made, you could have made money, not necessarily just taking a shot at the open here at 23. So oddly enough, yeah, CBRS was the best today. It hasn't, remember that hole I wanted to press into 342, that just hasn't happened. So I'm not really seeing much of a trade there at all. Tomorrow though, tomorrow's trade today. 300 break on CBRS.
Okay.
Right, like you want to tell me that it opened at 350, has a bottom at exactly $300 and 0 cents, And if $300.00 holds today, that it's not a shot short tomorrow. And in real trading, we had to pay 8 cents per share today for locates. I bet you it'll be even cheaper tomorrow. So it'll be a few pennies to grab shares for locates. And if it breaks 300 tomorrow, I'm taking the short. This thing was $115 they were going to issue it today or on Monday. And 185 was the issue, and it traded all the way up to $385. It's going to close off the lows. And you know what also grinds my gears? You know what you're going to hear everywhere else?
What's that?
And Cerebras with a successful IPO today, up 76%.
Yeah, exactly.
On day one of trading, and this is more effective if you can see the downward trend on the chart as I say it too. And up 76%, and you look at the chart, and anybody that was trading it today or watching it today is like, huh? Successful IPO, huh? Really? So the buyers were in control on the first? No, they weren't. No, they absolutely weren't. That's what they say about all of these. That's what they say about all of these.
Headlines are already hitting. They're already like, coming out at double, opening up at double the initial offering.
Well, that part's that's at least true. We're going to Adair for breaking news.
TZR popping to the upside. Financial Times reporting that Caesars Entertainment could, I guess, be back on watch here with potential acquisition. Banks reportedly lining up to back a hospitality billionaire's deal for Caesar Entertainment. This buyout interest here in Caesars has been previously reported, but FT now reporting that banks are trying to back up this buy to take CZR private. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. I don't know that I want to chase, but little something here.
Kaiser Soze.
Who said Kaiser Soze?
Ooh.
There is no Kaiser Soze.
There is no Kaiser Soze.
No Kaiser. No. Well, there's nothing too crazy.
With Caesars, you think for the potential fade on that one there?
It didn't get high enough. Did not press high enough that you'd consider a fade.
I know for tomorrow's trade today, I'm going to be looking at Bitcoin. I think we might be a little bit in play here. Nice, strong, steady uptrend. Some Coinbase as well, too. I think that can be in play.
Huh?
Yeah, so the crypto, I think the crypto trade, let's see, man. It's either it's going to fake everyone out and just fade City, or we might continue on today's trend. So that's my play. We got Robinhood, we got Coin, and we have IBIT on our mind for tomorrow as we're slowly starting to come back in. But a nice move up, man. The long term's going to like this one for sure. And hopefully we can start that climb back to greatness again here in crypto space. So
make crypto great again?
Yeah, well, that'd be nice, but
wouldn't be bad.
I don't think there'd be too many people complaining about it. I wouldn't be one of them who I wouldn't complain.
Oh, I wouldn't be one complaining, but there's always people complaining.
There's always, you find someone who would.
There's always someone.
Someone asked a good question here. I can't remember. Just put it back in the chat. I answered the crypto play, so that's not horrible whatsoever. We talked about MCHP. There's a lot going on. Oh, this is what I did want to touch on. Is like how we have once again Nvidia and some of these chip names putting in new all-time highs. We have Netflix doing absolutely nothing. So, I mean, this poor thing here right now is just not performing well whatsoever and still down substantially off of its high. So, yeah, 34 to the tune of 34% to Netflix.
I think it's my cash in the chat, but I'm going to double check it because my brain this afternoon reading names and reading super chats has been absolutely terrible. It's my Scash. See, I just said my cash. It's my Scash. Whatever. I'm still probably getting it wrong. You know who you are. I'm going to talk about Micron, but can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Check out 800 and 820 if you can on Micron, because like this is when I look at like the first gut feel I usually have when I look at a chart like this. Okay, like it's parabolic, yes, but then look at the top end of the range. This is a complete like make an all-time high reversal day. Right? And then on the reversal day, it closes right back in a V shape, gaps up, and then spends 2 days consolidating. So goes into the top, traps shorts. Don't tell me you didn't trap any shorts on this day. Because if 100% you have trapped some shorts on this day. And then you get 2 days worth of consolidation where the shorts really giving up because it consolidated sideways a couple of days. Like, there's some breakout characteristics there. That being said, what kind of a wall are we running into?
11,600 contracts, and if we're going to talk about in comparison to everything else, like how much substantially larger it is than everyone else.
Okay.
And from a volume standpoint too, right? So it makes sense. $800. So it's a year. I mean,
it makes sense. Friday,
yeah, exactly. You're 3 times
in the
amount here. Yeah, at the 820, not too much size there. 345. No? Yeah, nothing crazy.
So if we hold, okay, so if we chew through 800,
you could take that next climb higher.
If we chew through 800, then the 820 isn't as big of a
exactly.
Okay.
And that's what I was thinking here in regards to NVIDIA's earnings report. We've seen the numbers at 35 start to grow, and that's why we rejected on multiple occasions here today. I mean, we did tap into 236.49, but look what we have going on at 35s, right? So these are currently ITM. Now, leading into that earning report, the Friday, which I believe is going to be the 29th. No, I'm just talking about the end of next week after NVIDIA's earnings report, which is somewhere around 27th, sorry. It'll be the 27th. There's nothing, we have absolutely nothing from a size standpoint. What am I even talking about? It's 12 days away. 22, the 20th is the report.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Wednesday, it'd be the 22nd. What am I even doing?
Week
Yeah,
away.
we can tell we're tired here. Yeah, I mean, like, there is nothing still in regards to what we got going on for, I mean, other than that's something that expires this week. And we were talking about previous earnings reports where we've seen hundreds of thousands. I think at one point I seen the largest amount of open interest on a specific contract was at NVIDIA, like 190, 200 or something like that. We have nothing leading into this report right now. So what does that say to me? I'm as bullish gets. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But if I'm going by what the options trade is dictating and what we've had from past records and previous data is that we typically see high levels of open interest and call walls that sell the underlying asset. Right now, we're not seeing that whatsoever. It's just not there. So I'm super, super bullish, and I've been saying that for quite some time here on NVIDIA. Will it exceed its expected move? I think that's a different story. It's time for us to get out of this Tesla trade as it broke down. We take a small loss on that one, but it's small potatoes on the grand scheme of things anyways. I took 10% of what we had on the previous positions. So we get out of that. We're still 3 for 4 totally on names, which isn't bad whatsoever. So I'm not going to complain about that, but I'm as bullish gets on NVIDIA leading into the report. Could I be hella wrong? Absolutely. There's always that chance.
Adara.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, I just want to let you guys know, in case you don't know, we're going to have the last day ever of Fed Chair Powell as chair of the Fed tomorrow. So I thought, what better time than to update my Powell tie infographics. Now, if you are new to this community or you were not aware, last year I did a whole very long research project where I went through all of the FOMC conferences with Fed Chair Powell as chair of the Fed, and I would look at all of them to see what color his tie was, because there's a lot of furor around, is he wearing a purple tie? Statistically, he wears a purple tie almost all of the time, and after December 2023, that was the last time he wore a non-purple tie, I think at least partially because purple is viewed as nonpartisan, and this isn't me speculating, he said something to this effect as well. So this is basically the legend for this. Now we have, and I think this is like 66 meetings. So here we go. So basically this is just kind of shows you like what color tie was worn, and then if there was a hold, if there was a rate cut or a raise, how many basis points it was. Each arrow is 125 basis point cut or raise. Anyways, that's like the older version here. That's going up to basically the research I did to last year, so March 2018 to March 2025. Here's the last year of Fed Chair Powell's tenure. Now, as you can see, we switched to only purple ties and pretty much just holding rates steady. I'm going to be posting these updates likely tomorrow in honor of his final day as Fed Chair. I already did update and repost one of these infographics yesterday, so you know where to find them. They're on X at TTV Research. But if you are interested in like random little statistical analysis or anything like that, or if you have any ideas for me, things you'd like me to post, please let me know in the chat. I just saw a comment here, Dara, this is unhinged. Perhaps it is, but that's what we love doing over here at Twitter TV Live, giving you guys statistically sound, but you know, maybe completely random data analysis. Back to you.
Until it's not. By the way, you know what? I've never really applied this. I was gonna do the poll thing, but
Applied materials.
no, I've never really applied just a strict. I was waiting for a key price level and then watched this trend break. Well, I didn't watch it. I guess I was a little bit. I saw the trend break on the second candle, not the first candle. I was like, man, I should be short this. There's your trend break. There's your confirmation. It's a 322 short. And then I remembered this stock is like Looney Tunes, so I can probably just sit on the offer at 322.
Ooh.
I mean, it was just as likely to come up and pick me up before it dropped $10 as I was saying it. Oh, like the stock is Looney Tunes. It might have picked me up and I can have my stop in there and see if it goes to the low. It's getting a little bit late for the 300 break though. That said, it's not that late. As long as it's within the next 5 to 10 minutes and not too parabolic into it, like maybe a little consolidation, I might still grab that. But the poll is overwhelmingly, I'm going to end the voting because I feel like everyone's put their votes in. No surprise that Nvidia won with 30% of the vote. Which Mag 7 name are you buying? Alphabet with 26%. Meta ends up, believe it or not, Meta ends up beating Apple 3.7 to 3.3. It's still surprising. Amazon 12.5. You got Tesla at 14. You got Microsoft at 10. And the only reason that I'm surprised, like the argument for Meta would be it has a lot of room to run. The same argument that Microsoft gets, Meta I think gets. The argument for Apple is you cannot sit there and tell me if it's a boring stock, right? Like if it's the boring stock, then wouldn't there's always bearish people in the market. Wouldn't the bears like this one more? Am I wrong about that? Or is it just that it's already it's boring and you're having to buy it at the high? Maybe you only like boring things. Yeah, boring stock, you probably prefer it on the dip. But if we're thinking along those lines, then why doesn't Meta get any speculative love? It's like 25% from its all-time high. If we're talking about room to rally, then where's the love for Meta?
That's what I'm saying. There's just got too many headwinds right now, I think, man.
Hate.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate for Zuckerberg and company right now. Thoughts on DVLT earnings tomorrow? Pre-market, let's pull that up here. DVLT, let's see what we got going on with that name. We get outside after this. It's still cold, but
it's warming up tomorrow.
It's warming up tomorrow. It's been absolutely horrendous here, if you ask me, just from a temperature standpoint. For the past, literally the whole month, I think it's been rain. The majority of the days in cloudy.
I think I said it this morning. I was genuinely, and I can't say anything because it's not my place to, but my daughter's team, I coached their practice last night, and I was genuinely upset with a certain. It's like you can't. How did you have your kid without a jacket, freezing their butt off?
Yeah, man.
And it's like there's nothing. I was like, what? I can't even do anything about this right now.
Yeah.
And I was just. It's not my place.
Yeah, it's not your place.
Should I have said something?
I don't know, man. That's tough because then it becomes.
I should have said something.
Yeah, I mean, just like, hey, it's. Again, it's just like people would go to the point and are like, hey, mind your own business.
I made a comment to the group at the end about, I know the weather's not been that great. I was like, basically, like, if you feel, I know it's baseball and you're supposed to be in like baseball gear, but you can have your jacket on. If you want to wear a toque, you don't have to wear a baseball cap. Like I said that, but I didn't say anything to the parents.
You said it indirectly.
I said it indirectly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, come on, man. It was cold. Like I was freezing. I have a jacket. Hoodie,
and I'm one to get cold, man. You guys know me. You gotta stay warm. And yeah, exactly. I'm always cold, man. So yeah, I'm one to be like even more miserable when it's gloomy and it's cold out. Here it is. As for DVLT Data Vault, I think there's a couple. Obviously, there's always a couple of things that can happen here. This support level breaks, it could get ugly. But the way the technicals are looking, are we buying into the earnings report? Not currently, but it's not a horrible session. But I think there's a little bit more upside than there could be potential downside there with Data Vault. So yeah, other than that, man, it's unfortunate here with weather here in Ontario. What do you think of Pang? I got in at $33. Pang?
I just saw Penguin
Solutions.
Someone in the chat just said something about when Neil buys an iPhone or iWatch. Never. The only time I'll buy Apple is their stock. Deal with it.
Oh, you don't even have an iPhone?
Hell no.
Okay.
My whole family is Apple. I grew up using Apple products, so that's a funny thing. But I just like Android better. What do we think about Penguin? I don't know if I could chase. Like, it's so difficult. Yeah, there's way too much out there in the market that has this feeling of, ooh, great if you've got it, but if you're not. Like there's stocks that I own that I can't buy up here. Like how long have I, like I wasn't the buyer of Intel starting at 19. I was the buyer, it was like 25. I love this 25 level on Intel. I think it's got blah, blah, blah. And then it was 19, and then I like the 19 level. And even I wouldn't buy Intel up here. I don't know if you can chase. It's a hard one.
I would not. Yeah, I would not.
It's really difficult with these.
All of them, dude.
No, there's so much out. There's so much out here that it's really difficult to think. I'm not saying they're shorts. That far from it. The trend is your friend. It's a ridiculously steep trend, and when you're in a really steep trend on increasing volume like this, stocks turn into holds, where you start saying, okay, well, maybe they break some big trends back in, and you're holding your piece for that, or waiting for more structure, or going out. And there's only so much you can do with some name when you go out to a really high time frame. I get that, but you could look at this one from like a 3-month perspective, and it's a bit head and shoulders-y as well on the 3-month, which could also lend to a pullback. Maybe if it starts consolidating, like if you get a quarter where it proves it holds above the 50 again, then maybe there's a consolidation next for the next run up. That's what the 3-month chart would say. But that's a 3-month chart. A 3-month chart is usually telling you to do a heck of a lot of nothing, I find.
Yeah.
There's a lot of waiting when you're looking at a 3-month chart. Like if I see this chart, then I need a lot of convincing to buy up here instead of wait for down there. Like you look at the consolidation, like $30 in here. Well, this says, okay, fail up here, wait for that. If it holds up here, try to get this to that, like that kind of nonsense. But again, 3-month chart, so you got to wait for probably at least into, I don't know, at least a little bit deeper for a few weeks for it to look strong above the $50 level. But anyways, that's just my thought for a lot of these runners.
I agree.
You're in more of a hold and wait
Still
situation.
An Apple.
Okay. Anything else? What else we got going on? 10 minutes until the imbalances come out. I didn't look at the early. Well, that's interesting.
Early look. What's
XLF for $4 million? Look, Barrick Gold. We've seen Barrick Gold for $3 million a few times in the last couple of weeks, but I have not seen the XLF with a $4 million buy and balance. I don't know, ever. Seriously, I don't think I've ever seen that. So there could be something here. It's not moving. That doesn't necessarily matter, but a big buy and balance on this, if it sticks around going into 350, I mean, it's at VWAP too. The closer it gets to 350, I might just throw this one up here. That's pretty big. That's 1/4 of the daily volume. Or actually, that's no, 1/6 of the daily volume. And if you include the paired volume, that's almost half of the day's volume. Like 45% of the day's volume in the total auction, and about 16.5% of the day's volume is just the imbalance on the buy side. So if it wants to hold VWAP and gets close to 350, it might be worth a quick little 347 long, tight stop, and just play for a little bit of a pop.
Fair enough, fair enough. Katie, what's up, everyone? Yeah, I mean, I asked Neil where he got his sweater too, Stockhead. He wouldn't tell me.
No, it's not that I don't remember, man. I've had this sweater for over a year, at least, maybe even 2.
Stockhead said that you dress like a billionaire. I'm like, I know, man. Don't forget, he's a maple syrup tycoon.
Okay, first of all,
I mean, you told me, you told us.
I'm not a maple syrup tycoon.
He's a maple syrup.
My in-laws do make their own maple syrup.
Yeah,
but they don't even sell it. You know what? Because I actually did ask the question to my father. I'm like, you could sell it. Like they're retired.
Yeah. You may as well.
I'm like, you could turn this into
something.
Enough of something.
Dude, there's reserves
as a hobby, but they're just like they enjoy doing what they do. Whatever. Like it's so weird because it's. I guess that's like where my brain goes. Like if I was retired and I wasn't doing anything and I was already doing this anyways, it's like I'd probably just turn it into a business. Like what else am I going to do?
Yeah, exactly.
You're putting in all that work anyway.
You may as well do it. I mean, how much maple syrup are you going to actually eat? You may as well sell the rest. No?
Well, how much are you going to?
Yeah, like how much can you potentially eat? Like I'm not a big maple syrup guy. I don't know.
They have. Well, first of all, they have 3 daughters.
Oh, okay,
all have grandkids. And family.
That's fair,
like fair. We go up once a year. We visit them a lot, but one particular visit is always to help out. for a weekend or sometime maybe a little bit longer. My wife can stay up there with my daughter. And you put in some work, and then we have maple syrup for the whole year.
Oh, okay.
All we can
wow.
eat.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I've sweetened my coffee at home with maple syrup.
And yeah, that's the thing
Honey.
to do. That's the play, right?
You think Canadians are using honey when you've got real maple syrup?
You got maple syrup. These guys don't even know about what happened over there in the East
It's
when
perfect for everything.
that whole maple syrup heist and everything.
Good and ice cream, straight up. That's true as well.
Good stuff, man.
No, but I get it. Like, not everybody, like, running a business is a lot of work. I'm just saying if you weren't doing anything else.
Of course. Coinbase actually is selling off quite a bit here, 215.82. With the VWAP, we're holding off at that level, and I can't even speak at this point. Now, Tesla, we got out of that one as it broke through. Couldn't breach back higher, guys, so it's a channel down at this point. You can see consistent higher lows at these larger pivot levels, so break below the volume-weighted average price. But still that support level holding up. But I told you guys about what we got game planned for tomorrow, and that's going to be Coinbase, like via CONL. Don't forget, when you're trading these leverage plays on the downside, absolutely disastrous. This is how you lose all of your money, is swinging these, especially when underlying assets are really starting to tank. I don't know why that's not pulling up for us here, but COINL to the downside, that gives you about 7.5%, so half of that of what we got going on in the actual underlying there. So COINL, Robinhood, I don't know if there's a leverage play on this one. I don't think we necessarily need it, but holding up relatively strong. And then we have IBIT holding up strong. Now, as for this name, what we can typically see is that in the post-market, once everything starts to cool off and the Asian market starts to kick back up again, you can see that additional leg and that additional rally within Bitcoin. I'm still waiting for that morning where I wake up in the middle of the night and I just look at my phone to see what's going on, because that's what I typically do, and I see that Bitcoin's up 4.5% or 5% or north of that $85,000, $90,000 marker.
Well, because the market hates me today on IPO day, that interesting imbalance on XLF is completely gone. Like, it was there for 4.5. You saw it. It was there for like over 4 million shares, and now instantly gone. So with 5 minutes to go, that's no longer there. Barrick, the reason I'm not interested in Barrick, it actually does fit the criteria of a 3 million buy imbalance into 6.8 million. It's a buy imbalance at the lows. It's just that every single time, and I'm going to keep it up because there's nothing else to look at. The IPO didn't give me that fill, by the way. There's not that much else to look at. It's usually, every time we've seen it, it's just paired off and not done a big move the last couple of weeks when this one's been on the imbalances. But 3 million is 3 million. It's only done 6.8 million in volume today, so it's a pretty significant chunk as we have about 5 minutes to go. Why is everyone so interested in this sweater? Does it really matter?
It's a nice sweater.
Oh, so you dress classy blindly. I believe you shouldn't tell people anyways. That's your style. Oh, you know what? I'll just pretend that I didn't say that I can't remember where I bought it. Let's just all forget that I said that. And so you're curious where I got the sweater. Look, I have a personal style that's just me, and I'd like to reflect that by keeping it to myself, because it's part of my identity and my personality that I dress this way. So I'm not trying to have other people copying me out there. This is just how I roll.
That's crazy.
See how much better that sounds than I have no damn clue. I can't remember where I bought this thing.
That's crazy.
And I really don't. I can tell you a random trade from 15 years ago. I cannot tell you where I got the sweater. I probably bought it a year or two ago.
Later, a guy from work, or I think he's clapping there. So good answer. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like every time Neil talks.
It is comfy.
It looks very comfy. Can I touch it real quick just to see how it feels? Yeah, it's just nice.
You know, I pull that gambit all the time, where you ask somebody a question with,
and then you just with
zero intention of caring about what their answer is. You're just going to do it anyway.
I was going to see.
You guys don't know this, but because you're young. But back in the day when there was phones and like call waiting and stuff, it was customary that you get a beep on your phone. Hey, I got another call. Do you mind if I click over?
Yeah.
Because people would ask that question. They don't give a damn what your answer is. They're just going to click over anyways.
They're going
so I would just always answer no. Actually, no. I'm busy right now. Like, I'm talking to you. Can we finish this off because I got things to do? And then they'll always trip them up and be like, huh? In high school, I used to do that. And they're like, huh? What? I'm like, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, you
didn't care. You didn't think I was going to actually answer that question. Just admit that you, and they'd be like, yeah, you're right. I'm like, it's fine. Go ahead. And I wait anyway.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They love that, by the way. Because look, you know who you're talking to in high school on the phone. And so that was a way to differentiate yourself. And people used to think it was cute. You're like, ooh, that's interesting that you do that. Now all of a sudden I'm gonna pay more attention to you.
Let's head over to our watch list, guys, and we're gonna start from the bottom up. How are the financials? Someone said they called you Mr. Roger. You know who's that guy from again? Mr. Rogers.
Legend. Mr.
Show?
Rogers.
Yeah, with
one of the greatest
I know.
shows.
Yeah, for sure. What was this show? Was it just
Mr. Rogers?
Was that it?
In Canada, we had Fred Penner and Mr. Dressup.
Mr. Dressup.
In Canada.
Yeah.
But Mr. Rogers was
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. That's all it was.
Neighborhood. Hymns to the downside, guys. We're gonna start from the bottom up. Actually, never mind all of that. Let's head over to Nike. Almost at a new all-time low again, once again here in Nike. Adara was talking about this morning. Boeing acquiring more jets. China, that is 200 of them, I believe it was. And then we also have DoorDash that had a pretty good report, but still selling here, guys. So not too good of a look, continuous and consecutive days at that. And then sure enough, what are we going to be looking at is Uber, a name that's just extremely underperforming everyone right now. So, I mean, if we're talking about market breadth, is there really any outside of this chip trade? It's hard to find it because we got some pretty important names like McDonald's off of the highs. We have Uber, Walmart is doing okay. I mean, TK Holdings, we're not, okay, that's not too bad there in TKO Holdings. But other than that, like, think about the banks. The banks and some of the fintech names are absolutely getting walloped, right? Just absolutely getting beaten to a pulp. I want to head over to the JPMs. $300, we'll take it. But we had this strong session, but no follow through over the past couple of days within that specific name. So JPM, wow, Morgan Stanley put in a new all-time high, though. What is going on with JP Morgan and co? We're not too far off of Goldman Sachs all-time high here, Neil. What is happening with Citibank up to? Okay, not as good. So JPM, one of the worst performing banks aside from Bank of America and Citibank.
I think some of the banks, I saw someone in the chat asking this earlier, the timing of the bank drop, or at least for some of the banks, did coincide with the furthering of the Clarity Act. So it could be related, though I can't say for sure. I will say at the very least there is some correlation there.
Sure. And I mean, I'm looking from a daily perspective as well, too. Like Goldman Sachs is only a couple percentage points, and Morgan Stanley went into all-time high today. But yet we're over here looking at JPM still down about 10% off of its all-time high there. So yeah, interesting stuff there, guys. There's going to be a lot of play. I will always be a shareholder ever since I bought it of JPM, and I'll continue to do so. I'm in JPM via the CDR.
I've always been a Morgan guy.
Morgan guy?
Yeah, I own Morgan Stanley and then.
Yeah, I used to own TD. As a young fella, I had a pretty good portfolio back in the day with very little knowledge.
Yeah, TD. The Canadian banks are different from the U.S. Imbalances are now out. You've got Open Door, $2 million to the buy on Open Door. Poet is $1.1 million to the buy side. Ford, great day. Great last 2 days for Ford, $1 million to buy. Nvidia, $1 million sell. Boo, QUBT is $1 million to the sell side. Plug, do we care? Yeah, why not? They were up as well. 800,000 is not a lot for a $4 stock. Not much else in Mag 7 land, but we do have an overall, that's it, 183 to sell. Yeah, market's 183 to sell and NASDAQ 500 to the sell side. Pretty nothing burgerish. What about that 2 million on Open Door? Didn't even move. Did I get that right? Yeah, it is. Open Door is 2 million. I'm looking at it right. Open Door moved exactly 0 cents on a 2 million buy and balance. Okay, I guess that's how we're rolling. Poet with a 1.1 million buy and balance. That did not move more than 2 cents either, and it's a $20 stock. What the heck is going on? QUBT's a million buy and or sell and balance. That better have at least moved. Oh, it moved 5 cents, maybe 6. Wow, the market, these really care about the imbalances today. Any of the ones that looked significant on volume, flat out not moving. And then, of course, remember I told you Barrick, it shows up big on the early look, and then it's nowhere to be found when the imbalances drop. This is exactly why I didn't bother with it. We've seen that almost every single day with Barrick. Bit of a disappointment. Cerebras will have to wait for tomorrow for the 300 break, but promise you this, I'm going to attempt to take the 300 break tomorrow. If it breaks $300 to the downside, I'm going to pay for locates when I sit down tomorrow. It'll be one of the first things I do when I get into the office. probably log into the PC first because that's required, and then I will log into the platform, and then I will pay for locates and be ready for a 300 breakdown on what was a successful, unsuccessful IPO. Good for trading, really bad for anybody that tried to buy and hold it, unfortunately. But come on, man, 185 to open at 350 to trend down all day. You can't tell me that the exit isn't high for some of this stuff, for this thing tomorrow. It was so crazy on the way up. Like, there were so many people, I'm not outing any, but a lot of people didn't even want to play the open when normally it would be a no-brainer because of how absurdly high it was. That was almost unprecedented. Like, I'll be just like, I don't want to deal with it. Kind of crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, sorry, BTA, man. Yeah, sorry, Blicky Spears, about that. We've all had that that BTA action in the overall market. Belt to, we'll call it BTB because we can say one word, belt to bum.
Oh.
Yeah. Belt to BTB and straight. We've all had those sessions. Other than that, guys.
My midday walk. I'm telling you.
So I was going to ask you this. What's your typical, I don't know if you want to release this just in case, people might be.
What's up?
What's your typical route that you go during your afternoon walk?
Oh, I don't actually have a...
Oh, you just go with the wind?
No, I just kind of walk around here. I don't. I really don't. Like, I'll just kind of head outside and
just go outside and get some fresh air. Yeah, that's gonna be
a good point.
today.
I don't. Sometimes I'll do the same route 2 or 3 days in a row, and then at some point,
and you get sick of it and you switch something up.
Why wouldn't I say anything? You think someone's gonna start?
Yeah, you never know, man. They might try to run up on you and catch an autograph or something, or some. No, I'm only playing around with you.
No one's running up on me.
No, no one's running.
Walking in the middle of the day.
Hey, in Queens Park area.
Nobody's walking
no one's doing that, man. Thought the same thing, but I was more saying during the speech, one last tank for a goodbye. Yeah, you never know, right? Good afternoon, boom, Flush City on that one. I don't have Instagram, to be honest, and it's me, there. I've had it actually, and I never really added anything to it. My cousin, years and years ago, he was having his daughter, and they were doing a gender reveal, and this was during COVID when no one can get together, so 6 years. I just made an account so I could watch it via that, so I've never had Instagram. So, yeah, anyways, aside from that, Randy doing pretty good here. We'll pull up the stock portfolio as we're heading today. We're going to get the rebalances momentarily. It wasn't a horrible session. I know the boys did pretty good, and Adara did fantastic on Cerebras, so I'm happy for everyone, and I'm glad that everyone had the ability to take advantage of it, and hopefully we'll continue to do so leading into the next massive IPOs that are coming up. Apparently Discord being one of the sleeper IPOs of the year, so we're waiting for that one, and then obviously SpaceX and Anthropic coming in the latter half of the year. So I'm looking forward to it. A lot of good things still to come, and hey, tomorrow is Friday. I hope everyone's got some solid plans heading into the weekend as well. It's a Canadian long weekend, isn't it?
It is the Canadian long weekend.
It is a Canadian long weekend.
Yeah, it's a Canadian long weekend here. I've already made my rants known about this. I would just prefer that we had the same holiday as the U.S.
Of course.
It would make things a heck of a lot easier. The fact that we have a long weekend now and then the U.S. has it the next week, it just... I get it. They're all supposed to mean something, but does it really matter that much? Can it just be easier for everybody? My daughter's going to a birthday party on Saturday.
Okay.
On Sunday, I'm really hoping the weather is nice because she wants to... One thing we want to accomplish is do some pitching practice.
Okay.
And
is that her
if we
favorite
get to some
position?
Hitting, it's new this year. So previously, last year, baseball was coach pitch 1 inning and then T-ball the next inning.
Okay.
This year, there's a little bit of coach pitch for 3 innings, then every inning after that is player pitch. So it's the first time that you're actually getting a chance to pitch.
Nice, man. What stuff you really want to work on? That sinker or?
No, at 9 years old, and we had a kid who's like, I throw sliders at practice yesterday. I'm like, you're 9. I won't say your name.
Yeah.
You have heat. Just throw a fastball.
Oh, yeah, heat.
Throw a fastball until you can throw a fastball where you want to as a kid. Like, I didn't throw a breaking ball till I was like, I used to always pitch. I didn't throw a breaking ball till I was like 15.
Okay.
Like, why? Like, you just fastball changeup, man. If you got a good fastball, throw it where it needs to go. You worry about spinning it later. You don't need that nonsense in baseball because if you can get that down, then adding velocity, adding command.
That 4-seam fastball.
Because one thing that's true, there's an innate ability to spinning it. That I hate to say it, like some people have it and some people don't.
What's the major difference between a 4-seam fastball and a 2-seam?
Oh, it says as the ball is spinning, it's contacting either seams more or less, which either gives it more ride or or effectively the opposite, which would be less ride and then it sinks, right? So think of it that way. Like as the four seamer is going, it's getting four of the seams in contact on the spin, so it then decreases, it falls less.
Fair enough.
And yeah, so that when you're playing ball, if you're an infielder, you want to grab a four seamer because it's more true. You don't want to throw sinkers to your first baseman. Something that I didn't get taught, thank you to my coaches, till I was like 12 years old. You think that would be basic. 3 minutes to go, everybody. As I said, the imbalances are a little bit of a nothing burger there, as we can all now plainly see. So that kind of is what it is there. That Cerebras, I still think it's a bad day for them, even though we're all going to hear how great the IPO was from a percentage standpoint, how impressive everything was. The other thing we got to keep in mind here as we go into the end of the week, I mean, man, this move up,
crazy, man.
I think it's just like you come into the day with the assumption that we're going up, and the day that it doesn't happen, fair enough. All right, it's like market, you got me, and we'll just live with that when it doesn't happen. But every single day, the only thing that was different about today was the lack of the dip buy. Right, like we got so big dip reverses 2 days in a row in the overall market, and some individual names as well, that it just kind of psychs you out. And then there's a few ones, if we're being real about it, this day on Intel has me thinking flat bottom tomorrow. Like it's hilarious to me that like a scalp and the opening candle is still most of what the day was on Intel today. Like, that's kind of jokes. So if there's anything I'm looking for, flat break flush, it might be Intel. Like if we're looking tomorrow's trade today, steal that one. Like 114, like this breaks down and fills this gap at the open. Assuming we're still sitting here, this one feels like it's in. You see the downtrend and all that kind of good stuff. So 1 minute to go, everybody. Hope everyone had a fun afternoon. I already apologized for all of the names I butchered in the chat and all that. The IPOs make it a long day. It ends up being worth it, but it is a very weirdly long day. Sitting down, sitting down for that long without getting up, staring at the screen, waiting for something to happen, is trash.
It's not good.
It's worth it, but it still sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
I never enjoy it when it happens.
I can't wait to get outside. I'm going to go, regardless of the temperature, we're going to get a little bit of a run in here.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, so I just like enjoying outside, and I can't wait for the temperature to start to uptick as well. So we're having a good day, guys. Everyone had a fantastic one. I mentioned that we'll do a quick review before the end of the day. This Bell, we had this Tesla, that was a good one there, and then the IBIT, which we're still holding up relatively strong here on IBIT, as that is the end of the session. 2 shorts was all we needed on this bad boy. Boom, 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 boom. So a good one, 3 for 4 on the day. Not going to complain whatsoever. Cerebras, I'm glad that once again everyone had the ability to take advantage of that one. Sharif, Neil, Adara, thank you. Fabian, thank you. Juan for coming in the chat.
Hello.
Obviously, Assassino, Brando. We don't know where Ramin is today, but hopefully she's having a good one.
No ram.
No ram today.
And
bye, Jody.
Well, we had our good friend A Day Trading, Luis was in the chat.
Luis was in the chat today,
and a shout out to Mitch this morning. We had money, Mitch Ho coming through in the morning. Appreciate it. Of course, we'll probably see Michael tomorrow morning for sure. But you know what? Rest up. If you had, maybe you didn't have a long day. Maybe you just bought the market and sort of held it to the end of the day and didn't have to deal with any of that IPO nonsense. But it is still a lot of fun, and we're going to have even more tomorrow. Rest up. We'll come in the morning and cover all of the. Yeah, we have some earnings tonight. It's not anything too crazy
Nothing
that we
too
would
crazy,
hang around for, but it should be interesting with Figma. And of course, day 2 on Cerebras should also be exciting. Just because we're still here, we are going to wrap up. But I just heard that AMAT just beat.
Oh,
so AMAT just beat on revenue by about 4%, 4.5%, 7.9 versus 7.6, and it's to the upside another 6%. Another great name and a great stock goes higher.
I was talking about Applied Materials not too long ago. I'm like, man, Applied Materials. Remember when we were doing our Mount Rushmore?
Applied Materials, and like we're talking about ASML, like those
They're
are
both great.
Yeah, exactly.
I might like one better, but it's still both great.
Exactly. So good stuff there, guys. I hope everyone had a fantastic one. Love to all. Bye, Jody. Bye, Blicky. Bye, Jesse. Bye, Gore. Bye, Los Pollos. Bye, everyone. Bye, Hangry Wife. Bye, Lemons Family. Bye, Farm Trader. Bye, MF Dangerous. Bye, everyone in the chat. The roll call, Rickshaw. We'll see everyone. Why not? Why not? A guy from work. Adios, mi amigos. Hope everyone has a fantastic day. Get outside, enjoy the weather, go for a run, hit the gym, do something.
Go for a walk. Do whatever you do.
Do something constructive. Enjoy it. We'll be back exact same time tomorrow morning, 8 a.m.
Or 8:01.
8:01.
7:59.
Ooh.
See you tomorrow.